Paddington.
I love the place, I really do.
One of the world's great stations.
Paddington is the place.
And with trains leaving every 4 minutes along a 900-mile route to the West Country and Wales,
I think Thursday will be the windiest day of all.
it's one of the busiest and liveliest transport hubs in the UK.
This is a male 54 believed to be having a heart attack.
The task of keeping this complex network up and running
We'll have a lorry striking the bridge.
falls to a small army of railway men and women.
All they need because of mindless vandalism.
Hopefully we'll just keep everything running.
Working around the clock to keep the trains on time.
Driver 1 Victor 22, do not move your train.
And us, the travelling public, on track.
I want to go home!
At least one train's still running.
And this year, they're under more pressure.
Actually, there's a bloody strike on, isn't there?
A multi-billion-pound electrification programme is bringing new trains, new infrastructure, and a whole new set of challenges.
There's a rodent hanging out of the 650 box that's smoking.
It's all change at Paddington. All change.
It's all about learning. Every day is a school day on the railway.
This week,
The Beast from the East is here.
sudden extreme weather threatens to close Paddington for the first time in living memory.
I think it's a risk, but closing Paddington is a terminal option.
The network takes a battering.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle, Dave. Bit of a pickle.
It's a struggle to keep the tracks clear.
Basically, we're up against it.
And the platforms turn to ice rinks.
It was Harry. Double royal.
And the 11:15 to Cardiff runs into a right royal delay.
I've got Harry and... What's her name on the train? Megan on Bravo 27. Just going through Pangbourne.
It's the middle of the morning commute at Paddington, and it started snowing. In the station control room, controllers Richard and Graham are taking it in their stride.
Snow, it strikes fear in the heart of Londoners. They just think that everything is just going to go wrong if there's a little bit of snow. A lot of people see snow outside and think, I'm not going to work. There's snow outside.
But Paddington is so far open for business. And despite the drastic change in weather, the train service is currently holding up. Staff can enjoy the heaviest snowfall central London has seen in years.
We managed to keep all our trains on time. Everything's running to schedule this morning, which is good. A lot of the other operators have started cancelling stuff. It's cold. Ow!
It hasn't been so bad, though they've had some delays, but it's okay.
So far, we've been pretty lucky. So there's been almost like a horseshoe effect. It's sort of gone around us and missed us. Now, whether that's got anything to do with the London atmosphere, I couldn't honestly say. I wouldn't want to make a judgment on that. Touch wood, we're pretty good.
The responsibility for keeping Paddington's lines open and its trains running falls to route control.
It's dry snow with 40-mile-an-hour winds, so we might have a tiny bit of drifting. It'd be right for 1 foot drifts.
Trains are on time today, but it's tomorrow's forecast that worries controller Neil Latham.
The problem with this particular warning, it's not for today, but look out the window. It's all happening now, the snow.
A weather pattern nicknamed the Beast from the East is about to meet Storm Emma from the south.
Is the snow likely to melt, or is it like to lay on the ground and a bit more get put on top of it on Thursday?
I think the issue here is a lot of snow coming in a short space of time. That's not going to go anywhere anytime soon, I'm afraid. I think Thursday will be the windiest day of all, particularly around East Devon. We are going to be encountering sort of increasing spray conditions during this late afternoon high tide. Yeah, it's looking very challenging.
One of the most vulnerable points on the western route is at Dawlish in Devon, where rails run along the coast. It's a section of track managed from the 1980s vintage signalling centre at Exeter.
Guys, we're looking at an amber snow warning tomorrow, and that equates to 10 to 20 centimetres of snow falling. The key areas, it's starting about 8 o'clock in the morning and then going through to 1400 hours as the key time. The other thing to watch out for is the sea spray problem. We have a lot of sea spray coming over around about high tide. Because it's so cold, we're talking about -5 degrees, freezing temperatures, so there could be a chance of slippery rails. So beware of reports from drivers, especially ones that stop at Dawlish Station. Obviously with forecasts, they're only a forecast. It might not happen, but indeed it could be a lot worse than they forecast.
At route control, Neil still has one eye on what's happening outside.
How much did you get there then? It's quite heavy outside here, so I don't know how long it's going to crash. We've not even really kicked off yet, so it's not even on to the main event tomorrow.
It's early morning at the track maintenance depot just outside Paddington, and the team have received a call about a serious situation unfolding at the station.
Route control have been on the phone, and basically our guys are going to have to go and down to the Paddington platforms and clear the snow because it's just got too bad. Somehow snow has got in the station, and first job of the day, go and clear the station basically.
At Paddington, the morning commute is even harder than usual, despite overnight gritting.
Please take care around the station. As the snow has made parts of the station rather slippery.
Take your time. Easy, easy, nice and easy. Thank you. It's cold, it's freezing. That's snowing on the inside of the station. I've never known that to happen before. It's made the ground a lot more treacherous and a lot more dangerous. Don't worry about the tickets, just straight out, please. Straight out. It's the customers I'm worried about because they don't know how dangerous it is when they come off the trains. There you go, nice and easy. There you go.
But there's snow coming onto the concourse and the platforms. It's being blown in. The entire concourse is like an ice rink. Tried pushing the snow out with brushes. We've tried putting grit down, but it's not made a one iota of a difference. So at the moment, we're going to have to come up with some sort of solution. What that is at the moment, I've no idea.
On the concourse, Joe Porter is assessing the problem.
What's happened is, because of the design of the roof, the transept, there's still quite a large number of gaps up there. And obviously, with the wind, it's blowing the snow that's on the roof in. It's just in the design. I would imagine it is probably ventilation. When it was built, the steam engines, the steam and smoke had dispersed through the roof.
With conditions getting more treacherous by the minute, Station Control receives some rare and very unwelcome news.
We've got a situation where it sounds like we're going to have to close the station. Obviously, that's not going to be easy to organise because we've got trains coming up to London at the moment.
Paddington is one of London's busiest stations, used by nearly 100,000 people a day. Since the war, it's only been closed a handful of times.
I mean, Paddington Station closing for 10 minutes is a catastrophe. The infrastructure outside is working fine, but I've never heard of it before. It's the first time ever. So we've closed Paddington Station, which is obviously not ideal.
The decision to close is a first for everybody.
It's never happened. I've been working here for 5 years and that hasn't happened, so...
And I've just boarded the 7:52. They'll be the last trains to leave the station for the time being.
The 8 o'clock will be the last one leaving it. I think you put a message out saying over the 10 the state there are no more trains leaving.
Yeah, okay.
Special announcement for all passengers here at Paddington Station. The station is closed for railway services today, and this is due to
poor weather conditions and icy platforms.
But then an update which causes a last-minute rush.
The 8:21 to Hereford will be running. The 8:21 to Hereford will be running. This will be the last service from Paddington until further notice.
This is the last train out for a while. We're just waiting for the driver who's just coming out, and we don't know what the rest of the day is going to be like. But right now, this is the last train for the time being. We'll have a few coming in with the passengers. They've got to be careful as well. Right.
At route control, staff gather for a crisis meeting to see if and when they can reopen the station.
Until we can confirm with the station manager that there's a walking way, we can all say we don't want it closed, that's fine. But I'm not going to make the call to say we'll run something in there and put 700 people onto the concourse, which is an ice skating rink. If anybody else wants to, then that's fine.
You can put people on the moon, but you can't organise some sort of platform.
Yeah, it was literally everyone was called to the office. Next thing we know is, the station's now shut.
And also, if you put marble on the platform, why don't people have marbles in bathrooms? Because they fall over them. It's mind-blowing.
That's the thing.
Once again, the station is closed for railway services today, and this is due to poor weather conditions and icy platforms.
One major issue with Paddington Station is that you do have entrances and exits that you just can't really close. So we don't have doors which you can just close off at Paddington. The main entrance on the arrivals road from Praed Street is one big open entrance.
And now the passengers are taking a stand.
All of these passengers are refusing to leave the station because of obviously demanding a way to get to work or a way to get to wherever they're going this morning.
At route control, a major incident has been declared. A senior manager has joined a conference call with Neil's team, known as Gold Command, to find a way to safely reopen the station.
Right, Gareth, you're in gold.
Well, Gareth, it's Neil. I'll give you an update to save you. This will probably answer several of your questions. The station concourse itself is unsafe. So Paddington, if someone wants to make the call without being there and not being a station manager, that be one-on-one trains in Paddington, then be my guest.
Shift station manager on the ground at Paddington, Dave Pocock, is patched in to Gold Command.
Platforms 1 to 7 are totally unusable. Snow's coming through the roof. I've slipped twice just walking down platform 1. The concourse is just as bad, if not worse.
Mike, what's your thought?
Well, I think we need to keep it open, Gareth, and I think it's a risk, but I think it's probably a risk that we're going to have to take, which is it's a pretty uncomfortable... Hang on, guys, can we just have one conversation, please? But I think we need to use the platforms that are usable and ask the guys to marshal as best they can people to and from those platforms. Closing Paddington is just, it's a terminal option.
So Dave, look, apologies for doing this to you. It's very uncomfortable, but for your sake, we will take the decision out of your hands. And please, can you reopen the station?
So which platforms are you asking me to open?
Which are the least bad, Dave?
Possibly 8 or 9, but I'll have to go and check 12, 13 and 14. So before I reopen it, I'll go and check the platforms, see how many platforms I can reopen.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
At Paddington, Joe Porter has to act fast.
At the end of the day, we've got to keep the station open, get our customers where they need to get to from A to B. We've got teams from P-Way, projects and station staff and our cleaners and train operating companies, clearing all them platforms, making them as safe as possible.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle, Dave. Bit of a pickle.
At the moment, we're not doing very well.
That was shocking. It's been awful, really.
I think our peak service sunk quicker than the snow fell.
We were kind of caught a little bit by surprise that the station closed. We weren't expecting that.
We're just trying to create as safe as possible walking route from the platforms to the underground and the station exit. But at the moment, we're just running out of mats because obviously they're everywhere in the station at the moment. And we'd just like to create one across here, just so we can get to the London Underground as safe as possible.
The race is now on to start dispatching the first trains in over an hour.
They've done a good job clearing the platforms out this way.
I've just been told by the duty manager that we might be able to open 11 and 12, but that's not confirmed just yet. We're hoping eventually to open 8 to 14.
But it's not just the platforms that are a problem.
Got a brush?
Out on the tracks, an emergency response team are ready to check every set of points by hand on the approach to Paddington.
Blooming cold today, but I've been on the railway 15 years and I've not known the snow as bad as it is. Freezing. Basically, if the point heaters are not working or are faulty, the snow just gathers up underneath the chock bolts and it stops the points from getting detection when it swings right across. So as you can see, ice is settled on there. So we'll use some of this de-icer, we'll pour that on there. We don't need a lot of it, just put that. God willing, we'll be all right. See, the heaters are working on this one. If you actually touch the rail, you'd feel it's warmer, and there's one on the other side as well. Basically, we're up against it.
Back at Paddington, things are beginning to move at last. But with most platforms closed, it's a very limited service.
This is the first one since the 8:21 departure, so what, an hour and a half or so. So hopefully we've got this moving now. This is going to get rid of quite a few people.
Can you move in so we can shut the doors, please?
We're getting there. We're getting there now. At least we've got something moving at last.
Guys, get to 27. There's no more space. We're trying our hardest to get as many people on the train as possible. The train is completely full. This train is gone, sir. The next one's going to be behind.
Rich, platforms at Pad, 8 to 14, not 10 are open. The effort now has to be to try and get back to semblance of the timetable, and from experience, it's probably going to be 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4. We get a bit of a mad snow bomb happening. Like I said, all might fall apart quite quickly, but you know, fingers crossed.
With trains running again, the de-icing team are in a vulnerable position, but they do have their very own advanced warning system.
That's our Mr. Senior, the lookout man. Best in the business, so he says.
Their lives in my hands. If I felt to see one day, they're done.
You keep us safe, Mark, didn't you?
It's frozen. It's frozen.
It's got no puff in it. Try and use it a bit more now.
Services have slowly started to move at Paddington, but they're few and far between.
As it is right now, our departure screens are pretty much blank. All we're currently showing is one local service stopping at stations towards Didcot, and then one Heathrow Express train. So it's all a bit rubbish.
And even the staff are finding it hard to keep up with train cancellations and last-minute changes.
Platform 12 is Heathrow Express.
No. Yes. You sent not Reading,
Heathrow
not
Express,
Reading.
mate.
You sent me there for Reading, it's not.
You're asking the Express.
I think the Reading one was on platform 11. We've missed it now.
Is it gone?
You said it was platform 12. We all could remember.
Yeah, you should have sent us to 11.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to recover the service at all today. We're going to have a go doing it for this afternoon.
Anyone for local stations to Hayes, head to that train on 14. That's your next one out.
At route control, there's news of more bad weather spreading along the length of Paddington's western route.
OK, so this is pretty much as bad as it gets in terms of winter weather. Not seen anything like this for a number of years, especially down in your part of the world. This is quite crazy.
What are we thinking? This has got to be out of bounds completely because it's awful.
All we've got to do is barrier this off here.
And block 1, please, again.
And then we're okay.
Okay.
At Bristol Temple Meads, an important hub on the network, duty station manager Claire Godden is struggling with the worsening weather.
I think the beast from the east is here. The platform's like an ice rink, and unless we block it off, people are going to start really injuring themselves. So preventative measures. Woo! Nearly wet myself then.
We've
we've already closed 2 platforms off because this wind tunnel of a station is blowing all of the snow in, and due to the floor, it's too slippery for passengers. So it's just getting the news out there to people. You know, we are still running, but hopefully in a safe manner.
You've got a warning level of 4, so some overtopping of the waves in the Dawlish area, but it's worse. The splash may be producing ice on the rail.
On the South Devon coast, winds of up to 60 miles an hour are whipping up icy waves that are battering Dawlish. And local operations manager Daryl Milford is worried about its effect on the rails.
The whole way a train moves is it grips the rail and moves forward because the weight of the train helps the adhesion. And when we've got the sea coming over and it's landing on the rail head, that is freezing, then you've got the sort of almost a frozen surface on the railhead. Trains then struggle to pull away and they struggle to stop. Obviously the drivers are all professional train drivers, but obviously this will cause a bit of extra time, the drivers driving more cautiously.
Back in Bristol, to keep the network running, Claire has taken her crew to clear platforms at local stations.
Should we all do that platform first? Grit and shovel. Worst case scenario is that the snow comes down for the next few hours like it's coming down now, and we end up having to close stations and stop all our trains from running. And with the rate it's coming down now, that may not be a distant scenario, sadly. At least one train's still running.
The morning train service from Paddington has been decimated, and in just 2 hours, the station's busiest period, the evening peak, is due to begin.
Some trains planning ahead are being cancelled as far as 8 o'clock this evening. And yeah, Heathrow Express are running 1 train an hour instead of 4. Heathrow Connects are completely cancelled. The Greenford line is completely off. Further down the line, places like Loo to Liscard, the Newquay area, that's completely gone under severe weather warnings. We're running roughly 5 trains an hour, so it's not very good.
This way, madame. Hello.
It's evening rush hour.
Control in Paddington. All right, leave it with me. All right, cheers, thank you, bye-bye.
A day of heavy snow has left a trail of disruption that is hitting the peak service.
We're kind of all over the place now with services and things. Go ahead.
Bravo 8 to base.
Oh, what now?
Oh, sorry, Bravo 9 to base. Customer asking about the 1848. Please say just appeal of the board. Over.
If you look at the boards, you'll see it's on the boards. It's on the boards, Ben. It is running late. It is running late, as everything is.
With drivers and trains not where they need to be, the timetable is changing by the minute.
Control in Paddington. 1848 yes, we've been told it's now cancelled. Oh, I'm here to keep people happy. Cheers, bye-bye. Once again, we do apologise for the disruption to your service this evening. This is owing to the severe weather conditions.
And now one of the 1970s vintage HST high-speed trains is struggling to cope.
Oh, so it doesn't rain but pour. The train now on platform 1 has now failed. Unfortunately, because of various infrastructure failures, because of weather-related problems, they've had to make a difficult decision to suspend HSTs to leave Paddington. So we can only send them out as and when they confirm they have crew and they're able to complete the whole journey. It's different.
At Bristol Temple Meads, there's bad news for rush hour passengers wanting to get home.
We get to Birmingham, the train's very soon, but I'm not sure.
The Leeds train, I think. Let's have a look at the screens.
There's a new weather alert.
It's code black now, so we're advising customers not to travel. We've got ticket restrictions lifted and will allow people to travel over the next couple of days if the weather gets better.
All Foxtrot services to Cardiff are cancelled.
Yeah, all services to Cardiff are cancelled now.
We're starting to get that time of evening where we don't want to be having more people on the network because we'll start struggling to get them home and have them stranded, which is the last thing we want.
Anyone going down to Exeter or further south,
You can go to Taunton and change, but chances are you might get stuck there as well. No, we've got no trains going down towards Weymouth at all now for the rest of the night. So only if it's absolutely vital should you travel tonight. There are no trains to Bristol Parkway, no trains to Avonmouth or Severn Beach, no trains to South Wales, no trains to Devon and Cornwall, as of an hour ago, and no trains in the direction of Westbury or Weymouth or Warminster. At a time like this, with today's weather, it is almost like give up. The buses gave up, other trains have given up. You know, it's late, it's Thursday night or Friday night, who knows, I can't remember anymore. People just want to go to bed, I want to go to bed. It's all gone wrong.
At route control, they're dealing with a third day of snowstorms that have so far caused the cancellation of more than 200 trains.
We resorted to like an emergency timetable, which is one train an hour to Bristol from Paddington, one train to the West Country, Swansea, London and back every hour, Exeter to London and back every hour. The problem we've got is that we can devise a timetable, but we don't have the staff to crew it. So we had lots of drivers not being able to get in because of the conditions.
At Paddington, Great Western Station manager Dean Haynes is dealing with the fallout.
What we've got at the moment is the concourse starting to get busy now because we've not got the full train service running, but we've got complimentary tea and coffee going, so that always helps.
2 coffees, of course you can. Just making teas and coffees to keep people warm.
That's what I'll be getting in a minute too.
There's biscuits on the end as well if you wanted. Yeah, we've got biscuits and everything.
We're used to dealing with disruption, but obviously when you're a customer and you're coming onto the station, you just want to get on your train, having good information and away you go. And that's the bit that we're trying to do now. I just need the train to come along to take the customers.
But with the weather also immobilising some trains, that may not be so easy.
Ooh.
Mobile Operations Manager Jane Colgan has had a report of a broken down train near Slough.
Okay, let's see where this driver is. Probably at the far end. Are they smiling and pleased to see us? Hello? How are you getting on? I'm one of the mobile operations managers. So what are you trying next? Because I think my control want to know whether we're going to start evacuating or whatever.
Mechanically, we found the brakes off.
Yeah.
We've still got problems, so it may be a little.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have a look into that.
All right.
The driver is investigating a problem with the train's brakes, which are locking automatically.
He thinks it might be an electrical problem, so they're just trying a few more things, though I don't know what they are because I'm having to yell at him across the down airport. So, I mean, we'll just wait here in the cess, and we'll give you another update as and when we can, and if there's going to be an evacuation or rescue train or something, then obviously I'm in position.
At Paddington, they're up against more than just a disrupted timetable.
It's very cold. It's got to be about -1 or -2 in the station at the moment. We're advising customers if they can put their travel off to travel on another day, then their tickets will be valid. If they're still at the station, obviously we'll try and get them to their destination.
I know, I bet you do. Me too, I've had a really long walk down here.
Out on the tracks near Slough, though, it's good news.
Is it all sorted now? You're able to move off? Yeah.
Hopefully it'll get us on the way.
Perfect.
Oh.
Thanks.
I'll let control know they're making positive noises.
Hello.
Thinks he's fixed it and is on the phone to TVSC Hayes. So yeah, once he's gone, then we'll go as well.
See you later. They're all happy. Hey! Bye!
With trains moving again, Richard in the Paddington control room has his own challenges.
It's extremely busy. We have tried to manage the boarding as best we can, because looking at the concourse, it's absolutely chock-a-block. Also, we're trying to make sure that people don't run. We've got a lot of pushing going on down there. Looking at from the CCTV, I can see people actually trying to force each other through the doors. I'm just a bit concerned at what I'm hearing, because potentially The steps could be slippery and people are going to have accidents if they're not careful. Yeah, it's looking really dangerous down there at the moment.
Richard does what he can to relieve the pressure.
This is a passenger announcement for all passengers. Ticket restrictions have been lifted on all services from Paddington this afternoon. This is owing to the ongoing disruption caused by the weather. Please be advised that the seat reservations will not be in place on high-speed services. Also, this is to allow for prompt starts on trains.
Can't get on, back to the concourse! If you can't get on, back to the concourse, no!
I feel really sorry for these people because they've had such an awful start of their journeys, and presumably they're going into worsening weather down sort of southwest, South Wales, etc. So, yeah, I really feel for these people.
At Bristol, services are still very badly disrupted.
Passengers for Bob Spa, Chippenham, Swindon, Tickpots, Reading, London. Outside, to the left and over to platform 13, please.
The biggest issue facing us right now is the closure of the Dawlish Seawall. It's not quite as bad as when it closed a few years ago. With the last time we had a major storm there, but it's closed at the moment because of the amount of debris that's been deposited on the track by the waves. On first looking at the photographs we've been sent, there's boulders on the track, there's a bank slip. Part of the sea boundary wall has been washed away as opposed to the wall which holds the track up.
At Dawlish, Infrastructure Maintenance Delivery Manager Stephen Hawkins is seeing how the clean-up is going.
Earlier on, when we came down this morning after the high tide, all of the fence had been blown over onto the track with the coping stones. Amazing to think that the wave force could have done it, but it has. Looks totally different now. The guys have done a great job clearing it all up. Looks great. So we'll be running trains, I think, in a few hours' time.
48 hours of disruption have taken their toll, and the decision is made to end tonight's train service early.
We're trying to deliver a service to the people that want to try and go somewhere, but you know, it does feel like we're giving up. You know, we're not, because we looked at all the options and it just, you know, the numbers don't add up. It's not worth doing it because it's too dangerous. If the train gets trapped, we can't get to them.
It's been 3 days of extreme weather, which caused major disruption and an extraordinary event.
I've worked on the railway now for 32 years. I can't recall Paddington closing like that quickly because of that type of weather condition. Certainly in this generation of railway employees, that's ever happened.
At Paddington, with the beast from the east finally beaten, it's the tail end of the morning rush hour, and the station is trying to get back to its normal routine. But something's happening on the approach road to the station. The police have arrived. "81 miles away at route control."
Yeah, you know about Bravo 27?
Incident controller Jason Haynes has news which may explain the sudden police presence.
All right, he's got a VIP on board. We've got a special VIP travelling on the 11:15 from Paddington to Cardiff today.
It's 11 o'clock, and the Bravo 27 is ready on platform 1. But Paddington staff don't know who the special passenger is.
A lot of the time it's a need-to-know basis, so we don't get told. That's how the police want it. The police don't even tell a lot of the time they don't even tell their own colleagues here if they've got somebody coming through.
Network Rail's Steve Hart is in charge at Paddington today, and he wants to know who's coming to his station. The cameras capture the identity of the VIPs. It's Prince Harry and his bride-to-be, Meghan Markle.
It's Harry, isn't it? Harry. A double royal.
It's almost 11:15, and Harry and Meghan are now safely on board the Bravo 27, which is scheduled to arrive in Cardiff at 1:30 for their third public engagement together.
Any second now, it should be leaving Paddington. And the wheels are moving on the train, it's just not past the signal yet to leave the station. But
Incident controller Jason is keeping an eye on their journey.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
And within minutes, there's a hiccup.
They found a broken 6-hole in IRJ just beyond Stockley Junction.
There's an issue with one of the rail joints, but Jason is optimistic.
If they get a clear run, they will probably get about a 10-minute delay, of which could be recoverable en route, provided nothing else happens.
Back at Paddington, there's another top priority about to arise.
Yeah, Network Rail to the Transport Police. Urgent.
The station has a potential emergency on its hands, and no one's taking any chances.
Can we get 999 down there?
Yeah.
I'm going to evacuate it. It doesn't sound right at all.
Okay.
So I'm going to get M&S cleared.
So I'll call 999. Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
please.
A customer has raised the alarm. She saw someone suspiciously drop a bag above the shelves in the busy M&S food store on the concourse and exit the station. And now there's a full-scale alert.
We've currently got a suspicious baggage in one of our shop areas. We're currently evacuating the area. At the moment, we're waiting for police to arrive.
Network Rail to the Transport Police.
Evacuate the station. We are still operating at the moment, but we are keeping an eye on the situation. The police are being called, so when they arrive, they'll make a decision and we might have to evacuate. BTP are there, Graham.
Shift station manager Simon Butler is at the scene.
It may seem like a big thing to evacuate, you know, the biggest shops on the station that we've got, but it's that serious.
Away from Paddington, the Bravo 27 carrying Harry and Meghan is speeding its way to Cardiff. And incident controller Jason is keeping a close eye on its progress.
He's gone through his problem, and as predicted, a little while ago, I said it would be 10 minutes late going through Slough, and he is smack on 10 minutes late. So
it's not time to catch up that, James.
It is a bit, but we've got what we call recovery time in the schedule, so with a clear run, we can get a lot of that time back. Fuck's sake.
But Jason may have spoken too soon.
What has he done?
Just when everything was going so well.
Couldn't make it up, could you? We're in the mire. We've got a rail defect at Didcot, shutting the down main line. So 1 Bravo 27 is now going to run via the down relief all the way from Reading to Didcot, following everything. And unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about it because it's happened at right this moment in time.
Harry and Meghan's train has had to divert from the fast track onto a slower line.
Yeah.
Jason breaks the bad news to Transport Police Officer Paul Martin.
Our Harry and Meghan are now screwed with a rail defect at Didcot.
Paul is in regular contact with police and close protection officers on the train.
So they said that...
The train was standing.
No, they're following a queue of trains on the relief line. Just happened, just caught it in time.
Right, so they're going to be delayed, but nothing.
Yeah, but they're going to be stopping at signals following other trains.
As that all sinks in at route control, at Paddington there's good news. The suspicious bag left in Marks & Spencer has been retrieved.
Shoplifter got caught, got a load of meat, panicked, thrown the bag on the top there and done her a leg of lamb and some sausages. What can you say?
At route control, frustration is rising.
Cardiff.
Prince Harry and Meghan are now in a slow-moving queue behind 2 freight trains.
I've got flipping Harry and bloody... What's her name on the train? Meghan on Bravo 27. Just going through Pangbourne. I would say he would be in the region of 35 minutes late by the time he reaches Didcot. It's a bit of a bad show, really, to be honest. But it would be extra tea and biscuits in the first class. But
Tea and biscuits might be welcome down in Cardiff too, where royal fans have been stoically waiting since 6:30 this morning. And in Swindon, Jason is still totting up the delays.
well, there's still making their way towards Didcot at the moment. They're in the region, probably about 45 minutes late now, unfortunately. I'm more concerned now at the moment, well, just make sure he gets there in time for the wedding. But no, it's joking aside, but it's serious. And route control manager Swindon. All right, cheers.
At last, there's some good news.
Freight train's out of the way.
Yeah,
2 November, whatever.
He's going across,
He's going to
and
go across to
then
which platform? 5.
4.
4.
Then Bravo 27, they use platform 3. And then from there, nothing's ran from Didcot for Swindon for Yonks. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Officer Paul Martin can now get back to the Royal Protection officers on the train.
This stopping train is out of your way. The freight train's been moved into a depot. You're going to have a free run once you leave platform 3 at Didcot.
After one final small delay, Harry and Meghan can now get on with their visit. And the delay has become part of the story.
Well, their train may have been an hour late. There is no sense of rushing this event. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry clearly want to meet all the fans, many of whom have queued for hours to see them.
Most of you have freezing cold. And also, we're very sorry we're late to blame the train.
If you're watching this, I do apologise. And it doesn't happen all the time, but we did get out of a sticky situation as well, because it could have been worse.
Paddington Station in London. Designed by the great engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel, is a marvel of Victorian engineering.
I tell you what, the guy was a genius. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
But looking after the station and the 150-year-old Great Western Rail route it serves is a never-ending job. The railway is a patchwork of old and new. From signal boxes to bridges and tunnels. All of it demanding special care and attention. This complex network is watched over by route control, and they have news of an issue out on the tracks.
We believe there's a problem with a couple of signals in the Didcot East area.
Didcot is on the main route into Paddington, with 4 busy lines running in and out. But the 2 main lines are now down.
All mainline traffic is going over to the relief lines. So effectively gone from a 4-track railway to a 2-track railway. And we're trying to squeeze all the traffic down those two tracks when it's booked for 4.
But the cause of the signal failure is so far a mystery.
What's happened is that we've lost power. I don't know if it's temporarily. We had a signal go black and that's come back. So at the moment, over the next 5 minutes, we'll see whether all the indications, everything restores, it was a power blip, or if not, it's a power outage. And we're going to get people on the way straight away.
At Paddington, it's 2 hours before rush hour, and the rerouting of inbound services because of the signal failure is causing station controller Richard a headache.
I mean, there is trains now coming towards us coming through Reading. That's one of ours. That's one of our local stopping services, and this is a cross-country train. We've got lots of traffic going through Reading, and it's all kind of falling all over each other.
And it's no easier for staff dispatching trains on the platforms.
Sometimes it can be tricky in terms of helping customers because we won't know if it's going to stop at their stops, especially when things get signal problems out further away. Sometimes it's hard to balance making sure the train goes out on time and helping customers who may have missed an earlier service because of delays get on at the same time. Where are you, first class?
No, I'm second class.
You can sit here, that's fine.
Oh, thanks.
And customers are okay. Like, understand me, you can get annoyed sometimes, but it's just common human basic instinct, isn't it? Sometimes you just get annoyed and stuff. I travel myself. It can be very frustrating. Sometimes train crew will be coming in late on another train, and then another train's affected by that because of that. So now this one's due out 15 minutes past, and the driver's not here yet for it. So now we're just waiting for the driver. We're going to go now, sir, sorry.
At Bristol, they're feeling the full brunt of the signal outage.
We've got a couple of delayed services coming down from Paddington. These trains are on the up, and these are coming down towards us. These two lines are completely blocked. No signalling at all. Just these two lines are available for services at the moment.
And that means congestion is starting to build.
Jay is down on that one. Oh, sorry, that train.
GWR ever run a good service. Every week there's delays with signalling. The train's broken down, they've either got no stop.
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't happen in another civilised country.
Customer service assistant Jo Coppage is doing her best to keep passengers informed.
Are you going to London Paddington? Yes, jump on. Yeah, yeah.
But with last-minute changes, even she is having trouble keeping up.
4 o'clock, we've been told.
They announced 3:30.
Yeah.
Just give a minute. Plans might have changed, yeah, but not told us.
I think, yeah. I don't think they've let us know what's going on. Signalling problems at Didcot. So we were told different trains were stopping and going a different route, and now the train crew think different, so we're just trying to find out which is correct.
Trains in Didcot are, for the moment, at a standstill.
We've got a complete series of reds right the way through Didcot Parkway.
We've literally just come off of it at the moment, so we're just collating all the information.
At route control, news is coming in of what's caused the signal failure, and it's not quite what they were expecting.
Location case, strong smell of burning.
Oh, that sounds worrying. Hello, Jason. Yeah, and you said there's a rodent hanging out of the 650 box that's smoking.
So it's all Roland Rat again. It's been up the saying of it.
Yeah. There's a burning smell coming out of a location cabinet just down by Didcot East. Technicians has turned up on site, has found a highly charged char-grilled rat in this cabinet. So it looks like a rodent's gone in there and chewed through a cable, which is holding 650 volts.
We'll await confirmation from our techs, but that could well be the possible cause of the problem, yes.
I suppose that saying going out with a bang is quite appropriate.
Templemead.
The rat may be dead, but there's still a sting in its tail.
Yeah, it's not the first time and won't be the last. Unfortunately, the lovely little rodents like to eat anything they can get their teeth on.
But it turns out he wasn't working alone.
There was actually 2 rats. That's the first rat, and there's half of it left. He's obviously come down through there. There's the bar, so it's chopped him in half. The next one, there's his mate. He's sorted out across there, and there's the other half of the first one you saw at the back there.
Templemead.
In Bristol Control, Station Coordinator Dave Bird is attempting to restore some order to the timetable.
We've got to try and work out which set is going to go back up to London as the 3 o'clock.
But now there's a new, more low-tech failure on platform 13.
Can't get out of the tunnel room. We're locked in.
Train cleaners and platform staff are trapped.
We got one of the disabled assist blokes and one of the cleaners stuck in a storeroom now, over on platforms 13 and 15. What they're doing in the storeroom is anybody's guess. But I'm going to guess they were keeping warm out of the cold.
2 members of staff are shut inside.
Staff stuck in a storeroom. You couldn't make it up.
That might need your muscle.
While Joe tries to free the captive cleaning team,
Do you want me to do it?
They changed it.
Dave receives some more bad news.
1500 cancelled. OK. 1500 London Paddington is now cancelled. 1500 up London cancelled due to extreme late running and the signalling issues at Didcot.
Joe will now have to move passengers for London and all stations in between over to platform 13.
Platform 13 for the London Paddington. This is not the Paddington, no. Yeah.
Why don't they tell people when they actually come in? I've got a knee injury. I've only just managed to go up the lifts.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
It's unacceptable. I'm sorry, it just really is unacceptable.
But just as Jo has emptied the train, she gets an update.
Oh my God. What, this one? Oh my God. You want platform 12? Yeah, the 5 o'clock. This is not stopping anywhere but Paddington. Oh, Ben, I'm gonna have to hide. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Now it's a juggling act to get passengers for intermediate stations on the right trains.
That's likely the Weymouth on platform 11 or the London Paddington on 12. On platform 12, yeah, so down the bottom of the stairs.
But there are some stations they definitely won't be calling at.
There is a possibility that the train coming from Australia, for example.
From Australia?
Yeah.
No. Aeroplane for Australia.
Thank you very much. I appreciate British Rails.
Excellent. That's it. Oh my God. All right, you on? I'll shut the door. Find a seat.
It's now 4 hours since a ravenous rat short-circuited the rail network, and news has come in that the signalling system has been repaired.
Right.
Stored signalling now at Didcot on up and down main.
And at the storeroom on platform 13.
They're all panicking in there. We're trying. Do you want me to turn that?
Yeah. Go on then, Jo.
Yes. Hey! Rescued them all.
But as one door opens, at Paddington, another door closes.
We just had a call from the underground supervisor that there's a lady stuck in the lift at the northern entrance. She's actually on a crutch because it looks like she's got an injured foot.
Customer service assistant Maksud Chaiwala has been sent to get her out.
You know, when we turn the key, there's a point where it could just go a bit further, and it just flicks back.
Because it's not actually that easy to open the lift door. You shouldn't be able to prise them open. There's a reason why that's like that. It's to stop people climbing out of lifts and things like that, and trying to recreate Die Hard and all that kind of malarkey.
Richard can see the woman in the lift, but he can't speak to her, so Maksud has to improvise.
Here, from inside, can you... Yeah, just one more. She's panicking a bit at the moment, understandably. We're trying our best here. We're trying.
Clearly getting quite upset now, so hopefully she'll be getting her out soon.
Shift station manager Kevin Noon is called in to beef up the rescue effort.
I look at Mr. Muscle.
But the doors remain wedged together. Richard thinks he knows why.
I don't think that lift is fully come up. Yeah. So I think it's slightly below the flat level, which means they won't be able to get the door open.
And Maksud now realises that brute force alone won't work.
Kevin's gone to the lift motor room. He's trying to turn the power off and see if the lift settles down on the ground floor. That's what it should do once it's turned off. We are getting somewhere.
With the power off, it doesn't need much muscle, just a gentle tug.
Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 have managed to get the lady out.
It's been an unscheduled ordeal for the trapped passenger, but now the lift stands empty, awaiting its next victim.
Oh no, don't get in there, not with the baby. Someone just literally got in that lift with the baby in a pushchair. Oh.
As soon as the doors are open, everybody's just ignored it. They've all just tried to get in the lift straight behind her.
This incident may be over, but across the network there's a constant battle to make an ageing railway meet the demands of modern travel.
Articulated lorry believed to have struck the protection beam.
Just the protection beam?
Just the protection beam. Station Road, Langley.
At route control, there's news of a lorry which has struck a railway bridge on a busy stretch of line between Paddington and Slough. Mobile Operations Manager Mark Rowley is dispatched as a matter of urgency.
If the lorry is blocking the traffic, then this could already be a build-up. Bridge strikes, it's just literally a case of till you're on at the scene, then you see what you're faced with.
Some of the smaller, weaker bridges, if a bridge strike occurs, then we close the line until we can get staff on site to inspect the bridge.
Many of the network's railway bridges were not built to accommodate today's heavy road traffic. And bridge strikes are a major problem. Richard needs Mark to find out what damage has been done this time.
They believe that articulated lorry may have struck the protection beam, but unsure whether he has struck the bridge as well. And we believe the lorry is no longer in situ.
The driver has already done a runner. But with Mark now on site, he can inspect the underside of the bridge to see if there's any damage.
There's no obvious signs of any defects. There's no debris that's been misplaced that might be in the road.
There are 3,000 bridges on the Western Route, each of them classified according to how resistant they are to lorry strikes.
Some bridges have been classified that when you receive a bridge strike, we don't need to close the line. For example, if it's a green dispensation, we still send staff to examine the bridge, but we run normally. The amber, we're cautioned for 20 mile an hour. Worst case dispensation is red, which means we stop all train movements until we get staff on site.
Well, we're going to assess the lines.
Fortunately, Langley Bridge is made of solid stuff and has been classified amber, which means trains can continue to cross the bridge at 20 miles an hour.
Hello, Richard. Just up on track now, assessing the lines.
But Mark will still need to check the tracks running across the bridge.
We can't see any obvious damage to the bridge. Both protection beams look in good order.
Brilliant, thank you.
The bridge is given the all clear. But Mark can't down tools just yet, because moments later, there's another call.
This bridge is struck quite regularly, but it's not that common to get two bridge strikes on the same bridge from one day. HGV has struck it and actually got stuck this time.
So we're just off down there, potentially stuck under in a minute, so...
The train's running or it's stopped?
Well, it will be stopped if he's stuck under.
The lorry's been prized out from under the bridge, but it's taken a serious battering.
Hi, how are we doing? Mark,
Hello.
by the way.
How are you, all right?
Yeah, sound. Wow. He's cracked that one, has he? We confirm what direction travelling he was coming from.
Yeah, he's coming south.
And then he's hit this first bit of bridge.
If a lorry's over 3 metres high, by law, it has to display its height in the cab.
So your height warning sign inside your cab, do you know where it is? It's on the top, is it? Yeah, it confirms the height inside the cab is 3 metres 10. And obviously the height of the bridge is only 3 metres 8. So, yeah.
The driver is given a ticket for driving without due care and attention. Mark examines the bridge and tracks again to make sure there's no new damage.
All the lines are in good working order. There's no misalignments. There's no movement of any ballast. No sleepers have been misplaced. So, yeah, all looks good from here.
But bridges are key structures, and a specialist engineer still has to confirm Mark's findings.
Once you've been doing this job a while, you realise that people just... we're not paying attention, are they? That's all it is, a lot of the time. I mean, Burnham, during its heyday, would get hit every day of the week. Some woman went under in a horse box, and the head of the horse was about that far from the beam. And we couldn't just get it out. They had to sedate the horse before they would take it out onto the road. 4 hours waiting for a vet on a Sunday afternoon.
There's been no such drama today. A modern beam now protects an old structure.
Any vehicle that comes into contact, it'll come into contact with the protection beam before it actually makes contact with the bridge. So it's done its job, basically.
Hello, Slough Signal. My name's Trevor Moore. I'm a BSE for Amy Rail. But just been down looking at the structure at Station Road. I've spoke to Mark as well, the mum. Yeah, we're all good there, mate. And I'm happy to give you line speed on all lines, mate. 1544 line speed.
The train service along Paddington's western route is monitored by modern trackside machines called gotchas, which analyse the technical performance of passing trains, sending data back to route control in real time. And one gotcha has just picked up a safety issue with the wheels on a 1970s high-speed train.
Route control manager Ian speaking. Oh, Lucy. We have got a gotcha for Wolfen. The train involved is 1 Alpha 79. The Penzance 1221 arrival. He's done the gotcha device to indicate he's got some sort of flat wheel. Chris is just taking the details as to exactly what level the reading is and what axles are concerned.
The alarm itself was for axle number 40 on the right-hand side, so it's the right-hand wheel in the direction of travel. That being the front of the train, that being the rear, and the red dots denote whether or not there's any wheel flats on board.
Any sort of flat wheel on a train is bad news.
If you've got a flat on the wheel so it's not turning smoothly, so the risk is that if it puts too much force down, apart from anything else, it could break the rail.
I mean, these wheels are extremely tough. They can take a lot of damage, but in extreme cases, there could be a potential for a derailment.
The train can continue, but will have to go at a reduced speed of 50 miles per hour to Paddington, where it will have to be taken out of service.
GWR will be down a train, yeah, that's correct. The implications of that, we don't know.
Gotcha alerts are unusual events, but not today.
Same place again, Waltham, up Main.
Yes, we've had a second activation. 1 Alpha 16, which is just going up through Langley now. Which is 12 o'clock Bristol to Paddington.
So same location as last time, up Main at Waltham, 18 hours, which I reckon, if that's 1 Alpha 16.
2 gotchas going off within the space of an hour and at the same location is rare.
It's same place, same line, but different axle on the train. When we do get repeats, you start to have a little think about whether or not the equipment's reading correctly or not, but the fact that it's indicated on a different axle on a different side suggests that it's the train rather than the equipment.
At Paddington, peak service is approaching, and news of the gotcha alerts has reached the control room.
For the second time today, one of the Great Western HST's high-speed trains has had a wheel issue. It's not a regular thing.
The 2 trains have now arrived at Paddington and are given an initial visual inspection.
We can't see it from here, so it's going to have to go back to the depot for inspection to check the severity of it.
With just 2 hours before peak service, 2 high-speed trains are leaving for the depot, empty of passengers.
It's a bit of an awkward situation because it means that we only have so many trains, first of all, but it means that we're 2 down on the run-up to the evening peak.
And now, down on the platforms, there are reports of an emergency. Richard is back in the control room hot seat.
Oh, Jesus, she's collapsed in the barrier line.
As his colleague calls for medical assistance.
Paddington railway station, but they've got a suspected heart attack.
Shift station manager David Pocock has rushed to the scene.
Lady had a possible heart attack. Her husband told me that she's due to have an operation tomorrow. Yeah, that's why I'd come to London today.
He supervises first aid while they wait for the paramedics to arrive.
she's still clearly quite unwell, so she'll have to go to hospital.
The paramedic arrives on site, and there's some better news.
The lady's regained consciousness. She's talking to the paramedics. Lucky enough, we've got hospital right next to us in St Mary's.
It's not the first time Dave has been called to this kind of emergency.
If you've got an amount of people you have travelling through stations, people will become unwell. There's all different. It's not just a train station. You've got so many shops and people walk through, path, taxi ranks. There's thousands of people. Some people are going to be unwell, aren't they? When it's more serious like this, it's pretty rare, really. It does happen, but thankfully not that often.
After medical treatment, the panic is over.
She didn't have a heart attack. Her blood pressure dropped quite dramatically, and that's why she passed out. But now she's feeling quite sick. She's just vomited once already. So we were waiting for the ambulance now. We just take her away, take her to the hospital. So hopefully it will be well.
At the Old Oak Common Depot just outside Paddington, the night shift is just starting, and Mark, the chief engineer, can examine one of the trains caught on the gotcha machine. Train wheels are built to last, but under certain conditions, they can be badly damaged.
Basically, when you get wheel slide and wheel slip, but it's more wheel slide where the brakes are applied on poor rail conditions, because you've got metal face to a metal face, it will slide, and what it actually does is wear the metal away.
The wheels on this carriage, though, seem to be in good condition.
OK, I can't actually find any damage on this one. It basically means this could have picked up, the impact detector could have picked it up slightly wrong, but what I will do is I'll check the other axles just in case it's picked up the wrong axle.
But the news on the other train caught by the gotcha is not so good. After a night of investigations, it's been discovered that there's wheel damage to the locomotive. It's so severe that it's been taken to a Great Western depot in Plymouth for major repairs.
We've realised that we cannot reprofile the wheels, that we now need to change the four wheel sets. These trains, roughly 1976, so they're a bit over 40 years old now, and they cover probably 1,000 miles per day.
Instead of a new set of wheels, the locomotive will be fitted with reconditioned replacements.
I think a wheel set lasts on typical about 2 years, but they make, like if a wheel skids on the track, it'll have a pit. So they'll go on a machine called a lathe, and then they'll be turned to make them smooth again.
But Dave will only fit them if they meet strict specifications.
Got a pen there. Flange thickness, 28, and the flange height, 31. Yeah, on the wheels, we've got different measurements we take. We take a rim thickness, which is that measurement, and then the flange basically is what keeps the train on the track as they corner and potentially could break.
The tread thickness is crucial and is measured from the outer rim to the inner groove.
Well, the tread is this surface, which is the actual contact between the wheel and the rail. This is the wear indicator for the tyre, which as soon as it gets close to that, that tyre will be what they call scrap in size, and it will be sent away for remanufacture then.
And it's critical that the wheels are in a condition to perform safely in all conditions.
On a Formula 1 car, if the brakes locked up, you'd get a flat spot, which the performance wouldn't be there. On a train, it would be a noisy ride for the passenger above, maybe. Could be dangerous, really. So safety is like the paramount thing on the railway.
There have been back-to-back incidents on Paddington's western route. And now another issue is developing at the station. BTP officer Alex Hode has been called to investigate a worrying discovery.
No one's seen them get dumped or anything like that.
Containers of an unknown chemical have been found on a busy commuter train.
So there are people on the train? There are people on the train. I suggest that we get them off.
And Officer Hode is not taking any chances.
Guys, move away from it now because we don't know what it is. Clear the platform now. And it looks like 4 or 5 containers of a chemical that we don't know. Could be anything.
With the security services already on high alert, nobody is taking any chances.
We treat anything that we don't know as a dangerous thing until we know that it's clear. We've got a big worry at the moment in London with chemical weapons possibly being the next form of attack. So something like that being left on a platform and no one knows does scare people. We've asked people to move away just while we work out what it is. For the time being, we need to keep people well away from it.
Round to the transport base.
In the control room, they're trying to keep the area clear by blocking incoming trains.
So basically what happened was a 15:15 departure, they took some chemicals off the train and the transport police have been over to check them out and they're not happy with the situation, that's why they want to block on number 8. So basically what Graham has just done, talking to the signaller, this train which you can basically see in the distance, which is by Royal Oak Tube Station, because of the block that has just been put on because of the situation on platform 8, which is still a bit strange, that train is now not allowed in, so it's held there until we're all told it's all clear.
On platform 8, the investigation into how the chemicals ended up on the train has got nowhere.
None of the cleaners are owning up to it, the staff don't know what it is, and no one's seen it being put there. So I believe in Alpha Unit, so the people who deal with bomb disposals have also just been caught on their way.
At Great Western Railway's main servicing depot in Plymouth, the high-speed locomotive running on flats is undergoing a full wheel change. Changing 2-ton sets of wheels on a train is not a quick fix. Dave Madge has a team of 5 specialist engineers working on it.
Oh, can we get some chocks in under the wheels so it don't move, please? It's far more involved to change a wheel set or wheels on a train than what it is on a car. The car is very basic. Takes a lot longer of a time to do it.
Nowhere close to this car wheel.
Jason's come from Quick Fit. Jason, you weren't there, weren't you?
It's a 3-hour job just to change 1 set of wheels, and locomotives have 4 sets, 8 wheels in total.
You can have pitfalls where things might not go as planned, but hopefully it'll all go sweet today.
The replacement wheels are prepped and ready. Now the team can get to work attaching them to the underside of the power car. It's going to be painstaking work.
All right, Jace, if you start coming down then. The actual framework which holds the wheels in place is called the bogie, and the vehicle sits on the bogie's 1-inch end. What's going to happen now, we're going to lower the vehicle down onto the wheel set, and there'll be some points of where the wheel set's got to engage with the bogie.
The power car weighs over 72 tons and needs to be precision lowered onto the wheels.
Whoa.
There are only millimetres to play with if the power car's bogie is to fit into the wheel cradle.
Now as the vehicle comes down, we'll be engaging the trunnion into the axle box recess. Okay, Jace, down, mate. Whoa! Cross your fingers and just keep an eye on everything. Hopefully that wheel slot into place. Might be a little bang here and there, but there she goes. As the weight of the vehicle comes down, it'll press that into the axle box then. Whoa!
But just as Dave and the team think they have the wheels in position, things grind to a halt.
Have you got your bottom one in handy? No, neither have I. Ah, right. And as you can see now, this one hasn't gone in.
At Paddington, on Platform 8, a special transport police unit is investigating unknown chemicals left on a train. Meanwhile, up in the control room, Graham thinks he's beginning to unravel the mystery.
Have you got the CCTV there? If you look on camera 107, you'll see some white bottles. Chemicals are more likely to be chemicals that have been put on the train because of the recent weather conditions. It looks like antifreeze or coolant.
And the specialists seem to have come to the same conclusion.
They believe it might be the deoxys for the trains, but again, they're not 100% sure at the moment.
With trains backing up, Graham is keen to get things moving.
is there any chance you could let us know when we can take this block off platform 8?
And moments later, there's confirmation that the chemicals were nothing more than commercial antifreeze.
Police thorough check. They actually opened up the canisters, tested a certain amount to make sure of what it was, and yeah, so they checked out and said it was totally fine.
Looks like it's nice and safe after all. Nothing to worry about.
The incident is over, but running the railway demands constant vigilance.
Obviously, in the light of what's going on at the moment as well, obviously people are more sort of worried about sort of chemicals and so on, and you never really know. Somebody could just walk up to the train and put something on there and not say anything to anyone, and then you have a situation like this. Everything's got to be followed up.
At the depot, the wheel change is in progress, but they've hit a problem getting the wheels to fit snugly into the axle box.
I've got a big sledgehammer now, so...
You've got to give it a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit of brute force is needed, and some old-style precision engineering.
No, you ain't going to go on that.
If that's not going to do the job, the engineering team try a gentler but much slower approach.
You find another chock, Jay.
Well, wheel chock, yeah?
Yeah, just a wheel chock, and we use it to pack into... You're slow, Andy?
No.
Jackson, very good, are they?
An extra bit of packing, Dave, or are you on?
Oh, I'm nearly there now. Relevant place now. Sometimes they go in with the weight of the bogey pushing into the axle box, but unfortunately this one needed a little bit of help with a hydraulic press. Yeah, we take it right into this, so there's no gap, and then a plate will go on the bottom to keep that in place. There, so that's in place now. So.
With the wheel cradle now firmly in position, the power car is good to go.
Yes, he'll be back on and serving the passengers for Great Western Railway.
But this may be its last hurrah. With the switch to electric trains, these high-speed engines are being phased out.
It's old technology, but it's lasted. You know, you'd be happy with a car that lasted 40 years, wouldn't you?
They've looked after me. Yeah, they're good old girls, these. They've sort of given us all a good living. They've been very, very good for us.
At Paddington Station, with back-to-back incidents all day, it's finally time for Graham to end his shift.
It's been quite an annoying day of little rare problems. Like all the time you get like a signalling failure, you get this and that. But everything that's happened today has been a little bit rare. To have two trains having such faults involving their wheels is very uncommon. So, and then also missing two HSTs for the rest of the shift. So yeah, so it's not a regular day, but it's kept us on our toes. Surely we've had enough problems for one day. Surely we've had enough today. We'll have some more tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be a big issue then. But it's surely, hopefully that's it. And the evening people go lovingly well, swimmingly even.
In charge today of this marvel of Victorian engineering and its spectacular 15,000 square metre glass roof is shift manager Simon Butler.
I come to work in the morning and the sun's just coming up and I have to pinch myself sometimes. I love the place, I really do. It's a pleasure to work here. I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, can you imagine when this was built in 1854? People must have come from miles around just to look at it. And I've got the pleasure of working here. And it is a pleasure. I really enjoy it.
Simon's a former naval officer, and one of his main jobs is to make sure the station is safe and secure.
All right there?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just trying to film a taxi rank in operation. Is that allowed?
It's all about security, you know, you're looking after a station, keeping it clean and tidy and safe. Where I used to look after a warship. So it's the same sort of thing.
While Simon looks after Paddington, out on the track, George Streether, a mobile operations manager, or MOM, is watching over the rails and infrastructure.
I think the best thing about the mom's job is the unexpectability of it all. You never quite know when you sort of walk in the morning what you're going to expect.
And today is no exception.
Hello, George, how's out to Mum?
It's route control. There's a serious problem at Paddington.
I've had a report from one of our managers. He said he's seen somebody walking along the roof of Paddington Station.
Right, okay.
Now, he's got no HV on, no safety harness.
But I'll head down there and get there as soon as I can. All right.
Top man, cheers, buddy.
Cheers, bye-bye. Bye.
Bye now.
So there's been a report of somebody walking on the roof of Paddington Station. There's no high-vis and it's believed not to be a railway worker because he's not got any of his safety equipment on. So we're going to go down to Paddington Station now, make contact with the station manager, and we're going to see if we can find what's going on. Paddington Station's a big place, so to try and find somebody, even if they're not supposed to be there, can be quite a challenging process.
News of the trespasser has now also reached Paddington Control.
We had a call from Swindon Control, and they're saying that there's a person on the roof over there. Right, okay. Because we've had some problems with the fire alarm system, and so that could be something to do with somebody sort of breaking through a door or something like that.
Alpha 1 to base.
Simon Butler is already on the case and wants police backup.
Can we get hold of the BTP, please, and let them know about this guy, and possibly to meet me over in Macmillan House?
He heads to where the intruder was last seen.
Basically, there's someone in a meeting in this block here sent a photograph of someone on the roof. So it's taken pretty much from this angle, probably upstairs.
It's taken from the third floor. Well, can you see it? Look,
Yeah,
see what he's wearing.
There's a security screw there, security screw there. That one's all right.
All the accesses are locked. So just how he got up there is a bit of a mystery. So you can actually walk via these gantries right over towards the taxi deck. It's a huge area. And then over towards this way with the GWR is our office. How he's got up there and where he is now is more of a worry.
Down on the tracks, away from the drama on the roof, a different team is getting ready to carry out another important role on the railways. The track maintenance work gang is fueling up before heading out on their morning patrol.
Tea, egg and bacon, eh?
This is the most important job. It's a big responsibility getting breakfast right. Without your egg and bacon sandwiches, the trains wouldn't run. Simple as that. Right.
Well done, Tom.
Feeding time at the zoo.
Bit of bonding in the morning, have breakfast together. Keep us going before we go out and do some more work.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Right, that's egg and bacon sandwiches done. Right, let's 5 mile walk now. Come on, lads.
The rail gang is heading out to an important section of track to carry out one of the most vital jobs on the railway.
This is a good gang. This is a very good gang. Most gangs are good, but this is a good gang.
The A team.
The A team.
The elite team.
Elite team, yeah, that's what they call it.
Right. Coming in. Ready?
Yeah.
John Dwyer and his team have to inspect every bit of track of the busy approach into Paddington by foot.
So we normally kick the bolts to see if any of them are loose. That one's loose. Just fix that one. So just give the plates a good look over. Check it all out.
Watching their backs while they carry out vital safety work is lookout man Mark Senior.
People on trains have got to be safe. Kids on trains, so that's what we do.
It's people's lives at risk at the end of the day. So you have to do a good job, right, a really good job.
And that means putting their own lives in danger.
Everything is live, open to traffic. Here they're going at 50 mile an hour on the mains and reliefs, but further out towards country they're going 100 and then 125.
125. Gets a bit airy sometimes.
At Paddington, Mobile Operations Manager George has arrived to help track down the intruder seen on the station roof.
It's George Hayes out Mum. So there's no more reports of him at the moment, but we're going to make contact with the station team, and then we'll try and have a walk round and see if we can locate him.
Also on site, the British Transport Police. And what's worrying everyone is that the man is wearing a backpack. Contents unknown.
The main concern is that we don't know how he got up there. He's also got a rucksack with him. We don't know what's in that or what he's doing.
The manager who saw him, is he still upstairs, do we know?
He's in a meeting somewhere.
He's in a meeting.
Let's go on the phone.
Yeah. Can we grab him? Can we get him out? Get him here.
At Paddington Station, with no further leads, shift station manager Simon Butler now wants to speak to the network rail manager who took the photo.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know whether someone's been in before. Andrew Smith?
Yes.
Oh. Can we have a word,
Andrew,
please?
come here.
Hello.
So, hi.
You took a picture this morning of someone on the roof.
Yes.
So where did you take that picture from? Was it up here?
Yeah, I'll show you.
All right, good. Do it out this way.
Yeah. Here.
So you took it through there, and that's...
Through here.
So was that near walkway, was it?
Yeah, that near walkway there.
Right, and he was walking that way.
He was walking that way. He then came back and he walked over there.
He walked that way?
He walked right over there into the centre of the walkway.
On the station concourse, British Transport Police officer Al Gore has joined the search. But the roof is the size of nearly 4 football pitches, with a maze of crossing gangways and access points. His team forms a splinter group, and they head to another part of the roof to try and trap the intruder.
I think it's the one which leads into Memorandum House, where Simon is.
There's no sign of the trespasser, but back on the roof overlooking the train shed,
Hello, Zy.
Simon gets interesting news.
Right. So, what, in the same guy? Did he have high-vis gear on? So, E-block. There's someone on E-block roof. Guys?
Just be careful, the sleepers might be slippery.
Down on the tracks, the rail inspection team, now led by Mick McMahon, is getting closer to the busiest stretch of their patrol. The last half mile into Paddington, known as the Throat.
There's trains running around beside you all the time up around it. It's called the Paddington Throat. It's very busy, so you have to be very aware of where you are.
This is where every track from the western route converges into Paddington, with trains passing through every 4 minutes.
We've got 6 lines going into 14 platforms that we have to inspect once a week, so there's a lot of trains, a lot of traffic.
Today, the team is patrolling Line 3. It's been blocked for them, but it's usually one of Paddington's busiest, so the pressure is on.
This line block that we've got at the moment, we've got it for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we've basically got an hour to walk half a mile of track, which doesn't seem a long time, but for the amount of track that we've got to look at and the possible defects that you could find, they're endless.
They're on the lookout for any signs of a problem to the tracks, including the electrics that control the signalling system.
You can see here where you've got, see with the lying water down at on the toe of the switch here, that could cause track circuit problems. If the water gets too high and it starts touching the 2 rails, it'll drop the track circuit and then it'll cause problems. So they'd have to dig all of that out to lower the ballast and make sure the water doesn't touch the 2 rails. But we just keep an eye on it. If it gets worse, obviously then we report it. Come on, team, keep up.
The last stretch of track into Paddington can present different problems. Rails can suffer more wear and tear from trains braking and accelerating.
One of the things that we pick up are the clips that you can see that hold the rail to the sleeper. I've just picked up 4 broken clips there. That one there is broken, and you've got another one this side. If they was ignored and we didn't replace them, you would have a train off. It'll push the rail out because there's nothing holding it down, and then it'll end up with a derailment.
The team's weekly track patrol has finished on time, but with just minutes to spare.
Darren, I've finished with my line block now. I've got on line 3, platform 8. Thank you, bye-bye, bye. So that's basically saying that we say it's safe to run trains back into Paddington again on line 3 on that portion of track that we just
examined.
It's been nearly 90 minutes since the man was spotted on the roof of Paddington's train shed. And now there's been another sighting.
There's someone been spotted on E-block roof, which is the other end. Haji! E-block roof. There's someone there.
Simon and George head to the roof at the front of the station.
They've seen someone on a separate roof. It's all sort of joined, but that's where we're heading now, to a different block.
It's close to works for the new Crossrail site at Paddington Station. A security breach here is a major concern. But if they can get on this part of the roof quickly, then they can trap the intruder in a pincer movement. But the trespasser seems to have eluded them. Customer service assistant Zaid Vali just missed him.
Where did you see him?
So, as I came here, he was just turning that bend on the left-hand side where...
Into the hotel?
Yeah, towards that side. Did you got any holiday? He wasn't wearing a high.
But there's also a chance that this latest sighting was simply a workman not wearing the correct gear.
So when I walked into the office, that gentleman said some of his staff are not wearing high. So, I don't know, it could be the guy we've seen in the picture, or it could be the guy...
This guy here?
The guy.
And now BTP officer Al Gore has new information to back the theory.
On the other side, where there are a couple of members of staff working up here, apparently who aren't wearing high vis, but it doesn't explain how someone without a high vis could be there. I don't think it's connected.
Right, okay.
Right, that's what it is.
Looking at it now, how they would get from here onto that roof, they'd have to be Spider-Man or something. It's just more or less impossible.
The intruder appears to have got away. Simon updates route control.
Hello Swindon, it's Simon Butler, SSM at Paddington today. We're dealing with this incident, the guy seen on the roof. We've had the BTP and our maintenance guys on site. We've done a complete search of the train shed roof, but there's nothing found.
For now, Simon stands the search team down.
All right then. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. The guys have all seen the picture of the guy, so I'll get them just to keep their eyes open. He may be wandering around on the concourse. He may have had his little bit of fun and given us the run around. But what we're going to do is check all the accesses onto the roof, because I really don't know how he's got up there.
But the team fear they have not heard the last from the trespasser they're now calling Spider-Man. Paddington Station has seen the arrival and departure of trains for more than 150 years. But this year, the station and its network are going through one of the biggest changes in its history. A multi-billion-pound project to electrify the whole of the Western Route is bringing in new infrastructure, new overhead cables, new electric trains. And today, on Platform 1, there's a naming ceremony for the newest addition to the fleet that will link it to Paddington's most famous resident, the bear from deepest, darkest Peru.
Thank you to everyone for coming.
At the ceremony, GWR Managing Director Mark Hopwood.
2018 marks 60 years since the first Paddington story.
And alongside him, the daughter of the author of Paddington Bear, who died just last year.
Had my father been here today, I know he would have been delighted to be sharing this accolade with the most important member of our family, who, of course, is Paddington himself.
Karen, thank you very much. I'd now like to invite you to unveil the name on the train.
It's named The Michael Bond, after the creator of the Paddington books. Station manager Dean Haynes is checking that this new high-speed electric train meets the new spec.
The cabs are completely different. As you can see, it's all futuristic. The first
the impressions you get in the first class there and the class 800 IET is how big and airy they are. And the good thing as well, we've got a lot more tables on these. We've got full CCTV coverage as well. It just means everyone feels a little bit more safer. By the end of the year, this will be the mainstay of GWR, and you'll see these going into Devon, into Cornwall, into South Wales, and they'll turn heads.
But there's no hanging around for the Michael Bond. It's already in service as the 1545 to Swansea. In the case of Spider-Man, there's a new lead. British Transport Police Officer Al Gore has gone through hours of CCTV footage and has come up with something significant.
We've managed to track this individual coming onto the station. So here he comes into shot, and we think he's now just doing a final check, just making sure that no one's around. Very carefully just checking that no one can see what he's up to, working out his route. And then you can now see him pull himself up, and that area there, the ledge is ever so narrow. It's probably about the width of my mobile phone. Very, very narrow. Now see him on the narrow ledge, and he's got his now footholds into these scrolls here, the same on the other side, and now he's worked his way up onto the roof.
And he may not be a terror threat after all.
Looking at his backpack, it seems to be, in our opinion, a rolled mat, so we think he's gone up there to sleep. We don't think there's any ulterior motive at this time. We're working on a theory that he is just homeless and has gone somewhere high and sheltered to sleep. So, good news that we found the male, and we're now putting intelligence reports all about it, what we're seeing, what we know. We'll alert our night shift teams as well to be on the lookout this evening to see if he comes back. But we still need to identify how he got off the roof.
A 150 miles from Paddington, out on the tracks at Cardiff, a team of engineers are preparing to carry out work on the multi-billion-pound railway electrification programme.
Everything nice and controlled, glasses and gloves at all times. It's all hands on deck.
Works manager Tommy Gunning and his team are going to demolish a 120-year-old bridge that crosses the main line to make way for new overhead electric cables. Trains have been stopped and the team has just 64 hours left to complete the task.
We're putting the light on the track now, and then we're going to get it all fenced off. So I reckon it's going to take us about an hour to get ourselves set up, and then as soon as we're set up, we'll get the track protection down, which will probably take 5 or 6 hours.
Each stage of the project has a strict timetable, and the first priority is to protect the tracks.
The white stuff is like polystyrene. So what they do, they put that in the centre of the track to keep the wood above the track, so at no time will any plant be resting on the steel track.
It's like a big jigsaw puzzle. We've got a plan on how we put it down, and then once it's down level like that, you've got a nice decking that you can work off of with the machine so they can track around and move around and do their job.
Next is the main event, demolishing the footbridge.
As you can see, the bridge is marked up in the middle. That's where the burns are going, on the middle, on either side.
Oxypropane torches are used to burn deep cuts on either side of the bridge. It's critical the cuts match up precisely to weaken the bridge so it collapses at exactly the right point.
You get much more excited.
It's 112 tons of reinforced steel. And the clock is ticking.
Bridge down. Happy days. All went to plan.
The team is back on schedule. Now the bridge must be broken up.
I'll take as many as you can out, Kev, first.
Grab him, and then slowly. Right, you've got him there, and now twist him to your right, and he should ping off.
As you can see, the bridge is starting to move a little bit now. We're taking the strength out of it by removing those cross beams.
That's it there, just hold it there.
We'll use the oxypropane again to finish cutting the hinge through on the middle of the bridge. And then once that's cut through, we can then lift off the other 2 sections of bridge. That will then come out and be processed in the yard.
The night shift comes to an end, but the clean-up has hardly begun. And in 48 hours' time, the line has to reopen. Billions of pounds of public money is being invested in rail electrification, with the promise of a service that will run smoother and faster. And today, Route Control is going to test that promise.
The normal timetable for a high-speed train takes 26 minutes between Paddington and Reading.
The train under the spotlight will be the 10:45 from Paddington to Reading. It's hoping to beat the current record held by a 1970s-era high-speed train that ran with fewer speed restrictions.
We've looked up, and the best information we can find is that in 1988 an HST set did Paddington to Reading in 20 minutes 46 seconds. So that's our target today.
It works out it's going to be over, I think it's over 100 miles an hour average speed.
But there's more than just the train to worry about.
There's always things thrown at which may put the kibosh on it.
The biggest danger is the infrastructure or the train itself. So all we need is a minor signal failure, and the whole thing gets caned.
At Paddington on Platform 1, GWR driver Steve Jocelyn is in the hot seat to beat the record for the 36-mile run.
Basically, you know what I'm doing? I'm just checking that I've obviously got electric coming through the train and everything's as it should be.
Alongside him is Stuart Pridey, the driver with the current electric train record.
The best I've done, Steve, when the electric was to Maidenhead, we went out of here as the first train after a fire alarm, and we done it in 21 minutes to Reading. You should be better than that.
At Route Control, everyone's on tenterhooks.
They're all up ready for it, the driver's ready, all been primed, and we'll give it the best run we can.
A bit of celebration, yeah. Rather than champagne or round, we'll have a cup of tea with an extra sugar, I think, just to calm our nerves.
It's going to be close.
Well, all we're going to do is hold our breath for 21 minutes. That's all we've got to do.
Hopefully we're going to do it in under 20 minutes.
5 seconds. 2, 1. Should be on the move.
Go.
The race is on.
He's got greens out of Paddington, he's got clear run to Acton, he should get clear run all the way to Reading.
How fast is he going, Rob?
124.
He's doing 124 mile an hour and he's just past Southall.
2 minutes early through Southall.
Running at full line speed now, there's no train ahead of it.
We're doing well. The ceiling gods are on our side at the moment.
Currently early through Slough. Still 2 minutes early. He's got to do 12 miles in 5 minutes.
On the brake. We've got an electrical neutral section, which is coming up shortly at Maidenhead, which requires me to power off, so we may lose a couple of seconds. So here's a neutral section coming on here. Yeah, so we've lost power momentarily. We lost roughly about 6 miles an hour there.
It's just passing Maidenhead now.
It's going to be close.
Going to be close.
In Cardiff, it's day 2 of engineering works to clear a footbridge in Wales to make way for overhead electric wires.
Go out, and then we get the bucket on that 20-tonner.
But there's not much space to finish the job.
See, we got a lot of machines working in a confined space there, and they all know what each other's doing. They all know their movements.
just shearing this bridge up smaller so we can get in 40-yard skips to go to the scrapyard. We've got plenty of gear to do the job because we're in such a short time limit. It's got to be done.
And it's not just the machines working overtime.
We're finishing at 10 o'clock this morning, so that's our shift finished. Been here for 12 hours working. Next shift comes in at 10. They'll do 12 hours, and then this shift will then come back again and do another 12 hours.
The 10:45 Intercity Express from Paddington to Reading has nearly completed its speed test run.
There he is. Still 2 minutes early at Maidenhead, so we've got to gain another 3 minutes between Maidenhead and Reading to beat the record.
It's going to be very tight.
Just see how we're getting on. He's got green signals through Reading.
It's just after 11 o'clock, so we should see the train any time now.
I'll be pleased when we stop.
It's due in now. In fact, I can see it coming around the corner.
This is Reading.
Train's now coming in. 11:05 and a bit.
Just arrived into Reading at 11:06, 4 minutes early.
There he is, in Reading, platform 9.
Get an official time from somebody very, very shortly.
Brilliant, thanks for that. Yeah, our man on the train says 21 minutes and 21 seconds.
The train arrived earlier than scheduled, but 35 seconds slower than the record.
Didn't quite make it.
Still a very good run though.
This is pretty fantastic for a 36 miles start to stop.
Still very swift, yeah.
PC Al Gore's mission to track down the trespasser on the roof has so far also fallen short. But 24 hours after the intruder last eluded station staff, he gets a call about a suspected fare evader. And the man looks familiar.
Is there anything sharp in your pockets? No needles, no knives, nothing.
Spider-Man may have finally been apprehended.
I recognised him from the CCTV as being our intruder. So he's going to be taken to custody where he'll be interviewed. He has said to me that he was up on the roof, yes, and they said he was up there just asleep. So it's a good result. The railways would be extremely happy that we've caught him.
A good piece of detective work. And for station manager Simon Butler, a mystery solved.
Yeah, I've told route control, so they know that it's been sort of cases closed. But yeah, it's a good end, good work.
The man was later found guilty of fare evasion and trespass. But there's a limit to how far you can go to protect such a busy public space.
I mean, it'd be very easy to wrap the station in barbed wire and electrified fences, but we can't. I think we're all very loyal and protective of the station.
It's back to business as usual at Paddington as evening rush hour approaches.
The service is running kind of okay. We haven't really got anything late. Nice. I've just given it the kiss of death now. There'll be a massive signal failure later, you watch.
Then at route control, they get news of a problem developing out on the track.
TVCSSM Richard Inns Control of Swindon.
One of the trains in Paddington's new electric commuter fleet has lost power on its approach to the station.
It's about half a mile, three-quarters of a mile short of Paddington Station.
The 1658 from Reading, with some 200 passengers on board, is stranded.
Its pantograph's dropped automatically. Now that happens when it detects an issue with the overhead line.
The pantograph is the crucial connection between the train and the power cables. And the Paddington-bound service is now blocking tracks into the station.
Basically, the cold truth of it is that we only have so much room for trains to go in and out of the station, and we run at capacity. We have so many people coming through the station that we need to pretty much be in and out constantly. So if a train is broken down during peak time, it basically creates a big problem.
It's evening rush hour at Paddington Station.
Which end is first class?
First class is...
Raj Patel is dispatching trains from Paddington's 13 platforms.
Hello. All okay? Yes. I love trains. I love trains. But I'm not a train spotter.
At route control, Richard Wolford is dealing with a power outage on the tracks. An electric commuter train has lost power just outside the station.
We're carrying caution trains for 20 mile an hour on all lines until the overhead line team's gone out to inspect for possible damage to the overhead line equipment.
At Paddington, trains are now being delayed and cancelled.
Passengers advised to listen out for further announcements regarding alternate services.
Anybody going to Ealing, Runways, Southall, Hayes, platform 10?
And to claw back the timetable, stopping trains are being turned into fast services. Bad news for commuters wanting to get home.
What about trains to West Drayton?
West Drayton,
We
not yet.
always miss out.
I know, I know.
It's not fair.
I'm sorry, but it's an overhead line problem.
Yeah,
That's
I know,
the
but
problem.
whenever they
is.
cut a train,
Yeah.
West Drayton suffers for it.
If I put myself in that case, I'll be safe. So, yeah, I do sympathize with them, but it's circumstances beyond our limit, so...
Back at route control, there's news from the overhead line inspection team.
Where's this damage, Andy?
One of the arctic horns is completely bent round, and that's the cause of the problem.
Damage to the overhead wires. Both pantographs are rights off. They're really badly meshed up.
Repairing the overhead lines may take hours.
We do apologise for the alterations to your services this evening.
There is concern that the passengers on the failed train are getting a bit restless, with the risk of some trying to egress the train where the train is stopped.
But there's a plan to get passengers off the failed train.
Where's your rescue unit?
They're going to send out a train to rescue everyone.
So do you know what platform that rescue train's coming in at yet, or not? You don't have a platform for it yet?
Out on the tracks, near the location of the failed train, is emergency responder George Streether.
The current plan is to get all the passengers from the stranded train into the rescue train, and then pull the whole lot back into Paddington, so then the passengers can get out.
But now there's another problem. The train earmarked as the rescue unit on platform 14 is already full of passengers.
Bravo 9 to base.
Go.
Grandma, this set on number 14, is that the one who's gonna rescue the one on the Royal Oak?
Yes, indeed. It's never been brought into the passenger service. If there's anybody on it, it needs to be empty.
You're joking, mate. 1 Zulu 99, platform 14, Paddington, full and standing. They've boarded the train for some reason, but we don't want to do this move with passengers on board.
Hi guys, this train is not going anywhere, so if you just don't mind to come out, please. Come out of there, please. Yeah, it's been empty now. Just waiting for the driver, so...
George is now on site and under pressure to get the rescue train moving.
Are you our driver by any chance?
Yeah.
How you doing, all right? Yeah. Just to let you know, I've got a BTP, Jason from the EIU here as well.
George isn't taking any chances. A British Transport Police officer is joining him, just in case.
Yeah, right. If you want to go in through the cabin in the coach.
The train is ready to leave Paddington to go onto the front of this failed train. It's the first bit of good news we've had for a long time, so hopefully the passengers will be on the move within 10 to 15 minutes back into Paddington.
Hey, good drive.
The assisting train is finally on the move. I'm going to attempt to couple up to the failed train now.
The front of the rescue train is coupled to the front of the stranded train. And now the doors between the two are about to be opened.
Yeah, which one is it?
It's this one.
Hi. Got it.
Right.
Yeah, right, mate. We're hooked up.
I'm going to get hooked up. Coach, right. All the passengers have now got to go into this one here.
We're going to try and move.
The passengers can pass through into the rescue train. It's been an elaborate operation.
Our main concern now is get the passengers into Paddington.
Let's go.
But not everyone is impressed.
I can't fucking believe in reckon this.
We've coupled up successfully and the train has now got the road into Paddington Station.
Finally, the delayed 1658 from Reading pulls in.
Unfortunately, 2 and a bit hours late for the passengers. But the main thing is they're going to arrive safely.
They're safe, but they want more than a sorry.
Can I have your name and address? I want to see you.
You want to see me? Personally?
No. Do you have a form for compensation?
I don't have it on me, I'm afraid. You can do it on the website quite easily.
Okay.
All right,
And then we feel
GWR.com.
that-
Yeah, it's very quick.
I don't have anything like this.
Obviously, passengers have had a bit of a rough ride coming on their journey. We've been trying to best inform our customers as much as we can. A few of them asking about compensation and where they make direct complaints to. Glad it's all over now.
As far as the mum's concerned, we're done now. Back to Slough.
It's early morning, day 3 of the works to demolish a Victorian bridge just outside Cardiff, and it's a site transformed. Handback engineer Mel Jenkins does his final checks.
How is it going, Mel?
We're on the last lap now. Everything's exactly the same as when we started.
Within an hour, trains will be back on the tracks again, and the engineers on to another job.
Extremely proud and happy that it's all gone to plan, and another one bites the dust.
Nearly 40 million passengers are transported in and out of its platforms every year. And it runs over 2,000 trains a day to 198 stations along a 900-mile route. It's the tail end of the morning's rush hour, and London-bound commuter trains are still making their way towards Paddington.
Control in Paddington. Hello.
Up in the control room, Station Control Assistant Richard Douglas is receiving news of a major incident in the commuter belt just outside London.
Not at the moment, no.
He's ordering all drivers preparing to take trains out of Paddington to stand down.
If you have any drivers or crew that are looking for sets, send them back to their common mess rooms or get them to contact their resources and they'll instruct them what to do. So we've had our first fatality at 5 to 9.
A woman has jumped in front of an intercity train 18 miles away in Slough.
We've literally just put a stop on all services departing from Paddington with the exception of Heathrow services because they don't go, they go in via the airport, so they go through Stockley flyover, so they're not affected. Yeah, it's not good.
But it's not only the train service Richard is concerned about.
You know, your thoughts and minds do go to the guys that are down at Slough because, you know, frankly, I wouldn't want to deal with that.
At Slough, the emergency services are already on site.
Hello there, yes, I'm afraid it is at the moment. We'll be closed for another couple of hours.
Station manager Alison Hanscom and her staff have to remain on standby
Receive, thank you.
until the station can be reopened.
How are we doing?
The next train is not
It must be frozen. It is, isn't it? And I have to say, since, well, from this morning to where we are now, I'm sure it's dropped. There was a fatality earlier at the station. Someone went in front of a train. So it's obviously as a result, we've been closed since that happened. So we evacuate the station, the emergency services, and everyone comes along to deal with it.
At Route Control, Incident Controller Richard Woolford is coordinating the operation.
It is, yes.
It's a tragedy for everyone on the railway, but now he needs to get the station up and running as soon as possible.
All right, thank you, bye. But at the moment, there's no estimate for the line to reopen, and it looks like it could be a long job. Just the driver wanted to know what's happening with him.
Although all frontline rail staff are trained to deal with fatalities,
it is, yes.
Richard knows it's usually the train driver who feels any effects the most.
The driver will be very badly shook up, and there is staff en route to assist him. It's something they take years to recover from. It must be an awful thing to be perilous and hit someone.
The incident happened on the Down Main Line for trains heading west from London. And as almost every train going in and out of Paddington has to pass through Slough, this is going to have a major impact.
Thanks to all station radios, there is ticket acceptance in place for the following. So any passengers that want to get to Reading and beyond, they're probably best advised to travel out to Waterloo and use South West Railway services out to Reading. Stand by on that point. Actually, there's a bloody strike on, isn't there? There's industrial action on at Waterloo on their lines at the moment. So if we send everybody over to Waterloo, we're going to swamp them. So we are advising passengers to stay here. So a bit of a perfect storm, unfortunately.
Now, Control Assistant Richard has to break the unhappy news.
This is a special passenger announcement for all passengers travelling from London Paddington this morning. Owing to a person being struck by a train in the Slough area, currently services to and from London Paddington are severely disrupted. Some services will operate, but they are subject to delay, alteration and short notice cancellation. Thank you.
The railway has a 90-minute benchmark in which to get trains running from the start of an incident.
Well, it's looking unlikely.
However, this incident is complicated.
The police are treating this as potentially suspicious, so this might not be the 90-minute window. Quite what this suspicious means is unclear. So, we'll just have to manage the situation as best we can.
But Route Control Manager Martin Malin
Yes, David.
knows only too well why this incident is proving particularly challenging.
It won't be a quick job because of the nature of it. It'll be a forensic recovery, basically. Okay, no problem. Cheers. The person involved was expecting a child, and this, therefore, the police, following their procedure, had to treat it beyond what our normal suicide would be. Taking into account the baby involved.
Trains on the Great Western Network have come to a stop after a pregnant woman jumped in front of a train at Slough. The tragedy happened at the end of the busy rush hour.
So we have no trains.
And Paddington is at a virtual halt.
I don't know at the moment.
Some local services are still running, but with a police investigation going on at Slough, anyone who wants to go towards the West Country has to sit it out.
So there's no trains running at the moment? Nothing. You don't know how long they're going to be?
So hopefully it may not be much longer before we get
I've
something.
got a meeting at 11 in Reading.
It's someone that just jumped in front of the train.
That's tragic.
Yeah.
Right.
It does have a big impact, especially when there's no trains going. You see, sometimes there's a signal problem and you see trains still moving. There will be cancellation, but train will still, 1 or 2 trains will be moving. But when there's a major problem where nothing moving, then that's when it's really bad, because people cannot, do their journey at all.
I've got meetings in Reading today, and this morning I checked the app and it was fine, and I thought I'd allow myself plenty of time to get here, and it looks like it's been cancelled. So these things happen. I mean, what can I say?
It's over an hour since the fatality, and the initial police investigation at Slough is nearly complete. But staff now need to get the lines through the station open again.
So let me go and have a word with them, actually. Okay, so at the moment, because of the mess that's being left behind, we need to clear that away as quick as possible so that we can reopen the whole of the station and get normal running.
The clean-up operation will take time, so they have to come up with a plan to hide the incident from the travelling public.
Great, mate. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Cheers, boss. Thank you.
Yeah, we're sticking that there.
So they're talking about using a train now to screen a freight train to go onto the up relief, on the up main, to use that as a screen, to put that up there so passengers wouldn't be able to see the incident and the remains. So if they do that and they're allowed to do that, then potentially we could get the runway open.
But in route control,
DP Cargo Duty Manager is Richard Finnet-Ross for the Control Centre.
that plan is already falling through.
All right, thank you. Drivers refuse to do it. No, relief lines are not open, as far as I know. I just spoke to the Rio and...
We've not heard that from this end at all.
Fortunately, the rail incident officer, or Rio, on site has come up with another plan.
All right. All right, Jane, brilliant. Thank you. As soon as you know any more, let us know. Thank you, bye. That was the Rio confirming we're going to use an empty train from platform 5 at Slough Station to shunt across. Hopefully we'll be able to reopen the relief lines in the next 20 minutes, perhaps half an hour. Small steps, but progress is being made at the moment, yes.
If Incident Controller Richard Wolford can open 2 relief lines, it will enable passengers to continue their journeys into and out of Paddington.
All right, that's good news. All right, thank you, bye. Bye. That's the Rio confirming that the up and down relief lines have been reopened for normal working for trains, but no trains will call at Slough at the moment.
With Paddington filling up by the minute, Control Assistant Richard Douglas can now begin to dispatch some trains.
Okay, here we go. Base to all station radios. Right, situation. We have opened the railway at Slough, so the relief lines are now open. The main through Slough is shut. We will not be calling at Slough until further notice. We are running 3 trains per hour HSTs.
Before we board them, can we confirm we've got crew?
Crew, we have got crew and everything's in place.
Copy that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the concourse, it is really busy now, really busy. So hopefully we'll get a few HSTs out of here. That's going to clear a lot of the platforms out. So.
After 2.5 hours, high-speed services are prepared for boarding.
Base to Bravo 20 gate line.
Receiving.
Yeah, good morning to you. Right, when we board these first 3 services, we're going to board them at the same time. Because it's quite busy out there, just to avoid a massive crush on the gates, can you get ready to pop the gates? And we'll put all the boards on at the same time.
No problem, everything's fine.
I'd say we'll still be looking at residual delays, probably right through till late this afternoon, I would have thought. Potentially it could string into this evening. It just depends on, you're going to have a situation where you've got crew displacements and people in the wrong places, etc, etc. We are happy. We are happy that things are up and running. It's going to get really quite tasty for the next couple of hours.
The first intercity train to leave the station since the incident is ready to depart. But there's still major disruption to Paddington's timetable.
The issue that we're going to have is once these trains do leave Paddington, there's quite a few inbound high-speed services which either didn't leave or basically set off for their journeys and have either stopped and gone back or have terminated in other locations.
At Slough, the police have concluded their investigation.
Hi, Wayne. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you. Cheers. Have we got more soap? Oh, the soap's down there, is it? Okie dokie, I might as well take 2. You're a star. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
The clean-up is almost complete, and local operations manager Matt Law gives the go-ahead for trains to stop at the station.
That's been communicated with Control. Control are aware that they can now stop trains at platform 5. 1 to all points, rail 1 to all points. Just to let you know that we can now let people into platform 5. That's platform 5 only. No one, as previously advised, no one allowed to go up the stairs on the old overbridge or the new overbridge. Thank you. I'm just going to check out the front of the station to see what staff we've got there so that they can direct them around the roadway.
The good news spreads across the network.
40 to all points, 40 to all points. We can now call at Slough Station on the up relief only. So that is the up stoppers can now continue to call at Slough as booked. So please rescind all the not to call orders. The fast pads, Oxford pads, please continue to do the not to calls until further notice. That's good news. We can actually start getting people to Slough now. So anyone who wants to go to Slough and to Windsor, we've now got some trains that can get them to their destination. So that's the first train that can call at Slough now, 1448, yes.
And 10 minutes later, there's even better news from Slough.
The plan is we're going to hand back the station.
Right, so when are you handing back the station? Now, 1500.
I've said to the signaller that they can stop on all platforms as well.
So, all lines,
all platforms.
Whole station. Yeah, can you speak to Control for me? Thank you, Siva. Rail 1 to all points, rail 1 to all points. Just to let you know, as of 1500, the station and all lines have now been reopened.
Yeah, rail 12, Kevin here, no problem. I've moved the cordon on platform 5, Oldford.
Receive, thank you.
All right, so we can have normal working. Brilliant. So you're standing down as Rio now, yeah? Brilliant. Thanks very much, Jane. Bye.
All lines are open, and it's a massive relief for Paddington.
Platform 3, Georgia. Thank you very much. Just in time for me.
At last, trains can get moving again.
Straight through, please. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's been a grueling day for everyone on the network, and now station manager Alison and local operations manager Matt have other things to deal with.
Well, it's only finished.
I've got to go to Twyford, so not until later this evening, but you're...
And you could say they're both married to the job.
Husband, yeah, don't forget to pick up our child. Thanks for today, and Jane especially. Cheers, Matt. See you later. Bye.
The incident at Slough is declared over. But moments later, another emergency call comes in at route control.
Our rail emergency. 1549.
Wiltshire Police are informing incident controller Shay Doyle of a distress call they've just received.
Thank you. Martine. We've got a potential suicide female at Chippenham. She ended the conversation where, when the next train comes through Chippenham, I'm jumping in front of it. Incident controller, Shay speaking. Well, last update we had, you had an officer on site. Have you had any reports from the officers that they've got this female or know where she is? Or... Okay, so not located so far, you're still searching for her. You will be aware that if our train reports nothing seen, we will go back to normal working. Okay. Thank you. And ask your officers not to go on the line without speaking to ourselves, yeah? Lovely. Thank you. Bye.
But within minutes, British Transport Police Inspector Paul Martin is getting another alert.
Wiltshire have requested direct. They've said they've got a suicidal person at Westbury.
That's all we've got at the moment. It's come from Wilkes-Polly direct to us.
Two potential suicidal people, yeah. Both reported by Wiltshire Police. Nothing suspicious, so...
10 minutes later, the emergency line rings again.
Oh, here we go. There might be an update now, Paul. Turns on the instant controller, Shay speaking. So we got no exact location, just Hayes and Harlington area. Okay, any description? Obviously your officers won't go on the line without speaking to our good selves. Okay, thank you very much. Bye now. We've had another report of a suicidal male at Hayes and Harlington, this time by Metropolitan Police. Yeah, the chap's phoned him up and said he's feeling suicidal. He's going to make his way to the railway and jump in front of a train. He lives in Hayes, so we have to assume that it's going to be the Hayes area. Third one on my shift, yeah.
There were 319 fatalities on the network last year.
Hi, Paulie.
The guy at Westbury is with local police in a position of safety, so there's no issues there.
Lovely. Thanks, Paul.
Thankfully, these 3 incidents all had positive outcomes. But after 26 years working for Network Rail, Shay knows he can take nothing for granted.
Unfortunately, we get these reports a lot of the time, so you have to take them seriously every time.
As one of the main transport hubs in London, Paddington Station welcomes all sorts of people from all walks of life, even the odd celebrity or two.
Tune in to me next year, I've got my new show coming out. Bye 24/7.
And if it isn't a reality TV star, it's a member of an 80s pop band.
How are we doing? You all right there?
Yeah,
all good?
not so bad, not so
Where are we
bad.
trying to go to today? This is quite impressive. What's that, Bananarama?
Yeah, I've just been away with them actually.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Oh, amazing, amazing.
Yeah,
Would you like to follow me and then we'll...
Fantastic, thank you.
You never know who you're going to meet next. Hello, how are we all doing? All good?
But today, Paddington is expecting a celebrity who is a notch above the rest. A member of the Thai royal family. Paddington station manager Dean Haynes will be hosting the royal party until they board their train.
We got a call about 5 minutes ago saying they were just coming through Hyde Park.
And it's Dean's job to make it a brief but pleasant encounter.
From our point of view at GWR, it's going to be meet and greet, then a quick tour of the station, then all things being well on the 9:15 to Cardiff. So it's really important that we get this right.
A 25-strong entourage is expected, hence a minibus and several cars. And Dean has learnt the correct protocol. Because coming to the station is Princess Maha Chakri Sirindhorn, the sister of the King of Thailand. But today, she's rather dressed down.
Your Royal Highness, welcome to Great Western Railway at Paddington.
Yeah.
Welcome to Paddington.
And it turns out she's a bit of a train enthusiast.
I like being in the train everywhere.
Yeah, you get to see a lot more as well, don't you, on the train? So this
As well as trains, the princess also loves shopping.
You have the famous Paddington Bear shop as well.
While the princess is occupied with all things bear, Dean keeps one of her entourage updated.
Yeah, we'll go for 8:50. If anything changes, just let us know and we'll take it from there. All right, okay. Do you want to go?
A whole first-class carriage has been allocated to the royal party.
It's one of the biggest entourages I've seen come through the station with VIP, I must admit.
And Dean has the logistics all worked out.
So far, so good at the moment. So we're hoping to board at about 8:50. So we'll put the princess on first to make sure she's all settled on the train, and then we'll advertise the train for boarding.
Out on the tracks.
What? From where? Where is it? What, on the station? Cheers, bye-bye.
Mobile Operations Manager George Strether is dealing with a more humble but equally important part of the train service.
Control have asked us to remove a pigeon off the track. which sounds a bit ridiculous. However, it's causing distress to a couple of passengers because it's right on the in the platform area.
Normally, George's caseload is rather more serious.
We'll deal with incidents and emergencies, really anything that stops trains running. Some people call us the paramedics of the track. If we got, say, a points failure, we'll go in and stick a sticky plaster over it by putting a clip on the point so the signaller can run over it. Do you know, this is the first pigeon I've ever been called out to. Hello, are you all right? Come to get a dead pigeon for you.
George has been called to a busy commuter station just outside Paddington.
That's going to be harder to get than I thought. We'll have to do another form then. So this is the trouble with doing it on where the relief one is. Because it's such a busy bit of track, we need a block for about... We'll ask for 2 minutes, but it shouldn't be that long. And it's seeing when the signaller can fit us in for that time. Because he'll have to do it between trains. He's not going to slow a train or stop it for the sake of a pigeon. Hello, Hayes Signal. This is George, Hayes MOM, down at Hayes. I need to get a line block from you, sir, to retrieve a dead animal from the line at Hayes Station. 1516, understood, and the dam release now blocked under authority number Hotel 1514. Fantastic, thanks, Signal. Right, so we've blocked the line now, so there won't be any trains coming through. Ready?
With just a 2-minute slot between trains, George has to be swift.
I say it all looks in one piece, fortunately, so we'll just grab it with the litter pickers and dispose of it as quickly as possible. Hello, Hayes Signal. This is George, Hayes MOM, down at Hayes. The line is clear and safe for the passenger trains. Cheers, bye-bye. Bye.
How was that okay?
Paddington is dealing with something more blue blood. But the site coordinator is about to deliver bad news to station manager Dean.
You said not until the disruption's very serious.
Right.
There's one Alpha 71 coming in.
Yeah.
It's on its way. Don't know platform to go. There's a signal failure on the up main. Everything's running up relief, so everything's late.
Okay. All of that, what I mentioned about pre-boarding, hopefully get on board the train for about 8:50 has now changed, so there's a chance that the train's not going to be due in until after 9 o'clock now.
The problem is 30 miles away near Maidenhead, and Dean has to break news to the royal party that train commuters are all too familiar with.
Just to let you know, we've got some signalling problems at the moment, so we've got some delays. So the actual train, what we was going to put on, we've had to swap it to another train. So the train's not actually due in now until 9 o'clock.
Okay, how long are you going to
So it should take about 5 to 8 minutes to turn it round.
With such a large entourage, Dean needs to make sure everyone gets the message.
Yeah, so we've got some problems with the train service at the moment, so the train time has now changed.
I see.
So we'll keep you updated and so on. But
it's the same type of train, right?
Yeah, exactly the same.
All right.
Yeah, same train. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Out on the tracks, George is also being given the runaround.
Last night, we had a scrapyard that was burgled, and they used the railway as access to get into this scrapyard.
Trespassing on the railway can have devastating consequences, and George, accompanied by the British Transport Police, needs to put a stop to it. At the scrapyard,
yes, they took all the back of that.
owner Tony talks them through how the thieves, lugging £10,000 worth of lorry batteries and stolen tools, made their escape.
There was a pile of cars down there, going over the bridge. I took it out that way. There was a container there. We've moved it now.
Yeah.
It was making it too easy.
Yeah.
He brought his own ladder.
Yeah.
I mean, that is taking the mickey.
Yeah.
The theft is serious, but what concerns George most is the route the thieves are using to make their getaway.
Really, they're extremely lucky that nothing came along while they were doing what they were doing. They carried a load of equipment along this line, but although it doesn't get used as frequently as the main line, it's still used quite a bit.
Even luckier, considering the track runs parallel to a tube line.
That is more dangerous in regard to this area because you've got third rail and fourth rail, which is basically a live rail that's got 750 volts going through it. So if you touch that, it's going to kill you.
And the thieves have a cheeky ruse so they can get back in again undetected, by somehow leaving the lock on the railway access gate intact when they leave.
Is that another new lock on there?
Yeah, that one's on. Because we got the old one previously. Looks like they've either had a key or they've been able to crowbar it off.
At Paddington, Dean is still anxiously waiting to get the Royal Thai entourage onto the Cardiff replacement train, which is due in within the next 8 minutes. With a few minutes to spare, the princess can continue getting to know the station, including a certain bear.
By the time she spent in the shop, I think we can safely say she's a fan.
It's 8:50.
So it's still not in the station yet then, no?
It appears Dean has another delay on his hands.
Plan B we've had has just gone out the window by the sounds of it. The train's still not arrived and we're still waiting for confirmation of what platform the 9:15 is going to be on. So fingers crossed, I should get a call within the next 5 minutes or so to say which platform it's going to be on.
Dean breaks bad news to yet another of the princess's 25 aides.
So our train that we thought was going to be coming in earlier has now been late again. So we're expecting the train imminently. So as soon as we know which platform it's on, we'll let you guys know.
It's confirmed. The replacement service will be arriving at platform 2. But the news is bittersweet.
So we've just been told that the train's not going to be due into Paddington now, just before 9:15. So there's a lot of the team who are literally rushing around to that platform to make sure we turn it around as quickly as possible.
However, with departure hopefully minutes away, Dean now has a different challenge on his hands.
And when the party's decided to split up, so it's just a case of keeping an eye on one, knowing that the others are in there, because I don't want them to really start going in different directions.
And it's the most important member of the party who's going walkabout.
The princess is now walking down platform 1 at Paddington, and I couldn't get a call any second now saying, right, we're ready to board, but what I don't really want to start doing is running around Paddington Station trying to find where the whole party's gone. So it seems the princess is just exercising at the moment, stretching her legs.
But moments later...
Any news, Paul?
Dean gets even more unwelcome news.
All right, cheers. So, just now appears the train stuck at a red signal now at Ladbroke Grove, so it's not good at all. Not good at all. So, I'm not very happy at the moment. And I can only apologise for what's gone on at the moment. As soon as it comes in, we'll get you on your way. But we've got loads of people down there just waiting for it to come in, and then we'll clean it and we'll get you on your way. Right, okay.
Despite the aides' good humour, Dean is trying to hang on to his.
They've been absolutely fine, which is always good. I just want that train to go now. Just want it to go.
At least Dean can relax about the princess, who's now heading for the first-class lounge.
The train's literally outside the station, but I'll be a lot more happier when I see a train pulling on platform 2. Then I know that we can start to get it moving then.
But that isn't strictly true.
Our base to all Bravo radios involved with the VIP movement. Coming in now, platform 9, the set for the 9:15 to Cardiff. Coming in now, number 9 for the 9:15 to Cardiff.
Number 9. So as you can see now, it's changed again, and now we're being told it's platform number 9. Hello, Paul, it's Dean.
And at last, a longed-for vision suddenly appears before him.
Yeah, it's just coming in now. Thank you. So that's our first bit of good news this morning. So the train's literally just coming in on platform 9 now. It's 9:20. So approximately 9:30, we'll try and get it away by.
It's welcome news for the princess's entourage.
Yeah, that's our train on platform 9.
Platform 9, okay.
So 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes and I'll come and get you, and yeah.
And it's a huge relief for Dean. Or is it?
now just been told we've got a problem with that train that's just come in. We've got another one just landed. I'm trying to see if we can do a set swap. I think if the railway can throw it at us today, the railway's doing its bit to try and give us some challenges.
The first-class carriage on the replacement train is closed due to a faulty door.
Yeah, but I need the nod from you guys quite quickly. I've asked for a set swap on number 8. All right. OK, cheers.
It's just not Dean's day.
If you can just wait here, give me a couple of minutes, because something else has happened now that we need to manage. OK. We should be in this position at the moment where we've got a problem with that train. Ideally, that issue should have been sorted out before that train got here. OK, you're just walking up and down.
But to Dean's horror, the entire royal entourage has decided to make its way towards the now unusable train.
I will let you know where we're going, OK? No, not at the moment. Can you stay with the party a minute?
Yes.
I need to find out what's going on. I don't want to mention Plan D at the moment because I think I've already started on A, B, C and D, so I need a set swap.
At the railway by the vehicle scrapyard, mobile operations managers George Strether and Simon Runnels are installing an infrared camera. They're hoping to catch the thieves who are crossing the tracks at night to access the yard.
If you've done it once and you've got away with it, you're going to try it again.
Positioning the camera has to be spot on.
The camera's set on the van now at the access gate, so as they come up, in theory, the camera will keep on taking photos.
Yeah, look.
Yeah. That'll be all right.
Job well done.
Now it's a waiting game. At Paddington, there's been a last-minute train swap, and the 25-strong Thai royal party is now heading to the wrong train. Dean needs to head them off and quickly cuts across platforms 1 to 9.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
The replacement service to Cardiff has, in its turn, been replaced by another replacement. And Dean can now only hope that the train that's just come in on platform 8 opposite will be Cardiff bound.
So that was the original train. As you can see, the coach has been locked out on it, but this is the one we tried to swap it for, so fingers crossed they've swapped it now.
And at last, the game of musical platforms is over. The Cardiff train is now ready to leave from platform 8. All Dean has to do now is get the princess on board as soon as possible.
There you go, enjoy your trip. Thank you very much. Thank you for visiting Paddington. Thank you very much, thank you. Thank you very much, enjoy your trip. Apologies for the delay. We're finally boarding now, so it'll be good to get the train on its way now, and then I'll be happy. Given a little gift, so I'll open that later when I'm a lot warmer over a cup of coffee.
Departure is imminent.
We need to go, Dorothy. We need to go. It's ready. Yeah, it's ready. Let's go.
But just when Dean thought they were out of the woods.
If I'm honest, it is taking a little bit longer than I would like now. We should have been gone by now. Should have been gone.
Earlier signal problems are still causing delays in and out of the station.
Dorothy's keeping fit, so that's all good. So the wait goes on.
Then, a sound which is music to Dean's ears.
We got a signal.
It's a green light. And 42 minutes behind schedule, the princess is finally on her way to Cardiff.
As she says, she upped her step weight on her stepometer. And that's it. I'm happy now.
George is back at the scrapyard to review the camera footage that has been collected over the past week.
Hello, looking for Tony? From Network Rail.
Hi, you all right?
And it turns out there's been a development. They've caught someone in the act.
Watch this fella here. And you're a gate.
Just killing a bit of time. Because when she goes by,
In fact, there's a real good look around that padlock, doesn't he?
Yeah. He puts his hand
Several times, yeah.
A man is trying to get back in through the railway access gate, the entry point into the scrapyard. The footage will be handed over to the police.
We'll speak to the BTP, because obviously if they're patrols around here, and we'll come up with a plan of trying to get them if they come back in. Yeah, but thank you much for that. Much appreciated. All right.
Cheers.
See you later. Cheers.
It's the end of the line for the thieves, and a good result for George, knowing that the railway is now a safer place.
It might be the fact that they've, they've decided they've pushed their luck enough, so they're not going to come back anymore. Could be that they found somewhere else. Could be that they've been nicked for something else.
And as one case on the railway closes...
Hello, George, how's out to Mum?
Another one begins. It's early morning at Paddington, and the station is preparing for the arrival of the first commuter trains of the day, with 40,000 passengers expected during the morning peak. In the control room, Sanjeev Sharma is ready for the onslaught.
We're receiving. Yeah, showing well, coming up 3.
And out on the concourse, some of Paddington's cleaning staff are doing the last bit of housework. 250 miles away in Penzance, at the other end of the Great Western Route, there's also housekeeping to be done. Around 2 tons of laundry need processing for the day ahead, because this is the home of the famous Night Riviera sleeper service, which carries 380 passengers to and from Paddington 6 nights a week. It's a travelling hotel with 7 coaches, each with their own battery bank, powering the cabins above with aircon, heating and Wi-Fi.
The batteries, they were topped up every week, especially on the sleeper set. It's like a car or a motorboat or anything like that. If this fails, the coach fails, because that's all the lighting, all the heating, everything. It's very dangerous. A few years ago, I was doing a high-speed train 125. I opened the batteries and a wire got caught and it caught fire.
The pride and joy of the sleeper service is its Class 57 locomotive, with a powerful 2,500 horsepower engine that has to haul the sleepers' carriages. It's a thirsty beast.
Roughly about 2,000 litres, probably take you there and back. This is about 400 mile up and 400 mile back. It's a lot of fuel.
And then there's the maintenance.
If a fault's happened overnight, then that's going to take precedent. We've got to get that repaired to make sure we make the service tonight. So it keeps you on your toes for definite.
And getting ready for tonight's sleeper service is going to be more challenging than usual. Back at Paddington, it's the middle of morning rush hour. And in the control room, Sanjeev Sharma is receiving news of a worrying incident just outside the station.
You're based to all the Bravo radios, Alpha 10, Romeo 1. Unfortunately, there's a train failure just outside the station, guys. 1 Lima 05.
The early morning service from Swansea has broken down, just a few hundred yards from Paddington's 13 platforms, and packed commuter trains are now backed up behind it.
There will be some disruption, delays of trains coming in.
Right, copy that, Sanjay. Thank you.
It's broken down at the worst time and in one of the worst places. With morning peak services arriving and leaving every 3 minutes, all tracks into Paddington's 13 platforms are running at capacity, and every train is full.
It's been there for about 12 to 15 minutes now. It's still at standstill. A lot of people on that train, all the way from Swansea, trying to get to work, but they cannot get anywhere at the moment.
Hello, trainman and controller Swindon.
With one line into Paddington blocked, Paul Martin at Route Control is trying to funnel all morning peak services along the remaining 5 tracks.
It's made a bit of a mess of it. Obviously, one line into Paddington is heavily used this time in the morning. Everyone's trying to get into London. So one line out means all the other trains that should be using that have got to go onto lines. I mean, it's so tightly timed in the morning. Having one of your 6 lines out is causing quite a lot of congestion.
Back on Paddington's concourse, the morning rush is still in full swing, and the train failure outside the station is having a knock-on effect.
Okay, due to that failed set outside, 806 departure to Newbury, 1 Kilo 04 is now cancelled.
Swansea will receive, thanks.
So that's the first cancellation of the day. It's still stood there, so we need to move that train pronto, otherwise there'll be some more delays of trains coming in to the station.
A rapid response team led by Dermot Fahy, the manager of the local train depot, has been drafted in to try and get the early morning service from Swansea moving again. But for the moment, he can't get up close.
The signaller wants us to keep clear of the line at the moment because there's trains behind it. They want us to keep clear so they can carry on getting trains into Paddington.
What he does know is that something has triggered the train's automatic braking system, and the train isn't budging.
Air system operates all the brakes. In fact, you've got a fault because some air's been lost. It's actually a safety device. It applies a brake. So then you have to go and find out why you've lost the air pressure.
It's now 8 a.m. and the 500 passengers have been stranded for 30 minutes. And at route control, Paul's concerned that there's potential for a more worrying development: a passenger mutiny.
Thankfully, no one's tried getting off. I mean, that would be the worst case scenario now, people self-evacuating because they want to be somewhere else. So that's so the passengers have you know, incredibly well at the moment, but it is frustrating. I mean, if you're 10 minutes late for work, it's frustrating. Being 2 hours late, it's going to make a mess of your day, isn't it?
The clock is ticking, and there's no sign that the train will move out anytime soon.
So there's a lot of unhappy people on there at the moment.
One Lima 05 at Paddington has lost all his air in the throat of Paddington about an hour and a half ago.
And it's causing major disruption during the morning rush hour, with cancellations rising.
We've had about 3 cancellations and various delays. 3 cancellations and counting.
At route control, Paul Martin needs to get the train moving again to get passengers safely into Paddington.
I'm not sure the exact number of people, but there'll be a lot of people on there.
He needs to unblock the busy approach to the station, but his options are limited and none of them very appealing.
Our first plan is to put an assisting engine on the rear and then provide the brake pressure, and then the driver in the front can control the brake. The driver in the rear can then propel the train or push the train into Paddington at a walking pace. That's our first option. The worst option is to get a train alongside and evacuate from train to train. If that's no good, the worst option is to shut lines 1 and 2 and de-train onto the ballast and evacuate into the car park.
35 miles away at Reading, the Night Riviera is being prepped before it heads to Paddington to form the sleeper service back to Penzance. It has 2 Class 57 locomotives to do the job.
There's a locomotive either end, 57602, this end is our pilot engine. So that will take the entire train up to Paddington. All the passengers will board. The other end, 57605, will then bring it back down to Reading. The pilot engine this end will then be cut off by a shunter with the passengers on board. The train will make its way down to Penzance, and the pilot engine will then come back into the depot overnight.
Getting the locos ready for service is a lengthy process.
We have around 8 hours of maintenance on it, and then it departs us to London Paddington in the evening about 8 o'clock, ready to form the down service to Penzance.
And the team is just about on schedule, for now. Back at route control, they've hatched a plan to rescue the failed Swansea service. They'll attach an engine to the back of the train and push it the 900 yards into the station.
The only thing we can do is try and get the train assisted into Paddington, and then their fitters can have a look at it once it's in Paddington station and try and see what the fault actually was.
That's lovely, thank you.
Cheers, bye.
Cheers, bye.
News of the rescue mission has reached Paddington Control.
So what's happened now is they've got a rescue engine, a diesel engine, to come from the depot.
But it's not just any locomotive earmarked for the rescue. It's one of the Class 57 locomotives that hauls tonight's sleeper service, the Restormal Castle.
So this is 57602. It's got a coupler on it which can couple to most tractions, so the sleeper coaches, HSTs. So it's an ideal rescue loco, really. So when they're coupled together, the loco will come up to the coach, the buffers will touch, and then the screw coupling in the middle can be adjusted.
57602's powerful engine means it's ideal for rescue duties.
It's going to attach to the front of it, and it's going to push the train into the station, and then it will take it out as a field train to the depot again.
But it's going to have to be quick. It needs to be back at Reading in time to haul the Night Riviera into Paddington for the sleeper service. At the Western Route Signalling Centre, they're now having to divert trains around the blockage at Paddington's approach.
It's very bad news. It will completely determine where other train services terminate in the day, because trains running on other lines have to use other platforms because the access is now gone.
And with their most versatile line out of action, they're struggling to deliver the morning service.
Line 3, it's the most accessible line in Paddington. You can get into all platforms from the station.
Out on the track, the rescue locomotive, the Restormal Castle, has arrived and is being hooked up to the stricken train from Swansea, which has now been delayed for nearly 2 hours.
The drivers at the moment will rear the train, providing assistance to the loco that's coming on the back. They're going to couple up and attempt to move into Paddington in the next few minutes.
For route controllers in Swindon, it's an anxious wait.
Yeah, the loco's attached to the rear. They're building it, the air pressure's up, but hopefully in the next 4 or 5 minutes we should be on the move. So it's great news, because as I say, we can get it in there, we can get these poor people off and on their way to enjoy the rest of their day.
With the diesel engine now coupled up, it can push the failed Swansea train the 900 yards into Paddington Station at a walking pace of 3 miles per hour. On platform 9, duty station manager Charlie McGuinness is bracing himself to deal with customers who've had to endure an extra 2 hours and 10 minutes to their journey.
What, 540 quid a month I pay for my ticket. That's what I pay each month. That's the crap we get.
Really be down here apologising for the shambolic, mate.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about this stuff.
But a sorry might not be enough. Great Western will have to pay compensation.
There's about 500 people on the train, so they've stuck there for about 2.5 hours. So our customer services can get in touch with them later on. Kids obviously have been stuck for so long that we want to go the extra mile for them because they've been let down. Right, let's not make it look like we're putting them in a bin bag, because we're not. It's just a key. It's just... Thanks for your help, ladies.
Mobile Operations Manager Bradley Coomer and a team of engineers are trying to identify the reasons for the brake failure of the Swansea train.
So basically, on this unit, there's a compressor on either end, which builds up the air. On this particular power car, it's failed, which means that there was loss of air, which is why the train failed.
The incident has caused hold-ups all morning, and there's a danger it will now also delay the sleeper service.
The loco's going back to Reading to carry on its work with the sleeper from this morning, and this train will go back to the depot now and get a compressor change on it, and hopefully get it out for the evening peak.
It's been a difficult start to the day. And now there's news of a serious accident by the entrance to the underground. A man has fallen down the escalator. Customer service assistant Maksud Chaiwala is first at the scene.
He fell from like halfway down the escalator, partly because of the luggage. We got some guys waiting at the main entrance for the ambulance. Was it like halfway up the escalator?
Second step down, so you're taking a right old tumble. Just take a little slip and swish it round your mouth, okay?
The man has actually fallen from top to bottom, a height of around 5 meters, and he sustained a potentially serious head injury.
Will we be able to move the gentleman?
To be honest, I'm just a bit concerned at the moment because he's got a head injury. I'm not going to move him until the paramedics come, okay?
Unfortunately, because the escalator's not working, people are struggling with big bags down the stairs, and what we don't want is yet another accident to happen as a result of that. There is a lift, but I can carry it for you instead. Thank you. So that's unfortunately out of the reach. Yeah.
Despite the warning signs, Paddington Station recorded around 110 slips, trips and falls last year.
The main cause would be the luggage and not holding onto the handrail. Escalator falls are pretty serious. We have had people losing their fingers. We've had severe artery injuries and all that, which is really bad.
The ambulance crew arrived to assess the injured man.
Hello, mate. Just stay still for me, all right? If you've got any pain in your neck, just stay still. Any pain there where I'm touching?
Erring on the side of caution, the paramedics take him to hospital.
They've treated it really seriously. It's understandable because the height involved. Second step down is a long way down. So yeah, he could have a neck injury, and because he might not realize it right now.
The escalator is finally reopened.
Nothing seems to be wrong with it. We've decided to put it back in use.
Back at Reading Depot, the Restormal Castle, the sleeper's locomotive, has only just returned from its earlier rescue mission.
Today, as the loco had to go rescue a HSD, it's only managed to get here about 1:30, so we're a bit short on time to get this turned around.
Normally we have about 8 hours. Obviously today we've got 3 hours less. It puts a little bit more pressure on.
It's now a race against time to get the sleeper ready and to pilot it back to Paddington.
Making sure all the taps and sink is okay, steps work, and just general tidiness of the room. Usually we have to have the set all locked up by about 6 o'clock in the evening, ready to go off depot, so a few hours less. We've got about 3 hours now.
It's 5 p.m. at Paddington, the start of the evening rush hour. Train manager Stuart Mitchell is under pressure. His sleeper service has been disrupted after the earlier rescue mission, and he's got people depending on an on-time departure.
Where's the sleeper passenger, please?
Lovely, thank you very much. Thursday night. We're always busy on a Thursday night. Yeah, we're full.
On platform 1, the Night Riviera finally makes its grand entrance.
I'm going to take these down to the crew, and this is our berth list and reservations for the whole night. All right, chaps, here's a berth list for tonight. We're absolutely full. So, who's doing what coach?
I'm at the back.
You're at the back.
The race is now on to set up for the 250-mile journey to Penzance. Meanwhile, up in Paddington's control room, Graham Parker is settling in for the night shift.
When we do the night shift, there's only one of us in the control room overnight. And I quite like the night shift, if I'm honest, which is why I'm quite happy to be here with my cuppa in a nice, warm control room.
Also starting the night shift is structural engineer Matthew Reed, who will lead tonight's maintenance team. He needs to assess part of the station's superstructure.
Because if you stand underneath, you can see where that whole thing is just knackered through there.
It's a delicate part of the station that supports a busy road overhead.
Right now we are on platform 11, and above us we've got the access road that leads into St Mary's Hospital.
The brickwork might be hiding problems with the station's original framework. Some of the bricks date back to Victorian times.
The brickwork is in place to begin with. It was originally when we had the steam engines, it was protecting it from the blast, the coal dust and everything else that would then degrade it quicker. And now, because we're moving away from steam, now we're moving away from diesel and we don't need it anymore. We're removing the layers of brickwork and the concrete underneath. And then we'll be exposing the beam, and then I can go up onto the scaffolds and see what the condition of the beam is like.
It's vital and urgent work.
We've had a few defects identified in the last 12 months where concrete is starting to spool off, and we've done a lot of reactive work to this, and now we're coming in and doing a bit more proactive maintenance to this.
Right, let's get on here.
Back on the sleeper, the team is fighting against the clock to get back on schedule.
So what I've got to do now, I've got to get this prepped up. I've got to prep the buffet up, get all my orders in, and I've got to put ticket reservations on down the other end.
We are a bit pushed for time.
Once the crew have added their finishing touches and completed their final safety checks,
Just checking these doors are unlocked. Brilliant. Well done.
they can open the doors.
Ready to go? Ready to go. Do you want to radio through?
Go, 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 go.
Okay.
Evening, right?
There we go.
All right, guys.
Absolutely. Do you want to follow me on board?
Yeah, thank you.
And as the final passengers board,
Evening, you're right. Anything in the morning for you, too?
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
Glass of juice.
Yep, that's fine. So we get into Truro about 7ish, so what time would you like to wake you up?
1:45.
Right, see you in the morning then, 6:45.
worries.
Right, cheers. Thank you, bye-bye.
not everyone's settling in.
Lady just got on my coach, she got on the wrong coach, but she's feeling a bit poorly, come over like she's about to pass out, so I've put her into the right room. Just going to grab her some water and make sure that she's all right.
Is she fit to travel, really?
I asked her if when she ate last, and she had a fish dish.
And I think I should come down and see her. All right, if you get worse or anything in the night, we're here. Just press the button and we'll come. Okay then. Good night then. All right. Okay. Lady's happy. She feels confident to travel. You do worry because once we depart, we're on the way. London is better because there's hospitals and everything here. But she says she's happy and she's confident.
So base to Bravo 10.
But Graham's night is not going as smoothly.
We have one issue tonight, and that is that one train is cancelled because of no available driver. The train that is cancelled is the Midnight 34. Overnight, there's very, very few trains, and the next train after that will be another hour later.
It's a minor hiccup, but it'll cause major annoyance for the 75 passengers now stranded on the concourse.
Look at that, angry man. Look at that face. Look at that. Some people here are already a bit miffed. So all these people on the station have to wait another hour to get the next train. So it is quite an annoyance to a lot of people.
On platform 1, the Night Riviera leaves a few minutes late. But the delay had nothing to do with the earlier rescue mission.
The overnight sleeper train, the overnight Riviera, left 3 minutes late because someone obstructed the doors. There was a passenger that wanted to get on that saw a train going, could see that the Midnight 34 is cancelled and thought, there's a train, that must be going to Ealing, I'll get on it. The train managed to say, no, Reading is the first stop, go away.
On platform 11, the rail workers have been given the green light to start work.
It is very short working times. We get about an hour or two of working time, and that makes it very tight, high pressure environment.
Any defects the team uncover to the original ironwork at Paddington could have a catastrophic impact to train services.
Yeah, I mean, if something happened with the bridge here, you can take out 3 platforms. And taking out 3 platforms in Paddington, especially if it's a rush hour, it's not going to sit well with the public. But effectively, if it's something quite major whereby it could affect the integrity of the bridge, I'd be shutting the line.
On the concourse, there's nothing quite so dramatic. But the cancellation of the Midnight 34 service is a major inconvenience.
The service is normally good, but it lets you down at these critical times when we need to go home. Just want to go home.
I would like to travel to Reading now.
Yeah.
You've cancelled the service.
But that's not...
I can't.
But tonight, it's not just the passengers that need to be patient.
It's not something I can do, sir. I can just...
What's GWR going to do? I would like to travel now.
Well,
as a season ticket holder, you've seen my season ticket.
Yeah, that's the only option now. So 1:34 is your next
You're going to
train.
make me wait till 1:30.
Well, yeah. Well, everybody's waiting, so you have to wait as well.
The main problem on the night shifts is that people go to London, they go out somewhere and they'll get a bit drunk on the trains. It does happen, but it is quite annoying.
I've got a season ticket. I want to get home now.
Just going round and round with the same thing.
They don't have too many platform staff on night shifts because there's less trains, so they'll take most of the abuse from passengers.
While passengers at Paddington remain stranded, at Reading, the sleeper's pilot engine is being uncoupled from the night Riviera. The engine will return to the depot, and the sleeper can speed its way out west to Penzance. At last, on platform 14, passengers for the cancelled midnight 34 service to Reading will also be on the move.
There you go, treat for you tonight.
With a gift to make the journey go that little bit quicker.
That's a little treat for you, sir, for the cancellation. On platform 14, sir. Yeah, it's boarding now.
I'm not saying they don't care, but they're working with what they've got.
After an hour's wait, the passengers are on their way home.
Enjoy your biscuit, enjoy your drink, and enjoy that vodka, all right? So if there's any problem, let us know, yeah? So when you're passing through tomorrow, come around, yeah? Take care, thank you.
On the sleeper,
Cold this morning, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Lovely, mate, thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
passengers can look forward to something more substantial.
Right, it's our breakfast delivery. So I've got me bacon baguettes, I've got me croissants, we've got some gluten-frees down there, so we've got apples, and good as gold, they've got some gluten-free bars for breakfast. The thing is with the smell of the bacon, it'll go right through the train, it'll go right the way down there through the seats and everything, and they're all, I can smell bacon.
And it'll be up in a minute.
Yeah.
There'll be a stampede, you'll
will
feel
be.
the vibration.
On platform 11, site engineer Matthew has carried out a thorough inspection of the superstructure beams and has good news.
So I've been up there and had a look, and the steelwork of the main beam is looking in a pretty good condition, a lot better than I anticipated.
And platform 11 will be open for business in time for the morning rush hour. The passengers on board the night Riviera are fast asleep, some more comfortably than others. For the crew, it's time to dish out breakfast.
Now silly o'clock in the morning, so I'm hoping not to make any mistakes. Once you've done it a few times, it's you can almost do it in your sleep.
Tea and an orange juice. We're a bit brushed off our feet. When you're the most tiredest, that's when you're the busiest. All right, first one done. Just another 24 to go.
This is just the start of waking everybody up, giving them their breakfast. It's a lot of people that wake up all at once, because everybody wants virtually the same time to wake up.
Good morning. It was, wasn't it?
Thank you very much.
Can you manage that one?
Oh, amazing.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
At Paddington, Graham's clearing up the remaining stragglers around the station.
When it's on the last trains, I have a habit of watching the CCTV cameras to see how many people are getting the last train. If we see a couple of people, we say, hold the doors open just for a little bit longer, let these people on. Yeah, and we can't hold them forever, which is annoying. There's like a few people here that have missed the last train, but they're having a good sleep anyway, which is good. So yeah, don't miss the train, people.
7:55 in Penzance. The end of the line for the sleeper.
Enjoy your stay. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for your service. Lovely. Yeah. Good luck. Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm going home now. For screaming baby, but hopefully bed.
Fantastic to be home.
But while some are finishing for the day, others are just getting started. At Paddington, station controller Richard Douglas has come on shift and into the thick of some major morning disruption.
As soon as I walked into the station and walked across concourse, all the boards were blank. So when you start looking across and there's nothing on the platforms and there's nothing advertised, you know that we are really in trouble. Yeah, base Pacific.
There's been an early morning signal failure on Paddington's western route, and his control room hot seat is even hotter than usual.
There was a major signal outage. Go ahead. In the wee hours of this morning. Ready on two, thank you. When they thought they'd resolved it, about 5:30, 5:45, it's then gone again. So at the moment, services from Bristol are now delayed, seriously delayed, coming into London. So that's going to affect our services going back out. Our services are really decimated.
On the concourse, gate line assistant Fred Ellis is meeting the morning's delayed arrivals and doing his best to get them out again as soon as possible.
So we've got to make sure everyone comes off safely. Then if the train's going to go late, we've got to make sure that the gates are open, everyone can just go straight through and get on the train so it doesn't cause any further delays, really.
36 late, 14 late, 21 late, 5 late, 1 late, 21 late, 10 late, 9 late, 12 late. Each train will have a delay which we knock onto another train. So that all these minutes are snowballing.
Richard doesn't yet know the reason for the signal failure, but at route control, they've pinpointed the location and cause of it.
Overnight, we've had a attempted cable theft in the Filton Abbey Wood area. The cable was actually placed across the railway line in front of a train with the aim to cut the cable, but the train snagged the cable, pulled it and has ripped the cable out of the systems. It's resulted in us losing all signalling around the Bristol Parkway area.
Mobile Operations Manager Dave Withers has gone to the location to investigate how the thieves got onto the track.
They cut through the palisade fence. That takes a bit of doing.
So,
Would Dave used an angle grinder on that?
yeah, definitely. It's definitely not a hand tool, is it? You can see the burns.
This is pretty hefty stuff to cut through. Now, someone must have heard the angle grinder going last night. And you'd have thought they might have dialed the police or something. That would have saved all this thousands of minutes of delay and inconvenience to people. But I suppose people don't want to get involved. So.
The piece of cable the thieves damaged is an axle counter cable.
This is the cable number on?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
That's the axle counter cable.
Along with the 650 electric.
It's a vital piece of equipment that alerts the signaller to the presence of a train on the track.
This is the end which has been run over by the train. You can see is where it's been crushed. And the driver running over that wouldn't feel that at all. People who've done that has got no more intelligence than a meat fly. There's thousands of people delayed this morning in Bristol, going to London, going about their business, all because of someone with a very, very small brain. And this is the cause of it.
This is Bristol Parkway Station. The lines going off to the right here are the ones that go to Wales. Ones coming off to the left are the ones that go down into Bristol Temple Meads. No services can run between Bristol Parkway and Bristol Temple Meads. Trains going towards Birmingham and on to Scotland are having to go via Bristol Temple Meads and then Swindon.
Because this problem with Bristol is now affecting us because the axle counters have gone down as well now. Epic failure.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. The axle counters have failed in Bristol as well now. So services from Bristol are now delayed, seriously delayed, coming into London. So that's going to affect our services going back out.
It's becoming a serious incident, and a code black has been declared.
Code black is like the worst case scenario. So literally there are no train services, everything is at stand in the Bristol area. So someone has been very selfish and idiotic that they've cut signalling cables. So that's not only dangerous for the public, it's incredibly dangerous for the thieves because there's electrical power going through there. You know, there's like 600 volts, something like that. I mean, it's incredibly dangerous, just for some copper.
They can't reset that.
At route control, there's more bad news linked to the cable theft.
I'll phone the mom and have a chat with him.
A failure of the junction points that allow trains to pass from one track to another.
Where the sets of points are, We are unable to get some of the brand new 800 fleet, the IEPs, out of the depot. So we're losing train services to and from Paddington today. It's not a good day to come in and start the shift off.
Richie, no driver for the 8:30 Bristol Temple Mead service. No driver.
Back at Paddington, the signal failure means that the trains and their drivers are not where they ought to be.
You've got crew displacement and they're all over the west of England and Wales. If we don't have drivers, then we'll get a situation where we start filling up platforms and then we've got to then start trying to move trains. And that's, again, that becomes quite difficult, which then causes congestion outside, causes the signallers problems. Then we get delays and then it snowballs. It can very quickly get out of control if we don't stay on top.
And now Richard's got to deal with another issue with the morning commute.
Oh, you're kidding me. Base to Alpha radios. We've just had word from the Underground that we're going to put crowd control in place on the District and Circle line. So a massive crowd of people will board up here. So what will happen is we'll try to say that you can get onto the Underground by going via Parade Street. But a lot of passengers don't listen. So they'll still stand on the concourse because that's what they always do. So if that's what I always do, that's what I'm always going to do.
Outside Bristol, there's been some progress getting the signals back up and running.
At the moment, engineers are out there, they're running out new cable. They've then got about an hour's worth of testing. Once they've done that testing, we'll then know what we have back in terms of signalling systems.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back at Paddington.
Yeah, the man bearing for a ship of calling out. Someone's got chest pains.
Alpha 6 has just radioed to say that he's been advised by the Mad Bishop, which is the Fuller's pub in the Lord area, that there's a gentleman in there who's having severe chest pain. Based at Alpha 5, just have a quick look at the arrivals road. We've got 2 ambulances now. Do you know anything about the second one?
Yeah, they're with us now on platform 5. It's for a female that was got epilepsy that may have been having an episode.
Right, OK, copy that, thank you.
A female has travelled in from the West Country. Unfortunately, she's been taken ill on the platform. She's had a stress-related epileptic episode. I believe there's a signal problem this morning, so the train was late coming in, and I think it's just taken its toll.
Still kind of putting out fires at the minute. It's, we are plate spinning, Go ahead.
And now, outside Bristol, efforts to get the signalling system up and running again have hit a problem.
We've put the new cable back into the system. They went to do some testing on it. We had to unclip a set of points to get the testing completed. Unfortunately, when they moved the sets of points, it somehow locked up the whole Stoke Gifford junction, which is just west of Bristol Parkway.
When you see the amount of damage that's been caused, it's astronomical. We're talking hundreds of thousands of pounds. And it is that hundreds of thousands of pounds could have been spent on something else instead of a couple of morons cutting the cable.
Delay-wise, we're well over 4,000 minutes for the incident, and we've currently caused delays to about 120 services with about 60 cancellations within that set.
At the moment, it's going, they are resetting.
Right, OK. Hang fire.
But at last, some good news.
The technicians have managed to restore a number of the axle counters. We are now able to look at reinstating a train service between Bristol Parkway and Bristol Temple Meads. Not a full train plan, but we can certainly reinstate probably 3 trains an hour in both directions.
And for Richard at Paddington, it's not a moment too soon.
Everything is starting to sort of come back back online now. So whatever was late, the trains that were affected because they're late running, because the axle counters, cable theft, track circuit, all these problems have been minimalised now. So whatever trains are now coming in, they are just stepping up the odd train now just to get everything back into kilter. So touch wood, by the time we come to evening peak, they'll be in position to have a normal service. It's been a really challenging day with everything that's gone on. So another day, another dollar. We'll reset and we'll go again tomorrow.
With trains leaving every 4 minutes, carrying 100,000 people a day, it's one of the busiest stations in London. And its 13 platforms are in constant use. Overseeing the smooth running of Paddington's train service is route control.
Yeah, head for Pad, because I might need you anyway.
And they're getting worrying news of a track failure at one of Paddington's most important platforms.
We've got a track circuit failure in Paddington Station, platform 5. It will restrict the use of the platform when it's in a failed state. We're looking good at the moment, but we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Platform 5 takes many of Paddington's high-speed intercity trains, and if it's out of action, it'll have a major impact on the mainline service.
Platform 5, really important in terms of our high-speed services coming from all directions, from Penzance in the southwest to Swansea into Wales and Principality, and also coming also from the Cheltenham service on the North Cotswold line.
Aaron Parsons and Richard Cadden from the fault response team have been called in to test the track circuit, the electrical current that circulates through the rails.
It was reported there was intermittently picking and dropping. It's just a reliability thing as such. You want it to be consistently either showing clear or occupied. So you only want it to show occupied when the train's on it. You don't want it showing occupied any other time.
The track circuit is the system which lets the signaller know when there's a train on the platform.
I'm going to start going down.
Sort of an electrical circuit that operates the signalling equipment. So if it fails, it says that there's a breach in the signalling equipment. So it could be anything like a Coke can that's caused the failure, or it even could be like a small break in a rail or something, or it could be anything.
What's the state of it now? Is it up or down? 5?
When a train's metal wheels touch the track circuit drops to around 2 or 3 volts, telling signallers there's a train present.
3.3.
And Aaron's low voltage reading is saying there's a train on the track, when clearly there isn't.
Okay, going down at 2.5.
They can see that something is wrong. The trouble is, Aaron doesn't know what's causing the fault.
I don't think it matters too much as to oppose where it fails. Failure's a failure.
And none of it is good news for Jason at Route Control.
We'd be running with 13 platforms, and we've got a risk we could be down to 12, which is one of the high-speed platforms. So it could cause a few problems.
All platforms are in constant use, and the busy peak period is approaching.
Where a platform is no longer in use, what actually happens then is the signaller has to find another appropriate platform. The ramifications are really important and can be quite catastrophic in terms of the overall performance of here at Paddington Station.
On platform 5, Aaron and Richard are taking a closer look at the circuit box to see if they can identify the fault.
Do you want a 24 out? 12.5.
Graham Parker in Paddington Control is no track circuit expert, but he can see what they're up against.
I mean, if you open up like a computer motherboard and you see what's inside, there are all different things going on. If you imagine, you know, a whole miles and miles of track, the amount that could have gone wrong is very big. So they're checking it out.
After almost an hour of testing, Richard and Aaron have to admit defeat.
With regards to Papa Bravo Lima track circuit, I appreciate we've had a while on it, but we haven't found anything conclusive as of yet. Obviously, we are aware there is a fault, and we can see there's a fault somewhere, but we're unable to locate it.
The track circuit at Paddington Station, platform 5, has failed hard down, so they've given it a once over, and they just cannot find anything wrong.
With rush hour approaching and the cause of the fault unknown, the platform has to be taken out of action.
I just had a call from our signalling centre to basically say that we don't want to use platform 5 and run trains in and out because of they believe there's a track circuit failure, which is like a bit of a safety issue, running trains into platform 5.
And it's train dispatcher Phil Jewell who's going to have to deal with the fallout.
For safety reasons, we can't have a train operate on that particular platform at this particular time of night, at 5:10 as we now speak. It's going to have a big impact, so we just have to be mindful of the fact that now we're operating with one platform out of use.
And on top of that, staff at Paddington have another problem looming. It's football night, and hundreds of fans are starting to pass through the station.
For your information, there are anything up to 1,100 mil supporters on trains on their way into Paddington.
But tonight, there could be double trouble.
You've got Oxford going that way, and you've got Millwall going that way. And they've both got some problematic fans that might decide they want to have a quick punch-up.
It is quite common for us to have football fans coming through the station, and obviously they're very vocal, very keen to make us aware that they're on their way to a football match. As long as there's no trouble.
Come on, you lion!
No one likes us! We don't care! No one likes us!
No one likes us! We don't care! We are Millwall! Take Millwall! We are Millwall! Welcome again.
Just got an update on numbers, please. We're at Paddington. Cheers.
But policing of football matches is not just about a visible presence.
There is no intelligence to suggest that they have got any pre-plans for a punch-up. But as you all know, if they are confronted by other supporters, then they will not shy away from the opportunity.
They do have a bit of a reputation. They do like the old Millwall.
But on the other side of the concourse, it's not football fans causing a disturbance.
Help! Stay nice and calm, all right? There's other people around.
Police are tackling a suspected shoplifter.
Chill my legs, chill my back, just stay calm. Fuck off!
Oh, chill out, mate.
The man tried to make off with his booty just yards from more than 30 police officers.
That was just a shoplifter who nicked a couple of bottles of wine and decided to run off, but the cops grabbed him, and then he had a bit of a fight with the police, and he's been arrested and taken away.
And now there's another incident developing. Officers have caught a man stealing electronics from one of the station's shops.
I'm going to report you for the offence of shoplifting. You don't have to say anything, they argue defence, don't mention now something which you lay around a court, and even do say maybe giving evidence.
And he's got previous form at the station.
These shop staff seem to know you quite well. She recognised you straight away.
And he won't be shoplifting again. Not at Paddington, anyway.
What I'm going to tell you now is, you're going to be banned from Paddington. Right. Okay? Immediately? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You are quite prolific.
He's released pending further investigations. With the match across town over, police are bracing themselves for the return of the football fans.
Do you know when the next train from Reading is coming in?
Number 1, the Cardiff, then we've got the 1904 coming in, number 4.
If you don't know, ask a policeman.
And it looks like good news all round.
Millwall have been playing Reading. Yeah. Reading. So they're just coming back. They've had a good game because they've won 3-2. And Oxford have been playing Charlton, and they're coming this way. And they've had a good game because they've won, I think it's 2-0.
Plenty of beer, plenty of excitement, shouting for the football team. Chelsea, Millwall, Chelsea.
As the fans pass by, intelligence comes through from undercover officers outside the station.
He's just spoken to one of the risk outside, and he's saying they're settled there now. They may not be leaving until 9 or 10 o'clock.
So they're saying the Oxford tip crowd, they call them the risk group, are settled in a pub in, where was it? Cannon Street, and they think they might be there till about 9 o'clock, which is good because it means that the Millwall lot will have well gone by then. So for us,
bit of luck, it might mean we get home a bit early.
The police might be off home, but Paddington runs 24/7. And by early morning, there's some familiar and unwelcome news about Platform 5, right at the start of morning rush hour.
It's gone wrong again, and it's gone wrong again at 7 o'clock in the morning. We run at full capacity at this time of day, so there's no real margin for error. Hopefully it won't be out for the whole day, but there's a chance it will be.
Signalling engineer Mohammed Rahman has now been brought in to see if he can find the cause of the problem.
Right now, we're just doing checks to see where the failure could be. But there's a short on the track, which is causing the track to not operate correctly.
A short means the track is leaking the electrical current that tells signallers whether or not there is a train on the track.
I'm measuring the voltage across the rails, which is currently quite low. I'm getting 1.2. We should be getting about 6 volts. So, big drop.
Yesterday's investigation drew a blank, and Mohammed's track circuit readings are still suggesting there's a train, when clearly there isn't.
It's just still showing the low voltage. I want to see that voltage go up to clear the track.
Shows clear.
But in route control, they've narrowed their investigations down to a small but vitally important piece of track equipment.
We think we've got a defective IRJ. We just continue out some more tests to find out what it is. The IRJ itself is where you've got 2 rails butting up to each other. We've got track circuits, which is small amounts of electricity fed between them so we can detect where trains are. And you'll have a small nylon piece in between 2 bits of rail. And where they're bolted with an insulated rail joint, which is what IRJ stands for, that can go short, so it's leaking electricity through it. This could be the source of the problem, but we're still carrying out investigations at the moment to confirm that.
The morning service has already been affected, and the evening rush hour is already looming.
Come the peak times, if it's still out of use, it will start causing some issues. Hello, Incident Support Controller, Tim speaking.
Away from the problems on Platform 5, there's another serious drama unfolding on Platform 2. On the control room CCTV cameras, Graham can see a man walking erratically and dangerously close to the edge. The police are alerted. Then something unexpected happens. One of Paddington's train cleaners is preventing the man from jumping on the tracks. Graham fears the worst.
This is an emergency. We have a man on Platform 2 who is threatening to jump in front of the next train that comes into Platform 2. He's apparently threatening to jump in front of the next train, so made it so no trains can possibly come in.
Catering manager Alison Scully has also sprung into action.
One of the cleaning crew, and they notified me, and basically I radioed base and told them this guy wanted to get on the track before I come and met him. He was somewhat agitated, so I called base and made sure that they stopped the power on Platform 2 as a safety issue, just in case he did.
It's a dramatic and upsetting incident, not least for Abdul Manoon, the train cleaner who stopped the man from getting on the tracks.
Did you hear him say he was going to jump on the track?
Yeah, he was on jump.
Do you think he was on the phone to the police already?
Yeah, he was calling police already.
So what was the exact words you heard him say? If no one comes, I'm going to jump on the track.
Yeah, if no one's come, I might come. Yeah, I think about 3 times he was going toward the platform, and if you're going toward the platform, you're going to hurt himself, or even the train is coming. They will hurt himself, so I tried to stop him.
Alison has an idea of what might be behind the man's behaviour.
He was staggering a bit when I saw him. He's had too much to drink. So, hopefully, we'll put him outside the station, let him cool down for a little while, sober up, before we put him back on the train safely.
The position that he's in now is not in a position where he's at harm. There's quite a few members of staff around, so it looks like it'll be taken care of in the next few minutes or so.
The police quiz the man. They discover that he didn't want to harm himself. He says he just wanted to cross the track to get to his train.
But as I can see on Platform 2 now, the police are actually walking away from the scene. with the man with them, and it looks as though everything seems to be okay. So I assume I'll get a call from the police quite soon to say that I can take the block off.
It's been an unusual but happy conclusion to a worrying incident. A catastrophe was averted thanks to Abdul's quick thinking.
That's all. No, this guy, I need to stick with him until somebody comes because I know the guy is going to do something.
Back on platform 5, a new team has been brought in to fix the track circuit failure. Bedri Alija and the specialist track engineers, known as the P-Way team, want to take a closer look at the insulated rail joint, or IRJ.
Okay, that's the RRJ. We just took it off, yeah? See this plastic here? All right? So the balls should go through this hole and hold it together. In this case, all of them was fine. So that's why I know it's no RRJ's fault.
And testing confirms that the IRJ is not the source of the failure.
No, it's still down. It's still down.
But Bedri has seen another potential problem. The rails are not quite level. Maybe that's the cause of the track circuit failure.
The track is down. I'm going to try and correct it that as a P-Way side as well. Do lift and packing as well, yeah? This is always something to do on the track. 6 days a week, 7 days a week, always something to do.
Get the second one there.
Back at route control, they're still struggling with the effects of the Platform 5 closure.
We've got the platform closed with on the repeat track circuit failure on the platform. We've managed to, as good as, keep the train service going. We've had a few bit of congestion as a result of re-platforming, but at the moment we're just about hanging on.
On the platform, though, there's a breakthrough.
Did your lads walk from that IRJ? Did they walk all the way in the 4-foot?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
5 or 6 of us walking the 4-foot.
The work that the track team have been doing has suddenly solved the problem, but no one seems to quite know why.
Must be cable then.
Or there's something in the 4-foot.
That's what I'm saying, must be cable somewhere.
Cables or something underneath these mats.
Before they dare to open the platform, the crew need to check the problem is fixed for good.
They want us to do a full test, give them the readings, and then based on the readings, they can then make a call. Up. It's up. It's up. Still up.
Signalling engineer Mohammed's track circuit readings show that the current is back up and running and that there is no train on the track.
Yeah, I just wrapped up the full test. It's showing clear.
No one's claiming the credit, and Bedri is not sure if he really deserves the praise.
It's clear now, yeah.
It's clear. Honestly. Oh my God. Job done, it's clear. Come on, man, you make my day now.
That's it, it's because of you, Bedri.
Oh my gosh, I know it's because of me, mate. So I'm gonna ask Network Rail for a big check now. That's me with my crew done now. And like you heard what he said, the track's showing clear now, and we are happy.
With the problem fixed, the first train for 7 hours is arriving on Platform 5.
Base to all Bravo radios, Alpha 10 and Romeo 1. As of now, 2:15, the Platform 5 is now firmly back in use.
Give us a shake of hands, and like this as well. We are the team. See you, Mark. See you, mate.
But the celebrations might be premature, because the saga of Platform 5 is not over yet. It's Friday.
Castle Curry Station, where is the train?
Castle Curry, you on the 11:03?
One of the busiest days of the week for the network.
Thank you, Alan.
Service is going very well. We've got all 4 tracks open between Reading and Paddington. No issues reported. Yeah, all the trains are departing Paddington right time at the moment.
It's a day incident controller Bob Howard approaches with caution, and it's got a nickname.
I am not saying Frantic Friday. It would just take one phone call. Everything could change.
On Fridays, almost 5,000 more passengers leave Paddington than any other day of the week.
Everybody wants to leave Paddington on Friday.
and Control Assistant Richard Douglas is preparing himself for the impending frenzy.
The dispatchers out there like to call it Freaky Friday because I think they get a mix of people who are going on holidays or going away for the weekend, so they're a bit, hey. You've got people going on home and a bit like, oh, thank God I'm going home. Or you've had some people that finished work much earlier and have been in the pub for the last 3 hours. So, yeah, it makes for some interesting scenes.
While the weekend escape isn't frantic yet, a frenzy is building up on the CCTV cameras. A woman is chasing a man on and off and on and off a train on platform 11. And it appears she is as determined to catch him as he is to escape. Although he's fallen at the first hurdle, the man is too quick for the barrier staff. But the woman is coming up close in the rear. He manages to swerve a tackle by a customer ambassador. It's a close-run race. But the woman finally gets her man. And while staff call the BTP, the woman makes sure her prey goes nowhere. Now everyone is going to find out what the fracas was all about.
As I walked down to the tube, I looked on the back and went, hang on a minute, that says 2015-16, we're now in 2018.
It seems the man has sold her online out-of-date football tickets.
So I thought, of course it's a scam, of course it's a scam.
Online. Hold on.
As soon as the woman realised the tickets were out of date, she chased the man onto the train.
I went through the barriers, saw him on the train and said, mate, please just give me my money back. And then he went to give me the money back and he gave me 110 and said he had no more money.
The man also had an accomplice who was waiting on the train.
He said that he'd given it to the other guy who was with him, who said it's nothing to do with me. I haven't got any money. I haven't got your money. And then he tried to duck away from me on the train.
Hold on.
And he hopped over the barrier, tripped, fell. I said to the guy, stop that guy because he owes me money.
Right.
I said to
What were you in fear of?
The government pulling me close to the train tracks, man.
Right, where are the tickets now?
I handed it back to him on the train.
I don't even have them. They must have dropped out or something. I don't know.
That's very, very possible.
Right, okay. So, at the moment, you're detained to see what offences we've got, and you're going to be searched. So, if you've got the tickets, I'd suggest you hand them over now.
No, I haven't. I did have them in my hand, but I don't know if I dropped them. I don't know if they're on the track. I don't know.
But that's not strictly true. The CCTV shows him throwing something away as he tries to make his escape. And now he's saying he's the injured party.
Oh, man. The guy said there's a hospital close to here.
Yeah, it's just next door.
Would that be possible to go there first?
Yeah, we'll go there afterwards.
And he's pushing his luck one last time.
Any chance of a fag? No.
Not at the moment.
I'll be a good boy. No? Alright.
He can't remember where the tickets are, and he's forgotten to take the label off his jacket.
We'll have a look and see if we can find these tickets. He said he's leapt over them.
He leapt over the end of that.
Can you let us through, please? Just have a quick look. Do you want to come through? Okay, was there a train there at the time?
It was on the train.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, it's probably...
The woman who bought them says she paid £240, so the seller still owes her the balance, £130.
Can't see anything down there. He's probably given them to his mate.
But for PC Brown, pinning down the terms of his arrest is proving a challenge.
Walking away thinking...
Yeah, we'll arrest him on suspicion of theft at the moment. And obviously, I don't quite know how it'll all pan out. It's the first I've had one of these. This is quite unusual. Kilo Alpha 147's got one under arrest at the moment on suspicion of theft. Can we have transport and custody, please?
The man appears to have taken the woman's money. And he's also taken PC Brown and his colleague out of action for the day.
It's a long process. That's probably us for the rest of the shift, dealing with this gentleman now.
The tickets were for a Chelsea Spurs game.
I support Watford, unfortunately. But we're doing all right this season. Got a new manager now.
No one is going to the game, but the alleged thief is definitely going into custody. Freaky Friday has struck once. And now in the control room, some unwelcome but not entirely unexpected news is coming in about Platform 5.
For the third day in a row, Platform 5 is affected. Not having a platform in use is going to be very awkward. We have more trains on a Friday peak than we do on the other days of the week. A lot of people leave work earlier so they can get home, be with their families and whatnot. I can only imagine that if the problem carries on, that a few of our trains will be terminating at Reading and not coming all the way into Paddington.
Platform 5 is now no longer in use, so it means that we have to be quite vigilant.
It just means that you'll end up having a lot of platform changes. It just gets a bit messy.
This is the 22, is it?
Move it to your right-hand side, sir, thank you. We do not want you on the platform, let alone on the track.
It's been quite challenging. We've had to do quite a lot of jigging around with the platforms.
I'm going to help with the labels so we can come up, we can get the train boarding quicker. If I don't get crushed.
I think that's the biggest problem is when you start having to move things all over the place. Staff end up having to be in the wrong places, you're moving passengers around. It just makes things a little bit more challenging.
Friday, we're all waiting. We're all looking for that train, they want to get on it.
Oh wow, 14 looks full and standing. Oh, you see it's 6:10 now, the concourse is starting to fill up. Within the next sort of 45 minutes, it's going to get really, really busy. Hurrah, Freaky Friday.
Sometimes on a Friday, I actually enjoy labelling. It gets me away from that crazy madness, just even for 5 minutes. It's actually nice.
You take your time.
Oh, thank you very much. Like, you know, some people like to iron, some people like to label.
But nothing can be neat and tidy with Platform 5 still out of action.
The passengers that normally know where their train's going to be are running around like headless chickens at the moment, trying to find their train.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Plenty of time now, please. No pushing or shoving. Nice and easy, please. No visas or passports, no? Thank you.
Wait, hold on. There's no K. Facing direction of travel, facing direction of travel.
It doesn't matter, just stick them on there.
All right, man, I'm trying to be kind to them.
A lot of the customers now will start to run, as you'll see that gentleman coming towards us, starting to run. They're thinking about the times. We're just about to close these doors for the 18:15 service. It's 18:14:34, the seconds are counting up.
Do I enjoy Fridays? Yes and no. Yes, because it's busy. No, because it's crazy.
Over 100 miles west along the tracks, Freaky Friday is also hitting Bristol.
She's on the track. Get on the track. She's on the track.
Go away, you! With your
A woman who's had too much to drink is causing a commotion for PC Tom McIntyre and colleagues.
What? You're coming after me?
Just keep screaming and shouting.
Listen. Listen. You are fucking God.
Listen. Stop.
I want to go home. You're coming after me.
And now her friends want to join in.
Western Superman. This train
What's that for? What's that for?
Can you let go?
PC McIntyre wants her out of the station as quickly as possible.
Can you please? I don't even know where I fucking am. Can you let go of me? Please, can you fucking go?
But the woman wants to let it all out.
I need a witch. I just sit here and piss here on your
Leave,
floor,
okay?
shall I?
Okay, any more swearing and I'll arrest you.
I don't care. So I'll piss on your ass.
Just go.
You're dickheads.
It's your last chance before I arrest you. Just leave.
Arrest me, because I have done nothing fucking wrong.
Right, that's it.
No, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go. No, you don't care. I'm gonna go.
Her unchained melody has finally got her into real trouble.
No, you're not. What did I just say to you a minute ago?
Oh, please. I'm good. I haven't just said you go. Tiny cousin away.
Back on Platform 5, yet more engineers have arrived to investigate the track circuit failure and to solve the mystery before the end of Freaky Friday. And there's a new theory. and it's to do with the human waste emptied directly onto the tracks from some of the older trains. It might have damaged vital electrical components.
The mats are to protect all dirt to go in the truck and the water. Shit, basically, coming from the tank, the waste. So that's why there are the mats there. But just to be on the safe side, they want to remove it just in case that's caused a problem, because they're so wet.
And when they get down and dirty, they finally solve the mystery.
Get a couple of scrapers as well, please, Pete. I think that's the problem here. And look like some of them are rotted and they're just gone, disappearing. Because when I lift with the jack, I'm lifting the free rail, the truck circle is coming back.
The insulation pads that stop the track circuit from shorting have worn away.
This is the isolated pad. It should go like that to hold the rail down, yeah? But some of them, they're going to miss in this piece, which is plastic. That's why it's causing a problem, yeah?
Engineer Paul Damien phones through with the good news.
What they're going to do is clean all the mud out and put new pads, and if that is okay, do you still want us to set it up? Okay, cheers, thank you, bye.
So what we're going to do, we're going to put the new pads in, and then we'll see.
While one issue is solved, another one begins. In control, Richard is getting news of a worrying issue out on the tracks near Swindon.
It was reported about half an hour ago that 1 Alpha 25, which is a high-speed service, and it's come to stand in this area here. The train manager on board has reported is that there was a loud banging noise. So that could have been an animal, or in the worst case scenario, that could have been a person. They've stopped immediately because it could be something catastrophic.
85 miles away, Mobile Operations Manager Peter Kidd is hunting for the cause of the mysterious bump in the night. But it's not going to be easy.
If we wish to walk the track, then we're going to have to look at getting line blockages. That's going to cause a lot of disruption to the travelling public, obviously on a Friday evening trying to get home.
Peter has spent 28 years working the railways, and he's got a nose for trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a couple of times there I've got a whiff. Your death always smells the same.
The signals will be kind of on a caution, or the drivers will be made aware in the area to keep an eye on the situation so that they won't go through at full line speed, because you don't really want guys walking around in the dark with a torchlight when you've got 125 mile-an-hour trains. It's a recipe for disaster.
It's too busy to close the line, so Peter has come up with another solution.
Going to get a train to come in on the down, going towards Bristol, to examine the line to see if he can find anything. When he gets to us, we're going to jump on the train with him and go through to South Marsden and then carry on up to Swindon. Oh, fucking great.
But the train has gone straight past.
Train's literally just shot past. Hello, Jason, it's Pete. Right, this train, he's just gone straight past us, mate. He hasn't bothered stopping, so I'm assuming he hasn't found anything. All right, cheers, then.
With trains running slow, Paddington is suffering through its busy Friday peak service.
Sorry for the disruption to the service at present. This is after an earlier problem in the Dickard area, after a train struck an object on the line.
And there are still a few hours to get through.
This is the 1915. It's the first off-peak train. With it being Friday, it's always a bit of a bun fight, you know, it does get absolutely rammed.
You want the 1948?
22.
That one there.
That one?
Yep, the other side.
The 2018 Didcot Parkway service is also cancelled. I do have cancellations for later, but I'll update you as and when we get closer to the time. Jesus. It is what it is, but it's starting to look the same scenario around about 8 o'clock as well. So we're losing sets again, so we're struggling. Yeah, it's not looking too clever this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And they're happy to get on the train. Even if they don't have a seat, they just want to get on the train and get home.
Further west along the tracks at Bristol Temple Meads, Freaky Friday continues for PC Tom McIntyre.
They haven't got valid tickets to travel, so they'll be removed from the station. They're travelling on children's tickets, so they'll just refuse travel from here on, and they'll have to find an alternative way home.
From what? We're not allowed to get another train?
Nah.
Are you joking?
Nah. Staff aren't happy for you to travel, fella.
I do mean to be a bit frank and use language, whatever, but I think that's a bit fucking ridiculous, mate.
It's the way it is, my man, all right?
Back on the tracks and over an hour into his search, Peter still hasn't found anything.
It's on the other side, don't it? It should be. Hello, Jace, it's Pete. I can see pretty well down to there with the torch I got. I definitely can't see anything physical, should we say. Have we heard anything back, mate, from that train yet? Okie-dokie. All right, then. No worries. Cheers. Thank you. Basically, the train on the down has reported not seeing anything.
It's been a long and unrewarding search for Peter. But before he leaves, he'll hand over to the British Transport Police.
Right, we're back to normal working now. We've had trains through on either direction, nothing's been found.
We've got the number anyway, so we can contact you. So.
Cool, all right,
Yeah,
no worries. All right, take care then, see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
It could have been just a piece of branch or something that's just blown onto the railway line. So on that respect, we're looking good, so it is all quite good.
The evening peak is over, and Paddington has almost come through another Freaky Friday. But there's one last problem to put to bed. On platform 5, all of the rotten pads have now been replaced, and technicians Ethan and Paul run some final tests.
Yes, Paul?
What's the voltage there?
About 4.3, it's flickering a bit. It's getting up, a maximum's getting up to about 4.7.
Yeah, stay there and keep me informed.
All right, we'll do.
As they clean up and put new pads in, the voltage has gone up as expected and what we wanted, and so far it's staying up. So yeah, so far so good.
Track engineer Bedry is approaching the end of one of his longest ever shifts at Paddington. And it's paid off. After 3 days out of action, the track circuit on platform 5 is back up and running.
Bedry's our hero tonight.
Yeah?
Definitely.
I do care, that's why I'm here. After a day shift, just gone back at 1 o'clock, have a couple of hours rest. Then I'm here for different reasons, but I can see the guys here, so I'm trying to help them.
It's been a hectic Friday evening peak, with 40,000 passengers and 200 trains leaving and arriving every 3 minutes. But Paddington Station, as it does every week, has got through it.
See you about this. I'm gonna go, mate. And I know for the fact now we got sorted. We are the winner. Relief. Very, very relief.
It's a wet and windy start for the 40,000 passengers who pass through the station on their morning commute. Paddington is a marvel of Victorian engineering, but the listed train shed sometimes struggles to cope in the face of the great British weather. And heading Paddington's way is a major storm, and she's got a name.
Hello and a very good evening to you. We've now got very heavy rain and strong winds across western areas, and it's all been down to Storm Eleanor, as you can see here, tracking her way eastwards as we go through the next 12 to 24 hours. Much of the UK is tucked underneath a weather warning. Severe gales in place. Could be a few disruptions out there, so do take extra care.
Yep. We are expecting some bad weather from this evening onwards for the next 2 days.
At route control, Ian Willett is preparing for the worst.
High wind is the biggest concern, but also a considerable amount of rain on land, which has already taken a lot of rainfall in the last week or so.
Storm Eleanor is due to hit the UK with wind gusts of up to 90 miles per hour. And Network Rail is on major alert.
So the reason for this conference, it's in relation to the weather warning that is for today and tomorrow. In short, it is advertised as extreme for heavy wind and rain for West Country South and West Country North.
You're looking at trees coming down possibly. You're looking at maybe having items blown onto the track as well.
So we've got winds increasing through this afternoon by 1800 this afternoon. We should be seeing gusts of 50 to 55 coming into Cornwall and Devon. And then over the 3 or 4 hours following that, we could see some slightly stronger gusts again, possibly getting up to around 70 miles an hour.
In order to protect the network's infrastructure, including 900 miles of vulnerable track, extra staff are being brought in to work through the night.
So we've got 2 chainsaw competent staff based in Worcester covering Gloucester-Worcester area, and we've got another 2 based in Bristol covering the Bristol area.
The teams down there are already putting plans in place to have staff at strategic locations to respond in the morning and during the day. If we do come across any obstructions on the line, then we've got the equipment and resources to start dealing with it.
It's early morning, and across the country, commuters are waking up to a trail of destruction left in the wake of Storm Eleanor.
The night guy had a rough night, so it was all kind of a bit up in the air when I walked in this morning at 10 to 7 this morning.
It's going to be a bit rubbish for you, so enjoy.
It's the start of a challenging day on the railways. The smallest weather-related incident can cause major problems.
It's not uncommon to find a Wendy house has blown onto a track or a trampoline or some garden furniture.
There is one part of the rail infrastructure that is particularly at risk. Billions are being spent on the electrification of the western route, and Storm Eleanor will severely test how the network stands up to extreme weather.
One of the vulnerabilities of overhead wires is stray foliage, plastic damage to the overhead wires. Extreme weather can damage all that kind of type of equipment. Even things just like Harrier bags, they can fly in front of signals, block lenses, or they can fly onto the tracks, wrap round, can get caught in the points gears, which stops the points working properly. It could get in the overhead wires, which could cause them to trip, and things like that. So I'm sure the moms are probably doing a lot of mileage today.
30 miles down the track, MOM, or Mobile Operations Manager James Colgan, is ready to respond to any weather-related call-outs.
We're waiting for phone calls in case we get called to anything, and just check that everything's okay, be a bit proactive.
And inside Paddington control room, Richard has spotted an issue with an electric train heading towards the station.
5 to 10 minutes ago, we noticed that Charlie 14 got to here and then it just stopped and didn't move anywhere else at all. And this train here came to a stand here as well. We tried calling the signaller, but the signaller was kind of trying to deal with what was happening from there, from a trackside perspective. So we were trying to deal with that, so he couldn't really talk to us. So we've just had to delay a load of trains on the boards and just do some announcements till we find out what's going on. And it looks like we've got overhead wire problems. Not quite sure what's caused them, but...
At route control, news is coming in that the stranded train could be part of a much bigger problem.
We've got some problems up in the Ealing Broadway area. 2 obstructions on the overhead lines, one on the down main at Ladbroke Grove, a piece of metal in contact, and some sort of blue bin line or some sort of bag wrapped around the contact wire on the up relief, so we need to get those removed as a matter of urgency.
The damage has caused nearly 10 miles of overhead lines, or OLEs, to suddenly lose power, and electric trains running in and out of Paddington are grinding to a halt.
You've got 3 OLE incidents, haven't you?
Yes.
Because if you've got OLE guys going to that metal issue, you've got OLE guy going there.
That was a low voltage job. The ADD was actually low voltage. Whether that's connected with his... I don't know.
Depends where he ended up stopping.
Yeah.
At Paddington, train services have already been affected, and Richard is particularly concerned that a single plastic bag could cause widespread disruption and major damage.
The framework that supports the wires, if they get damaged and it sinks down, and potentially a pantograph could rip the whole lot down.
At route control, they're trying to work out whether the overhead lines problem outside Paddington is part of a bigger issue.
We've got 3 incidents ongoing at the moment. We've had a report of a metal object on the down main around the Ladbroke Grove area affecting the overhead line. We've had a bag reported on the up relief line that's also affecting the overhead line, which is currently closed to electric trains. We've got 3 trains stuck at Ealing Broadway. And we've also had a report of a trip-in at the same time.
Sierra November 202, which is the Acton dive under, yeah? OK, mate, yeah, OK, no problem. Is it a diesel train at the front of the queue or electric? They're all electrics. OK, buddy.
Route Control Manager Ian Willett has to work out which incident is causing most disruption. And the single plastic bag freezing the lines at Acton is top of his list.
Prioritise the up relief at Acton to get this obstruction off the overheads there, because that's a job stopper. Down main at Ladbroke then, because we've got this piece of metal hanging from the OLE that we don't know what that is. And then we've also got the trip-ins to deal with.
We just make sure everybody is on the same page about what we're doing. Because at the moment, it's just all a bit messy, because there's 3 different things going on.
Jane Colgan is the nearest mobile operations manager to where the discarded plastic bag was last seen.
Just had a call from control about a problem with the overheads that has caused 3 trains to become trapped between Ealing Broadway and Paddington. I'm sure we'll get more instruction as we get there. We will do what we can to get those trains moving.
One of the issues also with the bag, though, someone's got to actually go and get it off. If it's still wrapped around the overhead wires, it's not a case you could just go along and just sort of like knock it down with a piece of wood. You've got to do it properly. So it means an isolation for that particular set of area, de-energise it, and then go get it, pull it off, and then wire it back up.
This is also a special announcement for any passengers travelling to Heathrow on the Heathrow Connect service. We regret to advise that the Heathrow Connect service has been suspended. This is due to the overhead power supply issues in the evening.
This event for really an hour and say 30 minutes, 90 minutes in total has decimated our delivery of a train service this afternoon.
Sigler has just spoke to me just now. He apparently has only 1 line to use instead of our regular 6 out of Paddington. So it's a bit rubbish right now.
I've been doing this job for 25 years. I cannot recall a previous time where I've had 3 incidents in the same area of the same sort of nature in such a short space of time. No, never.
What they've done is they've taken out all the Heathrow Connect services. That's suspended. A perfect storm. Go ahead.
We should have staff on site at Acton any minute, though. They're at the access point, so just be arranging to get to the site now and remove this obstruction, all being well.
Mobile Operations Manager Jane has arrived on site and is now checking the overhead cables.
We've just been out with the overhead team looking for what we thought was some plastic bag or plastic netting wrapped around the overheads. It was causing an electrical fault, causing them to trip out, meant some trains were trapped. We've walked quite a long way from Acton up to Ealing Broadway along the cess, but we haven't found anything.
There's no sign of the bag in Acton, but just a few miles down the line, another search team has had better luck.
That's the bag that was on the overheads, which they've now removed because they weren't happy leaving that up there, obviously, when you see it. We believe it probably caused the tripping on the overheads and the loss of voltage when it got wrapped around there. It's not big, but if it got wrapped around the pantograph of a train, I think it could cause issues, so.
The discovery is a massive relief to everyone.
They've re-energised the overheads and hopefully that will do the trick.
1519 normal working. Fantastic. So we're back on a bit of an even keel for a minute, aren't we, I guess? Fantastic.
But Storm Eleanor is about to throw up another problem.
Holy fuck.
A high-speed train has come to a sudden halt on the main line, 70 miles from Paddington.
It sounds like we might also have some problem with a train that's been struck by a falling tree. So that's a potential another headache coming our way. It's better that's happened now than like the middle of rush hour. So all unfolding at the moment. It's a fluid situation, I think it's probably the best way of describing it.
Do you require any assistance at all?
At route control, Ian Willett is listening in on the emergency call with the driver of the Paddington to Penzance train, caught up in the incident.
We're just going to go out and inspect the train now. The windscreen is gone, and I believe the cab has sustained quite a lot of damage. Over.
Okay, so guys, the windscreen is gone, the cab has took quite a lot of damage. We're requiring assistance. We'll get them out to you as soon as possible. Driver, over.
Okay, signal all received. I will get onto our control now, over.
While managers try to pinpoint the exact location of the collision, Mobile Operations Manager Chris O'Brien is dispatched to the area.
The train has made an emergency call in Hungerford area, and he's struck a tree. We don't really know where the train's come to a stand yet or where he struck the tree. The signaler's trying to find that out now. And then control will let me know, and then we'll go see what's happened to the situation, see if the lines are blocked. If it's only one line or both lines, try and make a welfare check on the driver, see how the train's fit for moving. It is very, very windy, and the lorries are all going a bit all over the place as well.
Confirming 1 Charlie 80 has hit the tree just past the chauffeur.
Yeah.
All lines closed.
All lines are closed on the...
Don't know if the driver's okay, but damage to the train we don't know.
The area we're going to has 2 lines. It's quite a major route, Barks and Hands line, and it has the possibility to get blocked very, very quickly.
Just leave the phone for 2 seconds. I just want to have a little time out so you know exactly what we've got going on. Right, we've got several incidents ongoing. Start with the main one, Hungerford. Train struck a tree. The driver looking round, yeah?
Yeah, both lines are blocked.
Both lines blocked. Divert via Swindon to Westbury and vice versa, yeah.
Reading Mom is on the way.
Mom on the way. P-Way on the way.
P-Way are on the way.
Brilliant.
They'll be there 13:20.
Mobile Operations Manager Chris has arrived at the nearest access point to where the high-speed train hit a fallen tree.
I'm at Marsh Road access gate.
He's at the access point. He's got to walk 18 chains down to site.
Route Control Manager Ian speaking, good afternoon.
At Route Control, there's the first bit of good news for a long time. The line heading towards Paddington is clear and can reopen, but with speed limits.
Fantastic. 20 mile an hour on the up line at Hungerford, then past the site of the tree. Brilliant. Thanks very much, Paul. Thank you, mate. So, live update, 20 mile an hour on the up line.
The train that struck this tree is London side, that's Hungerford side, of Marsh Road Bridge, and it's only about 2 chain off the bridge.
There's 250 passengers on the train. The train manager's going through the train now to assist passengers with any information.
Yep. So, if any GWR fitters need me, I'm only a short distance away. But they must be advised that the up is open and it's limited sighting.
They will have felt a jolt as the train struck the tree. There's no reports of anybody injured or in distress as a result of this incident. So all we're waiting for now is to get our operations and P-Way response on site and tell us exactly what we're dealing with.
Reading, Mum, mate. How are you? Driver, you all right?
Been better.
Been better. No, not as bad as your fucking train. Right. No going forward.
The tree that caused the damage has been pushed aside, and Chris can assess the train and the driver.
Although the tree has gone, we've got extensive damage to the front of the train. The windscreen's broken, some of the dials are broken inside. The drivers who were this way are quite shaken, understandably. We've had a bit of damage to some other bits of kit at the bottom. It wouldn't be safe for this train to go forward as it was. Driver can't see properly, its horn I think is impaired. Some of its lights are also damaged.
As Ian reschedules services around the damaged train, Chris has to work out how to remove it quickly and safely.
We're currently waiting for a freight train to pass us on the open line. As soon as that train's passed through, the fitter will be able to get a line blockage to do an inspection on that side of the train. Hopefully we'll be on the move then. Partly the customers are all obviously a bit irate.
And the disruption to customers is now heading towards Paddington.
We're going to struggle to get this back quickly for the rush hour. I mean, we'll do our best, obviously, but it's going to be a challenging for the guys on the ground.
Engineers are now removing debris and checking the train is fit to move.
We'll give it 10 minutes and we may have a bit more idea what we're dealing with.
But the news is not good.
It's blowing a gale. What do you want me to get, a piece of paper?
Recovering the train is going to be complex. Engineers have decided the front power car is too badly damaged.
Train driver who was... The train can't be driven from the front, so we're going to have to travel in the wrong direction. So we're going to have to travel in the up direction on the down line until we get to Newbury, where there's a junction where we can cross back over to the correct line. This is the train here that's struck a tree. Currently both lines up and down at that particular area are blocked, and we're going to have a bit of issue during rush hour because trains are going to be arriving in late into Paddington. It's going to cause a major headache. Right, so the fitters had a check of the train now. We get a driver in the other end and they'll contact you, OK?
It's now 3 hours since the train struck the tree, and Chris can finally give the go-ahead for the complicated reverse manoeuvre by using the spare driver.
Okay, I was off 20 minutes ago. I'm due. You're on paternity leave, are you?
Priority now would be to get this thing moving and then get it somewhere where we can detrain the passengers, so we can get on their way forward.
Hello, Brian, Thames Valley Control, Fred and Mum, Chris O'Brien. Okay, so we've had a line blockage up Westbury. Fitter's checked it, he's happy for the train to move.
We only go wrong road as minimum amount of time as possible, because obviously it's a non-signalled move. So it has to go at reduced speed, special permission from the signalman.
Reversing 20 miles back down the line to Newbury Station is a massive inconvenience for the stranded passengers. But things could have been a lot worse.
We were lucky the driver wasn't injured. It had been a bigger train, it could have gone down under the wheels and derailed it. But looking at the damage of the power car, it's cracked the cab and done some damage inside. But as I say, we've been lucky with that one. That's the danger and the high winds.
Yeah, it's a good sight to see this train on the move. Hopefully we'll get the people heading roughly towards where they want to go shortly. We try and control everything we can on the railway. We try and put plans in place. Sometimes, though, we can't control the weather. All we can do is prepare as best as we can and hopefully do better than we did last time. It's all about learning. Every day is a school day on the railway.
During peak service, more than 50 trains arrive and depart every hour through a maze of tracks and points on the busy approach to the station. And if any part of it fails, the consequences can be immediate and very disruptive. Mobile Operations Manager George Strether has just got a call about a problem down the line from Paddington.
Yes, so we've been called down to a points failure down at Acton West. And there's a set of points that's showing no detection, which basically the signaller on his panel can either see if the points are set for route A or route B. The piece of equipment that tells him which way the points are set is broken, so he's unable to tell which way the points are. So what we'll do is go down, the technician should already be there by the time we arrive. We'll go and assist them and see if they need a hand with anything.
It's happened at a busy junction where freight trains join the main line from a West London depot.
So these boxes here is what tells the signalman which way the points are set and if they're set correctly or not. So there's a failure either in one of these or over in the box which operates the point motor. So the S&T will do their checks to try and find what the fault is.
Points are movable sections of track and need to be well lubricated in order for them to work efficiently.
The pots he was replacing was like grease pots. When the points move, it pushes grease around the system just to maintain it so it doesn't get dry.
Hi, it's Ashley Paddington, West Union S&T. Hi, can we have 8131 points onto normal, please? Yeah, all clear, yeah. We've changed them 2 pots and it seems to have done the trick.
Oh, okay.
But we'll...
The points mechanism is moving freely, but now the engineers need to test the electrical connections that alert signalling control to which way the points are facing.
With this set of points, you need to use a meter to check the
make sure the electricity is going through there, making sure everything's connected. A lot of the ones you don't need there, but this one you happen to do.
To test the electrics, the points must be manually opened and closed to ensure the connections are fully engaged with the rails.
This is where the hard work is, where the flat go.
Live trackside engineering is sometimes the only way to eliminate faults, but is also the most dangerous.
Nobody goes over the end of where the sleepers are, and then you know you're going to be clear of this train on the other line. The beauty of having a railway, unlike a motorway, is you know that a train isn't going to come to the left slightly or go to the right slightly. It either sits on the track or it doesn't. It's not on the track at all. And all these guys are experienced people who have been out on the track, all sorts of failures, who know where the dangers are.
The engineers have finally found the problem. A spacer used to bridge the electrical connections needs replacing.
So signaller, now they've done all the adjustments, the signaller swing the points a couple of times just to make sure it's all working up at his end. And then hopefully that should be job done.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to give them a phone and I'll be in the van.
They fixed a small but vital part of the network, and more importantly, done it quickly. But not all points are as easy to fix. At Paddington, it's Monday morning rush hour, a hectic time for both staff and passengers. And news is coming into route control that's going to pile on the pressure.
Right, are you able to email them at the moment or ring back a bit later? We're a bit busy at the moment.
A P-Way trackside maintenance crew has found a tiny but dangerous fault that could bring services on an important section of the Western route to a standstill.
The P-Way have found a damaged rail north of Oxford Station through 251 points in the reverse position, and what they've done, they've imposed an emergency speed restriction of 5 miles per hour for every train.
The damage is to the rail switchblade, which moves trains between tracks.
If you look here, see this line just there? That's cracked quite close to the front. So that's the front of the blade, that's a crack. The blade moves up against this rail, and that's when it starts taking the force of the wheels, taking it from one track to another. There's a bit of support with these plates here. The crack's not gone behind the plate yet. When it goes behind the plate, we'll be in trouble. So that'll be visually inspected after every train.
Each time a train passes over the damaged points, engineers have to check the tracks to ensure it's safe for the next train.
If it starts creeping forward to here, once it goes beyond this line here, which is with a blade, where there's a plate attached to the switchblade, at that point the line will close.
But that's not the only challenge. The crack is at a busy set of points used by 3,000 trains per week, and repairing it is not going to be straightforward.
They've got to order the switch, they haven't got one in stock, and they've got to search the country for one, basically, and which will come by courier from somewhere or other. We don't know where yet, which we'll find out. And it's just going to take time to arrive. It's going to be quite complicated, so it's going to be quite a big incident, this is.
In terms of delay minutes, currently 314 trains have been delayed, just under 2,400 minutes delay.
Yeah. Signal Oxford.
At the Oxford signal box, the signalmen are trying to keep the service running, but they're up against a rapidly deteriorating situation.
How bad is it? Because we've been hearing stories that it could fall apart any moment. I think no crack, well, longitudinal or vertical. Vertical crack in it, yeah. So the crack is getting bigger then. We're talking about the most used set of points in Oxford, with everything needing to use those points to get in and out of the station. The last thing you want is for them to fail completely, where we're unable to run trains over them.
Because
then it really will be a showstopper.
At Paddington, the knock-on effect from Oxford is already causing disruption for hundreds of passengers.
Originally, we were told that it would be 2 or 3 minutes here and there would be the delay time running through Oxford. But the annoying truth of that is that those few minutes will then delay it behind another train and then gather and gather, because we generally run at full capacity, especially during peak periods. Most trains coming from Oxford have reached us 20 minutes late. And that's been quite awkward.
At Oxford, the faulty points are being continually checked for further damage. But as traffic increases, engineers realise there's too much strain on the junction, and the points could fail at any moment.
It's on a set of points which 95% of the trains going through Oxford will use. I'm struggling to think of another set of points at Oxford that we use quite as often as these.
Neil now has a dilemma. Keep the trains moving but risk further damage, or stopping all services through Oxford to get the points fixed once and for all.
If they failed catastrophically, every up train will be delayed significantly, and there's roughly 7 trains an hour in that direction going towards London or Reading. We really need to get that defect out because it's sort of crippling us at the moment. If I take the defect out tonight, I remove the risk for the rest of the week. So yeah, it's got to go really. There we are. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare overnight for the signallers. The team are up against it. They've got a complete hand back, ready for us to deliver the railway in the morning. Can't live with this until the weekend. It's bonkers.
Wait signal will get you on the move very shortly. And just to add, you're aware of the 5 mile an hour speed restriction over the point work.
The signallers now have to work out a system which will allow night shift teams to get on track to mend the points without compromising Oxford's busy night service.
The plan is to replace a broken set of points there, which is in the throat of the station. All the equipment to do it, all of the road railers, all of the spares, all of the new rail is on this side of the railway line. So with that in mind, we have to shut the railway line off completely, no trains, so that everybody can get all their stuff from one side of the railway line to there. When that's done, that'll take maybe an hour. Then they will give back some of the railway line and allow us to run all of our trains during the night, which we think could be 15 trains, safely, but only on one railway, on one railway line. And that's called single line working, and that's what we're going to do.
Single line working is a complicated and challenging system, with trains running both ways on one line.
It's a tense thing to set up. Single line working, it's as old as the hills, but it allows us to move trains on the railway in both directions, usually in times of absolute emergency and when you've got to do it, and usually only at night. This is when you earn your money then, Tony.
We'll train between facing crossover at 276 points.
In one direction, the trains will have no conventional signalling. We have to advise the drivers via somebody called a pilotman who wears a proper authorised armband, who's a qualified person to do this sort of work. And, you know, a combination of the driver who's on the train, who knows his rules and regulations, the pilotman who knows his, and us. We make the railway safe. It's like going up a one-way street.
After an hour of complex manoeuvring of trains, the line is ready to be blocked so engineers can get on track.
These are reminder appliances. The rulebook states whenever we're closing the line, we must place these on the signalling equipment to stop us operating it in error in the relevant area concerned. Right, the last freight liner is currently passing through the station as we speak. The line to be blocked is clear of the last train. Right then, so you have for 147 wire 1124 permission to block the line at 2342.
With the lines made safe, engineers now have just 6 hours to complete all repairs ready for the morning commute.
Hopefully by the morning, we'll have a set of points that are not cracked and are working again. That is the plan.
At the Old Oak Common Depot just outside Paddington Station, the train maintenance teams are gearing up for the night shift.
Exactly like a garage for a car going into servicing. A car you'd have to service once every year. Here they do their mileage a lot more quicker because they're going a lot more miles in every day. It's under-frame exam, upstairs exam, fuel the power cars, top up the coolants, top up oils if they're running out. And it's just a basic daily check now.
But keeping the locomotives up and running is only half the battle.
Did we use a lot of hand towels today?
Yes, they did.
A team of 18 cleaners, led tonight by Mohammed Boujetef, known as Bojo, are about to get down and dirty.
Hold these, you need a pack of these gloves. All right? Right. So you've got people doing toilets, you've got people changing the towels, you've got people doing the vegetable bins and so on. So it's quite a lot involved. It's not a matter of just getting in there and just, you know, clean it. There is a lot to do.
And tonight, Bojo is on a special mission.
Gum. We need to find gum. We've got plenty of bins on the sets. They're in the vestibules, they're also in the carriage. It's just people having that bit of, you know, courtesy to say, you know what, if I've got my litter, okay, I'm getting off at the next stop, I'll take it, you know, I'll just dispose of it correctly. And that's sometimes what's upsetting. That's gum. If it's not actioned, it does cause a nuisance, and the longer it sits there, it has damage to the carpet. And the last thing, you've got a passenger walking through, it's on his shoe and so on. So what this gentleman's going to do is demonstrate what is involved in removing gum. So this chewing gum remover is applied. We then obviously have to leave that for around 5 minutes.
Till then it gets softened.
Yes. So what it does, it breaks the gum is broken down, so it's easier to scrape off using. And what we're going to do, we're going
to scrape this
with
the scraper.
Okay. You can see what's happened is the first layer has obviously the whole aim is to get all of that off until we can see the carpet.
It's a sticky problem, and for Bojo, it's something of a pet hate.
What's astonishing is if you go to people's homes and so on, I guarantee you're not going to have the kind of this issue. Some people are a bit more responsible at home. If you've got your nice carpet that you've laid in the bedroom, I'm sure you're not just going to dump it, you know, would you want to be doing this at home? Would you want to be using a gum remover and scraper? I'm sure not.
In Oxford, engineers are out on track trying to fix a set of points at the station entrance. It's just a few hours before the morning train service begins, and signallers are having to manoeuvre trains around the worksite.
Driver 2 Lima 76, platform 4. I'm not sure if you're aware of all the set operations tonight due to the emergency possession, but when I signal you into the down carriage sidings, there should be a set already down there on the road I'm signalling you onto. I'd like you to just couple it up and then leave it there.
Flurry of activity, yeah?
It's all go to at the Old Oak Common Depot, where Bojo and his cleaning team have removed the chewing gum and are now cleaning the carriages with a specialist machine.
Come a bit up here, Caetano. Let's start from this patch so the camera. Yeah, right, okay.
But now something else is coming unstuck.
So basically what's happening is you've still got the chemical procam coming through along with some warm water. So it does warm the water up. And now what's supply? Right, carry on. Good man. Okay, so this is not right. Our machine is starting to. Yeah. This is white. We'll try a different outlet then. Just bear with us. Bottom line, the carpet machine has obviously just undergone some repairs, some service, and obviously it's first day back yesterday, and we've noticed that it's tripping constantly. So it's leading us to believe that there's an issue with the machine. Obviously we've got a backup, so that's what it is. These are the kind of problems that you will. Right. So spray. There we go. We can see the gentleman. Here we go.
The carpet cleaner might be playing up, but in Bojo's eyes, it sweeps away all competition.
This is a machine that's really designed for onboard train carpet cleaning and at a high scale because of its size. This is not a kind of machine like a Henry you can just pick up and waltz into the train.
And now it's time to move on to the next carriage as the dust never settles on Bojo's watch.
So when I've got customers come on this train, they need to make sure that everything is spotless. And that's all I can say. It's just part of the job. Can I tunnel?
It's the start of the morning rush hour at Paddington. Most of the station's services are running well. But at route control, they've had bad news about the progress of the work on the points at Oxford. A minor mishap has caused a bit of a problem.
5:05, the call come in to say that that they couldn't hand it back at the time, so still a fault there, and the fault itself was a drill bit, which probably, I don't know, cost a £5. It snapped off while we were trying to put a bonding wire through the rail, and the spare one that they had, that also broke. So they had to go back to depot, get some more, but like basically for 10 quid's worth of equipment, say, it's cost us, I don't know, 1,500 minutes today, and probably looking at 40 grand in penalty payments, and plus all the inconvenience to the customers. They were turning up to get the trains out, they weren't there, they were running late. And in total, this is a nightmare really. So in total, we cancelled 76 trains. We affected 752 trains for a total of 6,500 minutes delay. I'll say it was all a little bit of a shame really, because right at the end of the day when we expect to run a full service, customers were pitching up at Oxford to find trains late, cancelled. Not very good at all really.
Every day, 100,000 passengers pass through London Paddington. But over 4 crazy days in March, an extra 6,000 pile in and out of the station.
Have a good day, enjoy, make some money.
It's the week of the Cheltenham races, one of the busiest times of the year at Paddington.
We've got a lot more people travelling on the high-speed services out to Cheltenham. We've got extra high-speed services going down throughout the week. So in the morning they're all going out very smartly dressed, and they're all coming back slightly dishevelled after a day on the races and the beer.
With thousands of extra passengers expected this week, everybody's mucking in. With some staff like Area Operations Managers Paul Fallows and Sachin Sanghavi
See you later.
ditching their desk jobs to help out on the platforms and the trains.
But when we volunteer, is whatever help they need, whichever standard class is busy, we help out in the standard class. If the express cafe is busy, we help out there. People have taken Thursdays and Fridays off just to go to Cheltenham, and so the trains today and tomorrow will be more busier than they would normally be. So it'll be quite fun. We'll find out.
On platform 4, duty station manager Charlie McGuinness and customer services assistant Natalie Greenwood are doing their best to get racegoers onto the main train of the festival.
Yeah, what's it like for space towards the front of the train on platform number 4? It's 9:15 Cheltenham, so it's the busiest train we've got all day for all the punters going to the races.
Make sure you pick a winner, and then half it with me.
But already there's trouble in first class.
There's no seats left, there's no seats.
Many passengers have bought first class tickets, but they've discovered this doesn't necessarily guarantee them a first class seat.
I'm telling them that they can either sit in standard or travel the next one. I said, no, this is ridiculous, I want to sit in this one, I want to go on this one. First class, we've only got 2 carriages, it's fully reserved. So most of these people are trying to get on first class, and they're upset because they don't want to stand, because they paid about £200 for their ticket. First is standing only. You can actually have your ticket and go to standard and just keep your tickets and get reimbursed on a later date, but you can still travel with it. I know it's frustrating and it's horrible, but I'm doing the best that I can.
With 7 extra daily trains laid on for the festival, it's the job of catering manager Alison Scully to make sure the buffet cars are fully stocked.
We're waiting for a large delivery for the Cheltenham races. Lots of beer, champagne, gin, tonic. Wish I was drinking it before.
But with frustrated first-class passengers still looking for seats, she has also been pulled into the fray.
One of the guys in green might be able to give you a voucher and also take your email address to give you some sort of compensation.
Oh, are you dealing with the problem that first class is overbooked?
Not personally, I'm a catering manager, but the people in green vests are outside,
okay.
yeah. All right? Thank you. Thank you, darling. Sorry.
It's now 9:05, and Alison has just 10 minutes to stock the Cheltenham special before it leaves.
White wine. Small bottles of Prosecco.
But then Alison suddenly gets called to platform 2.
So, is it the water tanks leaking in the roof, or is it the boiler leaking? Oh, the toilet. Ah, you didn't say that. I thought you said that the boiler was leaking. So then we can't use the area at all. Not for food. There's the toilets are leaking in the Buffy area, so we can't use it for dealing with food. So.
It's now 9:15, and the Cheltenham Express is ready to depart. And this one does have a fully stocked buffet.
If you have to stand up, ladies, I would stay around the bar area.
Yes, good idea.
Yeah.
It's full and standing. If you let, they're standing there by the toilet. All the vestibules are full. So, yeah, that's about as many as you can get on.
As the first racegoers head off to Cheltenham,
into control of Swindon,
Jason Haynes at Network Rail receives a worrying call.
Right, okay, so we're pretty much going to be screwed then, aren't we?
Heavy rain and meltwater have caused the River Exe in Devon to burst its banks, seriously endangering the main line through Devon and Cornwall.
The Environment Agency are predicting 4.1 metres of flooding around the Cowley Bridge area. We've looked at our models, speaking to the infrastructure maintenance delivery manager at Exeter, and he says if we're going by that depth of flooding, the line will flood at Cowley Bridge Junction, which means we won't be running any trains.
Cowley Bridge looks small, but is a crucial junction on Paddington's Great Western Route. If it floods, this will affect passengers going from Devon and Cornwall to the races, and also those trying to get from Paddington to the West Country.
Cowley Bridge is the key part, on the basis that if it floods, it will wash the track away as well, because the water is quite sort of powerful. If it floods, the main line to Cornwall will be flooded and blocked.
Jason calls an emergency meeting with the Environment Agency.
Thanks to everybody for joining the conference about particular concerns over certain river levels, which is very likely to cause us a flooding event.
To judge whether Cowley Bridge Junction will flood, forecasters use 2 railway landmarks as a barometer.
History shows that Dean and Bradnich crossing will flood first. At Stafford, that then goes into the adjacent fields, and as they increase the water, it's that water in the field runs down to Cowley Bridge, and that's when the water will then go over the track and we've got Cowley all washed out.
Yeah.
It's happened several times in the past. In 2016 and in 2012, when the line had to be closed for 11 days. But the rail network does have a way of avoiding it.
To prevent the track flooding, or to prevent our assets there, the points and the signalling equipment, we'll have to put out what we call a barrier, which we've done years gone by.
This inflatable barrier will stop the floodwater from reaching Cowley Bridge, but putting it up will cause severe delays to the service.
That takes 2 hours to erect and 4 hours to put back down again. So effectively we'll be closed for 6 hours, plus the time that the track flooding is on. It's as good as a total blockade of the railway between Taunton and Exeter, and between Exeter and Barnstable.
Jason and his team now have a dilemma. Do they erect the barrier and effectively wipe out the rail service across the whole of Devon, or do they take a risk and hope the floodwaters won't rise that high?
I don't know whether Mike, Tim from the Environment Agency, whether you've got any sort of thoughts or comments on that.
It feels as though it's kind of a monitoring, it's have people watching, but it is possible.
The team decides to take a calculated risk.
On the basis of what we've received from the Environment Agency, we think that Cowley Bridge will not flood. We just hope that we don't get caught out.
But the waters have now started to rise, and they've reached one of the first danger spots, the Heel and Bradnich level crossing.
This is a bit of a black spot here for flooding. The water backs up towards Clumpton, brings it, fills up the fields, and then breaches down there and sneaks in up there, gradually fills up the cess, fills up the up road, fills up the down road, and basically that's it. Once it's reached the depth, the standards say you can't run trains, it's not safe, so we have to stop them.
The stretch of track is on the main artery that connects Paddington with the southwest of England.
That's the main line between Exeter and Taunton that goes on towards Reading and London, and also towards Bristol in the north. We managed to catch trains at Taunton and Exeter, so the trains at Exeter will go back west, and the trains at Taunton will go back north or east.
A section of the western route is now impassable, causing disruption to everyone heading to and from the West Country, including the Cheltenham racegoers.
It's serious. Currently, we've got both lines closed to all traffic.
But their main concern is still Cowley Bridge Junction. If it floods, it could cause serious damage to the tracks, which would take weeks to repair. It's now a waiting game to see how high the water will rise. At 9:30, it finally reaches its peak.
The water level's peaked at 2.66 metres, which shows pretty much where we are at the moment.
And it's good news. Cowley Bridge has escaped unscathed.
Cowley Bridge itself, there's currently no concerns.
But that doesn't mean they're out of the woods. Until the water levels recede, it's still unsafe to run trains.
This road is the up, it's still blocked due to the height of the water above the head of the rail. Obviously got to clear off any debris on the head of the rail there. But once the water level drops a bit lower, I'll get up there and do that. And then hopefully we can get everything back running normal as quick as possible and get people moving.
An hour later, with the water going down fast, Jason takes another calculated gamble.
If it's only 1 inch above, well, it was 3 inches before, wasn't it?
It was 3 inches, it's an inch above now.
I reckon, should we go for it, putting everything through? Yeah. And water levels have gone below the head of the rail on the down line, which means we can go back to line speed as far as we're concerned. So I'm willing to risk a train going through to Plymouth on the basis that when it goes to Plymouth and then dwells at Plymouth for a little while and comes back, it's going to be a place with nearly 2 hours. And I'm hopeful we should have some sort of train service coming back.
Trains towards Plymouth can now run normally. Jason can only hope that by the time they come back towards Paddington, the floodwaters will have receded and the line reopened.
Taking a risk, but I think it's a dynamic risk.
You didn't get much more dynamic than our Jason.
No.
Back on the Cheltenham Special, the racegoers are in high spirits.
Yay! I'm off to Cheltenham.
Every year we go, yeah. This year we've gone 4 days. So this is our 3rd day, so we are recovering alcoholics.
The train's just great. You can pick your winners or you hope your winners.
It somehow seems acceptable, doesn't it, to have a fried breakfast and then followed by a glass of Prosecco or a gin and tonic at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's somehow acceptable for the festival.
In the buffet car, area operations managers Sachin and Paul have swapped their desks for trolleys.
What I'm going to do, 20 packets for now, not more. I'll keep them already in this basket with some ketchup and brown sauce.
I'm normally sat behind the computer screen looking how bad the service might be getting and trying to put it back together again. Have you got any more been delivered? Because this is nearly finished. It gets people interacting where they wouldn't do normally. It gets people doing completely different roles to what they ever signed up for. And it's a good laugh, it brings people together.
The train is about to pull in to Cheltenham.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just arriving into Cheltenham Spa. Cheltenham Spa, this will be your last and final stop.
And on the platform, everyone is under starters' orders.
Horses! Horses! Racecourse, buses, taxis over the bridge. This way to the pub. Hey, hey, hey,
It's a very busy day for us, or busy 4 days for us. Around about 15,000 people a day. We see all sorts. They come through in the morning like pom princesses, and they go back in the night with makeup everywhere, hair everywhere. It's just a fun time.
Cheltenham Spa Station usually serves around 3,000 passengers a day. During the course of the festival, they expect up to 5 times that. With so many extra people expected, trains have been staggered so they don't all turn up at once.
Want to go down to the bottom bus queue for me? They all leave at the same time.
But the flooding further down the line in Devon means that some trains are late starters.
Another train that's come in from the south. But we've had some flooding in the southwest around Taunton, so we've had a few issues down there. It's causing a bit of service disruption out there, so that might take account of why these people, we don't normally have this many people in this late, so that might be why.
Staff are doing their best to keep the crowds moving, but with such large numbers, even getting them out of the station is problematic.
You know, you go a few thousand on your average day to this, so we literally have to use every inch of the station that we have, which is why we have to close the car park to bring it all out here. Which is really inconvenient for our normal customers, but just for the safety of everyone, we have to do it. Keep coming down for me, that's it. Have a great day today, guys, all right?
With 2 more Cheltenham specials expected from Paddington,
Guys, want to go straight out the ramp for us, okay?
some bad news has just come in to route control.
We've developed 2 signalling incidents at Eden Broadway. We've got a track circuit failure beyond Eden Broadway station, and we've also got a signalling problem which is just behind where the track circuit failure is as well. So we cannot clear up to the route where the track circuit failure is.
The main line out of Paddington will now have to be closed, and all trains, including the Cheltenham specials, rerouted down the congested relief line.
We run everything via the relief between Ladbroke Grove and Southall, and we'll have to implement a contingency plan to allow that timetable to work. So we're going to put probably about 10 to 15 minutes into some of the Gold Cup specials.
If more trains arrive late into Cheltenham, crowd numbers could build up to dangerous levels.
We've had about 14,000 people through our queuing system, and that's just the people exiting on this side. Keep coming down. Come here. As you can see, lots of them are very drunk already.
Luckily, it's a relatively quick fix.
The box technician at Didcot has done some investigating and found that there's a module which is common to all both track circuits and the signal problems. So we just get hold of the techs now and go down and replace it.
It was a matter of like minutes. If it had gone at like a minute or 5 minutes before, we would have hammered the last race special.
And away they go.
And maybe I know to put something on a horse today, see what happens.
The last one. I'm happy now. They're gone.
The last of the racegoers are safely on their way to Cheltenham. But over on platform 3 at Paddington, an intercity train has fallen at the first hurdle.
So what's happened is the train on number 3's it's about to leave, and just as it's about to pull off, the driver's got a lack of air. That's the driver now, and that's the duty manager for Great Western.
Train brakes need compressed air to function. If there's not enough air in the tanks, the brakes won't release. Richard puts an urgent call out to emergency maintenance.
Base to Bravo 4, Robbie.
Yes, sorry, mate.
Robbie, could you make your way over to number 3? The driver had a loss of air. It was initially thought it was the parking brake, but he's still got a problem.
In busy stations like Paddington, when trains break down, engineers have only 5 minutes to fix them.
Yeah, Bravo 4.
Just the fitter.
Morning, sir. Right.
'Cause
Platform 3 to investigate this fault for over.
Okay, Robbie, thanks for the update. So Robbie doesn't know what the issue is, so potentially this might have to be cancelled.
The train is now already running late, and it's full of disgruntled passengers.
So the train manager's released all the doors. He's made an announcement on board that anybody that wanted to go to Swindon or Reading, they can jump off this train now, go over to platform 5 because we've got the 45 Swansea, which calls at those stations.
A minute later, Robbie thinks he may have found the cause of the problem.
Yeah, mate.
We found the PASCOM tripped in this toilet.
PASCOM is a form of passenger alarm which alerts the driver that there's something that requires his urgent attention. And it basically means that the train will come to a stand. So in the station, it will mean that the train can't leave. So why someone has pulled it is your guess is as good as mine.
It's quite disappointing when people do that, because passengers can't get to the destination or get home.
With the passenger alarm released, the train should now be able to move. But the brakes are still locked, and Robbie suspects alarms may have been pulled in other carriages.
We have to try and find out how many coaches could have this pulled. Could be 1, could be 10. So we just have to check the whole train now.
In the meantime, the clock is ticking, and trains are backing up.
This train here is coming off of the North Pole Depot. This train now is basically blocked in because this train is ready to go, but it hasn't gone. And that is now blocking anything else from getting out. We do really need to be going in the next couple of minutes. All right, I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we'll do.
Eventually, Robbie finds the source of the trouble.
So if you look in here, we've got another one pulled. So looks as if somebody's basically pulled them on purpose, which has delayed the train.
With the alarms reset, the problem is now solved. But are they in time to save the service?
Just waiting for the decision to be made. Yeah, it's confirmed it's going to go down to the depot, and we've done our best. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. At a busy rail station, you'll usually get 5 minutes maximum to fix a fault. If not, it gets cancelled to the depot.
With 900 miles of track running from Paddington in the east out to the West Country in Wales, on the Great Western Railway, there's plenty of scope for things to go wrong. But Network Rail has a secret weapon in its arsenal. An airborne advance warning system, which flags up any potential trouble spots.
So what we're doing here is we're scanning everything, the overheads, and the track. The beauty of doing it from an aircraft is you can see the amount of assets we're inspecting just flying along here. You know, there's loads of them. We're covering such a wide area in such a short space of time. I mean, this, for people on the ground to walk, would take hours or even days.
Aerial survey specialist Emma Taylor and engineer Mohammed Shabir are using the helicopter's thermal imaging camera to inspect lines between Maidenhead and Paddington.
So what I'm looking at, I'm just scanning the track here.
Okay.
We'll come past all of your switches, all of your substations. If there's any issue on the equipment that we see, we'll see a real strong glowing white light, and that is heat that's being transmitted off of the equipment. So we can easily see faults with this camera system.
After the recent bad weather, an inspection of the tracks is essential, and surveying them from the air saves the railway millions in man-hours and delays to services.
It's much easier. If you look at it, we just, within about 10-15 minutes, we covered from Maidenhead to there. It's now.
How long would that take people on the ground to do?
Maybe hours, I should say, maybe days. Because you don't get access to the track like we got it now.
They're now approaching one of the network's electricity substations.
Okay, whereabouts are you looking?
Just up the right by those yellow trains.
Visual. Okay. This camera as well, it's got a very good visual camera, so it will allow you to zoom right in on the asset, and then once you've focused it up, you can see great detail. And we can flick to thermal now. We're just about to put an orbit in. So if you go round to the left now, please.
The camera will pick up any heat source, and Emma thinks she's spotted something.
Oh, they're birds. I was wondering what that heat source was, Mohammed, but there's a couple of birds sat in there. They always make me think, oh, we've got a nice fault there, and it's...
A few miles further on, though, they do encounter a problem.
Yeah, water on the top of the roofs.
Yeah, there you go, visual. There's quite a bit. No, it's not water. Oh no, there is quite a bit. Yeah, you can see.
The recent heavy rain has taken its toll on the rail infrastructure as well.
There's a lot of high voltage inside that container, so if there was any leaks occurred, then we could have a problem on our hands.
Back on the ground, Mobile Operations Manager Mark Rowley also has a potentially inflammatory situation on his hands.
This area here is called Thorny Mill Yard. It's an old railway sidings. It's been fenced off for a contracting firm to use this facility, and basically, unfortunately, during a very small window of some concrete blocks being moved, before this company was moved in, the travelling community have seen a window of opportunity and moved in onto the land.
The travellers have been there for less than a week, but have already dumped a huge amount of household waste.
Basically, as you can see from the photos, obviously we've got some caravans set up here, and they're locating all their fly tipping rubbish down at the end of the yard, which basically is accumulating here.
Network Rail has secured a possession order to evict the travellers, and Mark and a British Transport Police colleague are on their way to serve it.
Hopefully they will abide by it and vacate the land that they're occupying. Whether they do so, or if they know of any loopholes, we will soon find out.
The land is close to Iver Station, 5 miles east of Slough, and it's been owned by Network Rail for 135 years.
So that you're saying Network Rail owns this as well? Yes.
But the news seems to make no difference.
Honestly, don't be
ridiculous. Look at this, just over the market, another pin is there.
Don't be ridiculous. Honestly, we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. I'm not going to argue who owns Network Rail here, right? Okay, yeah. What I'm saying is, this land here has to be vacated forthwith, all right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's different land.
All right? Obviously, I've served that on you now, so what's your intention?
We're not going there.
We're not going anywhere.
We're going to High Court.
All right?
We're going to High Court.
All right, then. Okay, guys, no worries.
Network Rail will now have to obtain a writ from the High Court, which will allow them to evict the group by force.
It's a bit tense in the end, wasn't it? They claim really that the little bit of land that they're using is not within that possession order, but it was all covered, all the area that was that they're using. I don't know the finer details, but I think the final High Court writ allows the police to use whatever force is necessary for them to be removed from the site. Without that, they can't force the issue. Yeah, this continues.
Back in the skies above Paddington, they're dealing with a different kind of intrusion.
We've got a bit of a build-up of water around the roof, sort of the top left-hand side from what we're looking at now.
I'll get that one reported because we got a high voltage underneath.
Ah, yeah.
And if it leaks, it's going to pose a problem.
Issues like this would never be spotted from the ground. By detecting them early on, Emma and Mohammed have averted a potentially dangerous incident.
So we're going to report that and we're going to get that fixed.
Copy that, Castle 2-3.
The team are now flying over the busy approach to Paddington. With 29 trains an hour using just 6 lines here, closing one of the lines for maintenance would cause severe delays.
London's a very intense area, so it's harder to get possession to do maintenance on the equipment because of the sheer volume of trains. Hence why we do and focus a lot of our efforts on our operations around this area.
Within a couple of hours, we have done days work now. If we had to do this manually, like sending people on sites and checking it, it would take a long time. But with the helicopter's help, you know, it's just done quite quickly.
Back at Paddington, the last of the late night services is leaving the platform, and the station is slowing down for the night.
The auto doors, they need to be locked and escalators switched off, please.
But out on the tracks, work is only just beginning. Engineer Johnny Westcott and his team have been called in to replace a set of points, known as a switch, on one of the main lines into Paddington.
This is our new switch that we'll be putting in. We're just measuring it up to mark our cut points for where we're going to drop it in.
Switches are movable sections of track, which allow trains and other rolling stock to cross from one line to another. If the switches fail, nothing can cross over.
This switch is the main link from the North London line to Paddington for freight trains. So if we don't repair it, come Monday morning, it could cause major delays, not just to freight trains, but the passenger trains.
Johnny and the team have just 6 hours to replace the old switch. But some rail machinery needed for another job further down the line is stuck on track, and Johnny's team can't get to work until it's out of the way.
The machines that we're waiting to pass so we can access can't go anywhere because they can't swing the points. So this is a project S&T trying to fix the problem. So we're stuck here waiting until it's repaired, basically.
With the clock ticking, the S&T signalling team need the existing points working so that the machines can get moving.
We've got permission to start, so we're just waiting for these machines to get out of our way and then we're good to go.
Johnny and his team can finally get to work.
Let's go, gents. Nice and easy, gents. All of these machines gone.
The first stage is to cut out the old switch, which has eroded after years of wear and tear.
So we just made the cut in front of the switch. We're disconnecting the two joints at the rear of the switch. We've run up all the screws that go into the sleeper so we can lift out the old switch with the base plate still connected.
The switch is made of heavy-duty steel and weighs around 3 tons. 2 specialist cranes are needed to hoist it out of the way. It's now nearly 4 a.m. and the team have just 2 hours to get the new switch in place so the line can be reopened for the following day's rush hour.
All cuts have now been made, so it's now literally the case of lifting straight in to track.
The new switch has been pre-assembled. It's supposed to fit like a jigsaw.
When we got to site, we took our measurements of our new switch and our old switch so we can make our cuts, and then we could drop the new switch right into place.
If the switch isn't aligned correctly, it won't do its job. So if the measurements are even a millimetre out, they'll have to start all over again. And for the moment at least, it's not going exactly to plan.
Yeah, go on a bit. We need to open it because this one is not in properly. Start it somewhere.
Oh, cable here, mate. Cable.
Up!
Eventually, with a bit of pushing and shoving, the new switch goes in.
Obviously, if we made these measurements wrong, that would have really ruined our night. But luckily, they were spot on. So now it's just a case of everything we disconnected, we now reconnect, and then that is then we're ready to finish up the job.
The old switch will now be taken away and recycled, and with the new switch connected to the signalling system, the line is back up and running, ready for the morning rush hour.
We're literally just finishing up now, and that's our shift finished.
15 miles to the west of Paddington, though, there's about to be a rude awakening.
Today, some enforcement agents are serving a High Court writ so that we can regain possession of our land from the travelling community.
It's 4 days since Network Rail served the travellers at Thorney Mill Yard with an eviction notice, and Mobile Operations Manager Jane Colgan has returned to make sure they vacate the railway's land.
It's probably going to take several hours, I reckon, because there's a lot of vehicles and caravans and whatnot down there, so I think we're going to be here for a little while.
Illegal encampments on railway land are a common and very expensive problem for the UK rail industry.
Even just to get the writs issued costs thousands. And the enforcement agents need to be paid for their time. That's several £100s an hour.
Once issued with a High Court writ, the travellers are bound by law to leave the site. And after several hours of deliberation with the enforcement officers, they pack up and go. Network Rail will now have to arrange a massive clean-up operation.
Crikey, look, I mean, there's everything here. Sofas, windows, beds, trampolines, TVs, mattresses everywhere, baths everywhere, a load of garden waste. Wow. So, yeah, it looked like the first person turned up on the 2nd of March, which was 12 days ago. So it's taken them 12 days to create this.
But first, Jane's colleagues create a barrier around the site to prevent any further intrusions.
We're just basically building a defensive wall so that the people can't come back till we get full-time security on the site. So, yeah, he's moved some of these huge boulders, so hopefully that'll be enough to keep the site secure. Right, I just need to get some photos to show that the site's been secured, and then we can go. There we are. All right. Let's go.
Also on their way are thousands of racegoers heading home after the week-long Cheltenham Festival.
Where are you headed, sir? Reading down to the left. Where are you going? London down to the left, sir.
And the going has been tough for everyone.
How's it going?
It's going very well.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Where do you want to go to?
No idea.
Oh, okay. Right away then, please. Welcome to the London train. Go, go, go. Go all the way along.
The finishing post is almost in sight.
It's been manic, it's been crazy. I'll be here same time next year, so and no doubt 20,000 people will join me on Gold Cup Day again next year.
It's now over to staff down the line at Paddington to get them across the finishing line.
Just making sure that everyone's happy, fine. There's no one who's looking like they're too drunk. Needs a little bit of help. But as usual, everyone's happy and cheery.
As the last of the late runners leave the trains...
Thank you for putting up for all our rubbish.
Right. Have a good evening.
Oh.
A mammoth cleaning job begins, and PC Al Gore scours the trains for any lost property or sleeping passengers.
Always possible someone has drunkenly left their phone or maybe banged behind, so if that's on the train, we can get that to lost property. And secondly, I'm going to also be looking out for people. I just like to say, just want to wake them up, make sure they're okay, and let them then wander either to the taxi or the underground or so they can get home.
Luckily, there are no slumbering passengers this evening, and only one item of lost property.
They left their winnings in there, haven't they?
No, sadly not. Just a coat, no money, no winning tickets, unfortunately.
One of the busiest weeks in Paddington's calendar draws to a close.
A nice way to end it. Very friendly on board, all happy and smiles, thankfully. No problems. Just got to book this into lost property. That won't take too long. And then go and get a well-run cup of tea, I think.
But for a couple of days, it becomes more frantic than ever. It's the big Easter getaway, the start of a 4-day bank holiday.
I'll just wait for platforms to come up and then we'll get cracking.
Duty manager Rodney Seelall is priming his staff.
As you guys well aware, today's our busiest day for travel, so we all covered.
All covered.
Ticket office.
Yeah, we're fine.
Gate line.
Everyone's covered.
We're probably going to move this evening, probably looking around 20,000 of people. We work more efficiently when we're under a little bit of pressure.
Out on the concourse, customer ambassador Harriet Jones is bracing herself for what's to come.
This is my first Easter here in Paddington, actually, so I'm not too sure what to expect. I've only heard what other people have told me, so a lot of the staff members that have been here a long time have booked a day off. I think they're probably onto something here. They've left us all behind to work.
As long as the staff don't eat all the eggs, they're meant to be for the children.
Behind the scenes, customer ambassador Jenny Williams is getting ready for the Easter getaway by tying up loose ends.
Oh, look! Oh, actually, you look like an Easter egg. Doesn't it look pretty? Okay.
That's lovely, that.
I'll only allow this only on this occasion.
Trying to get the customers happy for this tonight's evening peak, make sure we send them on their way so they're all happy and ready for their Easter break.
A lot of people have got like 4 days off, so everyone hopefully should be in a good mood.
– 118 miles away in Bristol, they're under even more pressure.
No trains for the next 5 days, everybody. This does include Tuesday. If you are travelling on Tuesday, check before you travel.
Major re-signalling works means there'll be no trains from Bristol Temple Meads and 19 surrounding stations.
This is unprecedented. To have the station closed for 5 days with no trains in or out is completely unprecedented. It's a huge deal for the station, it's a huge deal for the railway in general, because it's the re-signalling work that will enable us to improve the railway to get those faster trains that we need.
No train for the next 5 days, folks.
Last look at a train, because I'm not going to see one for 5 days.
Yeah, get a photo. Withdrawal symptoms.
The re-signalling is an essential part of the modernisation of the Western Route. It's the biggest and most ambitious signalling project in British railway history, upgrading the old infrastructure at a cost of £130 million. Lee Tyack is project manager of the mammoth operation that's taken 5 years to plan.
The buck stops with me if this goes wrong. I'm out of the rail industry. If it goes right, I can remain in the rail industry. There is no second bite of the cherry. There's not another 5 years worth of planning to go through. This is it. This is 123 hours and we've got to perform.
With trains out of action, a smooth-running bus replacement service is going to be crucial. Rail and bus companies and local councils have worked closely together to get the Bristol area ready for the signalling works. And the project is so important that it has its own name, BASRA.
This is a very large project, so we've had planning in progress for a number of months. Teams internally, our train planning team that would normally be writing the timetables for our train services have been working on timetables for the buses to ensure that we can get people to their destinations as quickly as possible.
For Bristol Parkway, we will have a queuing system within the Midland shed, and we'll be bringing people out when the coordinator say through this entrance here to go onto the buses or to go onto this double-decker one here.
Back at Paddington.
I think it's definitely getting a bit busier now.
Mad day, mad day. All right, they're all going to rush for the 1903 now.
Customer ambassador Natalie Greenwood is dealing with the passengers making their Easter escape.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, no, 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 no. You cannot climb over gates. You cannot climb over gates. You didn't see the sign.
I didn't, I'm so sorry.
The 1903 to Plymouth is one of the last trains to leave Paddington for Devon, and everyone wants to be on it.
So as you can see, the crowd is mad, and they're trying to get seats, because most people ain't going to have seats on this train. Literally every door has got about 10, 15 people standing outside trying to get on this train. Guys, can you move down, please? There's actually people sitting on the floor. This is absolute mayhem, and there's still people coming.
You haven't got a good seat, please take another train.
We've got a good seat.
Just bear with me.
How are we going to get to Devon tonight?
You can't get on that train, it's completely full.
It's not much fun for those left on the platform, and some are playing the blame game.
It's a direct result of privatisation.
Wait, where are you going to? Where are you going to?
We're going to Newton Abbot.
I will get you on a 1932. It's half an hour later, and I'll board it. I'll get you on there before it boards, and you can get a seat together.
The 1932 to Penzance is an extra train put on especially for the Easter getaway.
I'm going to take all of you on the 1932. Just bear with me. We just need to get this train out of the station. So I'm going to go to 8 with all these passengers, yeah? 100%.
Well, it was confirmed by them 1932.
All right, I'm going to 8, all right? Clifford! 1932 is definitely 8.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to platform 8.
But no one seems to know exactly which platform it's going from.
1932, I'm going to make sure those passengers are all right.
There's no 1932.
No.
It's what?
What's that?
No 1932.
He said it's not. What are you holding?
1932.
They said it was on 8. We need to go and get all the passengers that were sent to 8 to go to number 3. Mate, they sent... But this is why I said 100%, 100,000% is this train that 1932. They said yes both times. So now I'm going to have to go through the train and shout out anyone on 1932.
She fears that unless she intervenes, Penzance passengers will end up in the wrong city.
Is everyone on this coach for the 1922 Hereford? Okay, that's good. Hi, sorry to bother you. Everyone on this coach for 1922 Hereford?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Hello, can I have attention, please? Everyone on this carriage for 1922 Hereford, yeah? Everyone want 1922? All right, so it looks like they got off the train. So hopefully they're not on those carriages, but I did the best that I can do.
But the getaway is only just getting started.
Still looking busy. Guys, don't run, please, just walk. Guys, don't run, just walk, please. Stop running, there's no rush. You want to get there without a broken ankle, surely.
Attention has now turned to the 1932 to Penzance.
Hopefully we can get everybody on there.
And it's a squeeze here too.
Guys, if you want to come down, use all the other doors as well. Manic. Absolute manic.
The strain of taking the train has got too much for some.
Excuse me, are you okay? Are you trying to get on this train? Do you want me to help you get on the train? Where are you going to? Yeah, I want to help you get a seat. Yeah, come on, I'll come. Yeah. Yeah, come this way. Come this way. Sit in here and I'll tell the train manager I'll put you in there, all right?
Just on one that is reserved?
Yeah, anyone that's not reserved. Yeah, no worries. She's missed the last 2 trains. One of them was our fault because Network Rail put her on the wrong train.
Right.
And she physically couldn't get on the 1903. I just helped her on the train, upgraded her first, and just said relax. Told the train manager, so hopefully she gets home safe to her family.
I don't think we actually had anyone left behind, which is a good sign. It's a relief, yeah.
With everyone on board, the busiest train of the evening, the 1932 to Penzance, heads out of Paddington.
Job well done today, definitely.
It all comes together at the end.
No, it was good, it was fun. Ish.
Day one of the Easter getaway is over, but in 12 hours, a second wave will be heading their way. In Bristol, it's just after midnight, and teams of rail workers are preparing to start 5 days of a major engineering project. Bristol's entire signal control is being relocated to a state-of-the-art signalling centre at Didcot, 75 miles away. In charge tonight is project manager Richard Allman.
Just this weekend, there's at least 130 point machines being recabled and refed back to Didcot.
Some 500 engineers will be working night and day to upgrade every aspect of the signalling infrastructure, which dates back to the 1960s and 70s.
Part of the new works at Bristol here is to replace signals with LED signals, which are more reliable. The team from Alstom are preparing to cut down the signal. You can see it starting to lean. There you go.
Now that first part of the signal's safely removed, you can see the boom still there, the upright leg, so that needs to be burnt off.
It's out with the old and in with the new.
Look at the size of the mass concrete base. It's some, 1.5 metres square and probably a metre deep of concrete. The new base been driven into the ground, and then what they've done, they've put a concrete cap around the top. You have to spin in the other way.
It takes 8 hours to replace just one signal tower. There are 15 to be removed across the Bristol network, so the pressure is on. By morning, there's an unusual scene. Bristol Temple Meads, one of the busiest stations in the country, is deserted. Well, almost.
Excuse me? So these platforms are obviously completely out of bounds for the duration of possession. This chap mustn't be here. Excuse me, you can't be here. We're not allowed on these platforms.
Okay.
All of these platforms are out of bounds.
Okay.
How did you get up here?
Someone obviously didn't get the memo.
So no one's allowed on these platforms, any of our platforms apart from 3, for the duration of this 5-day block, unless they're like these guys, kitted out and doing the engineering work.
Just outside the station, though, it's a hive of activity. The 1960s vintage signal box, which has controlled Bristol signals for over half a century, is being decommissioned and moved to TVSC, the Thames Valley Signalling Centre.
So we're going from sort of 1960s technology where every single indication, every switch, every train route has to be manually set for every single train, whereas when we go to TVSC, it's an electronic system. It's got automatic route setting, which is automatically sets the routes for trains based on timetable information. Every indication here is hardwired with a wire going from here downstairs into the relay room. Very old technology.
The Bristol Signal Room that has been the nerve centre of Bristol's signalling network is long past its sell-by date.
So the existing Bristol Temple Meads is currently operated via relay and wired. What age is that? These are 50s, aren't they? 1950s. These ones in the station. These are now being made redundant as part of the weekend works.
It's a good job those of us that work on it like doing jigsaw puzzles. Every single wire is recorded on one of the approximately 3,000 sheets of drawings that there are for this installation.
Is it a white and blue wire? Is it a white and blue pair?
The changeover is an intricate and delicate operation.
These are the wires that we're having to change. So obviously we've got red is the new, green is the old to come off, and we've got 1,000 sheets of this.
It's another time-consuming job that has to be completed within its allotted slot for Basra to hit the deadline.
For the whole bank holiday weekend, we'll be doing all of these wires that have got to go in. If it all works and it all works correctly, Peter upstairs will do his tests. Those up at ITV SC will do their checks as well, and it should work.
Getting to grips with the new way of doing things is Roy Hutchinson, who's signalled trains in Bristol for 17 years. But before TVSC's Bristol desk goes live, Roy's getting some practice in.
The simulator is pretty accurate. In the centre here, we have Bristol Temple Mead Station in the south. The yellow is the actual platform. The trains are shown here in pink. The flashing white light means the station staff have pressed that he's ready to depart. We're all ready. We've done as much as we can do now on the simulator, so we're all just waiting really to get to grips with it and get on and actually signal some trains.
It's late morning on day 2 of the Great Easter Escape. And at Paddington, there's a second wave of passengers leaving the capital.
Definitely filling up on the station now. So we have our first very, very busy train of the day. Has been taken off the screen 6 minutes early, and that's because it's already far too overcrowded.
And for duty station manager Tom Law, it's the Penzance train that's causing problems again.
Look, use all doors. If you can't get on, next train. Use all doors, full and standing this train.
I've seen a lot of passengers that have seen how busy it is and walked back to the concourse. Others would have arrived after it had been taken off the screen. Their next train to Penzance is not for 2 hours.
Well, if you can't get on, you can't get on, unfortunately. Doors, trains on the go.
At the moment, it's 2 minutes late now. 2 minutes late, pretty much waiting for all the passengers to get into the train.
It's full and standing. Yeah, unfortunately, go on the next train now. I can't get you on the train. I can't get you up.
When you're on platforms, you've got to be to the point. We've got a safety responsibility for everyone. So if anyone falls in between the track and dispatch, it could be the worst case scenario. So we get quite direct when it gets to the platforms. When we're on the concourse here, we can be a bit more customer service-esque, but our main responsibility is to get everyone from A to B safely. So that means I have to be a bit direct and shout a little bit when you have to, unfortunately.
The volume has also gone up at Bristol Parkway Station.
Any passengers for the rail replacement coach services, through the doors, turn right, follow the yellow signs, please.
Station manager Linda Swanger is finding it tricky to get everyone on the buses.
The only thing is the ticket machines, the queues are getting a bit long.
OK.
So we're just making sure people can move back and forth.
How are the ticket office doing then? Are they coping?
Actually, not many people seem to want to go into the ticket office.
So, well, that's a shame, isn't it?
So I keep pushing them in that way.
Yeah, because they will cut that queue immediately.
Yeah.
We've spent a lot of planning on this. We've put additional queuing systems in that we've never even used before because we do realise there's going to be a lot of people coming into the station. We're very aware of not overcrowding, not queuing. So I think the plan so far has kept the flow going very well. But let's say overall, so far, I'm pretty happy with the way everything's going.
It's not flowing quite so smoothly at Paddington, where Graham Parker in the control room has his eye on a second wave of bank holiday passengers flooding the concourse.
A lot of people missed the last train to Penzance. Loads missed the last train to Plymouth. So, yeah, we have quite a full station now. This, as the image I've got here, this is as full as I'd like it to be. Basically, any more full than this, it starts getting a bit dangerous, to be honest.
It looks busy. I'm going to head down.
At Paddington Station, the bank holiday getaway has got even busier for duty station manager Tom Law. And that means adopting a no-nonsense approach.
You'll have to get the next train. I can't physically get you on, can I? You can all tell me you got booked seats as long as you want, but if I can't physically get you on that train, how am I supposed to get you in your reserve seat? Back to the concourse. If you can't get on, back to the concourse now. Look, at the end of the day,
People
At
can
the end
turn.
of the day, I don't want to spend 150 quid
Yeah.
and stand. That's the end of the day.
Well, if you don't, I'd advise getting on the next one.
Well, I'm not going to get on the next one. But
Okay, then you're going to stand.
my bags are on there, but I'm fucking not on there, am I? That station manager couldn't give a shit.
It's volume of people. Everyone wants to travel at the same time. Midweek, Monday to Friday, people travel at different times due to price. On a bank holiday, any ticket goes. So everyone tries to get the same train. And to be fair, they're just trying to get where they go early, really. So it's understandable, but there's only a certain amount of space.
It's been a 2-day struggle, but by the end of the night, all passengers have made their great escape. Meanwhile, on the tracks outside Bristol Temple Meads, it's the start of another night shift for the re-signalling engineers.
This is the old 650 switchgear. Basically, would power the track circuits to detect the trains.
Condition of the wiring is all old and brittle. Been here for a good 45 years or more, but this is all getting made redundant over this weekend.
The switch boxes will be linked up to the new signalling centre in Didcot, so that means more complicated rewiring.
So basically, the modern equivalent, all new wiring, all new relays controlling the points, all weatherproof boxes, all sealed, because they give off a heat and a warmth source. Obviously in the winter, you get rodents or, you know, small creatures trying to get in and nest. So it's essential they're all sealed.
138 switch boxes will have to be replaced across the Bristol network. As the deadline gets closer, all the teams are working hard to keep everything on schedule. By the morning, all the major recabling has been done, and the clear-up begins.
If you've got the BLLs, the guy's going to set the route for you now.
And now the attention moves to Bristol Temple Meads Station itself. Project manager Lee Tyack is checking on progress with the station's new signals.
How are we getting on, guys?
Yeah, good.
So what are we doing here?
We're taking down the assets for the CIS, the Customer Information System. We're taking it down in readiness for this steel structure to be moved later on.
Back on the tracks, they need to remove tons of metal before the end of the day.
Pick up, go down, come across the points, come up.
Pick all this up as well, is it?
Yeah. I think it's 20 pallets on the BLL, and it's about 16, 17 pallets on the MLNs.
And they're also up against it in the station itself.
One of the challenges that Bristol presents is when it was built, it's built on a curve, which means that the signals that we've now got, which are the platform sharing signals, one of the challenges is making sure the drivers can get sight of those signals as they come into the station. So one of the many things we've had to do is move the kit that was there, or was further out in the platform, and move it all back in towards the actual building wall. It's actually quite nice to see. Works is going well at the moment.
While Bristol is still closed, the Easter holiday at Paddington has been all too short, with early returners coming back into the capital.
Oh, diolch yn fawr. Great customer service.
A lot of people coming off the trains, quite busy people finishing their holidays and coming back into London. Children are still on holidays. Hello. Thank you. Right.
Everyone's, fairly well-natured. Everyone's, been really polite, happy, cheerful, had a few conversations with people. So, yeah, everyone seems like in a really good mood, despite the weather being far from great at the moment.
In Bristol, so far, everything has gone to plan. But now it's the most crucial stage of the project, checking everything works. Signal specialist Phil Hathaway is in charge of the test team.
We're going to pop into Bristol Temple Meads Station. All the new signals that they put up over the weekend, we're going to confirm that they're in the right positions and that they're pointing in the correct direction for the trains to get a clear aspect, to ensure that the drivers can basically see signals where they should. So what we're going to do is, looks a very technical device, this. It really isn't. It's a bit like the submarines looking for the ships in the Navy. It's a periscope that we use when we're on track to simulate the driver's eye level. So when the driver's sat in the train, obviously they're a bit taller than I am, and we'll use this periscope just to simulate that position. Okay, so it's got a couple of mirrors at each end, so it enables me to look up and forward towards the signal, so I'll be checking for any obstructions on the way.
Unfortunately, all is not well.
So what I can see from here is that we've got a couple of lamp posts that are actually getting in the way slightly. So what we'll do, we'll liaise with the train operating companies.
The bank holiday weather has been getting steadily worse, especially on the tracks outside Swindon. Emergency Response Mobile Operations Manager John Gunn is on site to report back to route control.
Instant control, Thames Valley. Oh.
The 6-foot rail's clear, but it started to rain again, so not too sure how this is going to end up.
OK, no problem at all, John. Thank you for the update. Yes, we've had a bit of flooding this morning between Wootton Bassett Junction and Chippenham Station, a place called Christian Mulford. The down line is currently closed. GWR instructions state that they cannot run through flood water that's anything over the railhead. If they run through flood water, they have to have all their trains inspected. All the wheel bearings and wheel sets have to be inspected to make sure there's no water ingress. Eventually it could cause a locked axle. Normally they're travelling at 125 miles an hour. They've got a maximum speed of 5 miles an hour over the 600 feet or so.
Until the water is pumped away, trains are running on one track. And for once, engineering works have come as a blessing.
If it happened after the BAS works, we'll be encountering delays most of the day, without question, and they'd be imported all the way up to Paddington and affecting all services up there as well.
Back in Bristol, no trains can run until all the checks on the new signalling are completed. And at a level crossing, more problems are coming to light.
So at the moment, the testers haven't got control of the barriers.
Reece, could you stand out where you can be seen? Because there's people going through red lights out there.
So these are operated by track circuits. So if they're testing track circuits somewhere else, completely independent to what we're doing of here, it can cause the barrier sequence to start, which is what happened in that instance. It wasn't anything that the testers were doing in here, but obviously there's a lot of people out doing various different functions at the moment, so we have to take into account anything could happen.
And it's gone clear. Okay.
The testers are key to the project. If they don't get their testing done, then it's all been for nothing.
We knew there was a fault somewhere, but it took a while to work out where it was. And it turned out that the computer from Didcot wasn't sending out the right information to the crossing in order to get its information back again. But it's been resolved now.
At Paddington, they're doing their own checks. Fare evasion costs the rail industry £240 million a year.
You see people change their stride, you see people change their pace. They're looking around more at their surroundings rather than what they're doing. You do get used to spotting it after a while.
The most common trick is the double shuffle through the gate barrier. It's not long before eagle-eyed Revenue Officer Moses Mosser spots a passenger trying it on.
Inspector, you double shuffle behind someone else?
Jesus.
You shouldn't do that, really. Where do you travel from today?
Lincoln.
Ealing Common?
Yeah.
Ealing Common is underground station, it's not a railway station.
Broadway, sorry.
Yeah, how did you come through the barrier?
Sorry?
How did you come through the barrier?
Barrier?
Yeah, the barrier at Ealing, you know the gate at Ealing? Let's come this way and chat.
Okay. You lose the ticket.
You lost your ticket?
Yeah.
So you actually have bought ticket today? You paid by card? And you lost it from there to here? Mm.
The inspector will decide whether he feels it's an accidental or whether it's a genuine intent to defraud. It becomes fair evasion at that point, which is a criminal offence, and he could be up in court for it.
Today, the man gets given a £20 fine and goes on his way. At Bristol Temple Mead Station, final checks are being made before the platforms can be reopened.
Do we know where this is from?
I have no idea. It's probably a tank, you know, is what I look things.
I just want to get it off the platform.
While the project has been going on, a team of auditors have been crossing off the completed works.
Just checking through now, it says everything's been done signed for, except 1.9, which is the commissioning copies out on site.
Yeah. Each element on this certificate is essentially a bit of testing that the tester has done actually on site. So this is basically showing everything they've done for a certain piece of equipment. I basically mark what they've done, I press the button to commit it, and that's essentially giving the project teams a bit more of an outlook as to what's actually happening on site without actually being physically present on the track. Ideally, for the whole diagram, we want everything on the whole schematic to be green, because that would suggest that it's been tested, it's been signed off, which would suggest there's nothing else that needs to be done.
On the platform, it's the final touches. With so many changes having taken place, the train dispatch boxes need relabelling.
Some of the staff we have working here at the station have been here for 40 odd years, and day in, day out using the same signals, the same processes, the same stopping points, with the signage all looking the same. So for them, suddenly overnight, everything looks a bit different, and they're working in a slightly different way. So that's why we're doing what we're doing here. We're just trying to iron out every tiny little detail so that they feel as confident as they possibly can.
We think there's 26 boxes on the whole of the platforms, all the platforms.
Another time-consuming job, but someone's got to do it.
That's enough labelling for one day. It feels ever so slightly degrading that I've been reduced to a label printer.
The pressure now moves from the track to the paperwork. Without everything signed off, the lines can't be reopened on schedule in 6 hours' time.
They're getting nervous, really nervous. It needs to be safe.
Everyone's feeling quietly confident, including Network Rail's head of operations, Chris Fuoco.
The real activity that's gone on in all of the engineering work for the past 5 days is very much finished now. Getting all the paperwork in position, just final checks of everything.
But 2 hours pass, and there's still no final sign-off. Incident Officer Nigel Jenkins will be running the trains, so needs to know when they can start.
So what have we actually got left to do?
It's just the TIC now going through the test logs, Nigel.
And right, okay. And how many of those test logs have we got left, Tom?
I don't know.
Time is running out, and 2 empty stock trains are scheduled to leave within the hour.
Guys, can I just remind you of the first couple of trains? We've got 5 Charlie 36 leaves Cardiff Central at 3 o'clock, and the first one off St Philip's Marsh 5 Kilo 71, which goes up to Parkway. That comes off at 3:43. So
When do we think we're going to be in a position to have a better understanding of where we are with regards to the test logs?
We should know in the next 5 minutes. We should have a better idea of where we are.
Okay, well, I'm going to dial back in here at 2:30 then, okay?
Back at Bristol, it's Clarice Grother's job to check all the paperwork has been completed.
What we're doing here is a safety system. We are making sure that the trains can operate safely. And the testing side of things is to ensure that we've gone through absolutely every single scenario to ensure that the system is safe.
The clock is ticking. and tension is mounting.
He's a bit nervous, and I'm starting to be a bit nervous.
The 3 a.m. deadline for handing back the T3 engineers' possession of the track is delayed.
From what I'm hearing, we ain't going to be anywhere close to handing this T3 back until 4:30 at least, I would suggest, this morning.
The first empty trains won't be able to run on schedule. The race is now on to meet the first passenger train out of Bristol Temple Meads. And just in time, at 3:40 a.m, Chief Auditor Siobhan King gives the final all clear to wrap things up.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers, bye.
Hi, Clarice. Hiya.
Okay, so it's been signed and communicated back to TVSE for 3:40.
Job done. The delay has prevented the empty trains leaving on schedule, but they are in time to run the first passenger train.
That sounds good. I think 4:15 is achievable then.
Okay, good stuff. Well done, everybody.
Keep that cork in the champagne, Nigel, until we're running a train, all right?
Bristol is now, in the next 30 minutes, going to be open for service. It's now going to have a new signalling system. It's now going to pave the way for more changes to happen in Bristol, with doubling of the lines. The signalling system is going to allow for growth in that area. Hats off to everybody at the moment. Bristol's going to see a good new train service this morning.
So it's all go at the new Bristol signal desk at TVSC in Didcot.
Hello there, just to let you know we're all open for business now. Thank you. We're getting there, so far so good.
After 5 years of planning, months of preparation, and 5 days of engineers working day and night, it's the moment everyone's been waiting for on the ambitious Basra project.
So 1 Lima 01 in platform 3 at Bristol Temple Meads. That's the 4:45 Bristol Temple Meads to London Paddington. That is the first train to operate, first passenger train to operate over the new signalling system.
Well done. Well done, everyone.
Once we've got rid of that first train, that'll be a big relief. And it'll prove everything's working good and we can relax in.
And bang on schedule, the 4:45 to Paddington is on its way.
All right, this is the first one out.
So everything on our patch now appears to be working fine, so all's well.
But the station and its western route are about to be under the spotlight even more than usual.
The Wales media will be broadcasting live from Windsor from the 14th. Miss Markle, she will be arriving at 11:30 by car.
British Transport Police and rail staff are troubleshooting ahead of the royal wedding.
There is a big element of the unknown here as to how many people are going to travel to the event. And we also anticipate that on the return, we could have thousands of people queuing up at the stations to get home.
But there will be one person who's under pressure more than most. Alison Hanscom, who manages the 2 stations most under the spotlight, Windsor and Slough.
It has taken more organising than my own wedding. I am more nervous with this wedding than my own wedding. And yeah, I think we're all really looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be great fun.
Until then, they've still got to deal with the usual passengers. And today, there's an early morning issue for Neil Latham at Route Control.
Yeah, we've not had a very good start to the morning. We lost all the overhead line power between Didcot and Maidenhead, which is, I don't know, 20 miles or so. Going into Paddington, and because we've got lots of electric trains running about that, it was all lines, they all come to a stand because they had no power to move.
Billions of pounds of public money have been invested in the electrification of the network. And, as expected, it's causing some teething issues for staff.
Scores of trains are running around late at the moment. People are expecting to be arriving at Paddington at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, 7:30. Are stuck on trains, you know, in queues, moving very, very slowly. Yeah, it's rubbish, really.
At Paddington,
Twyford, just dropping in platform 14, Josh.
Thank you.
Control assistants Sanjeev Sharma and Richard Douglas are handling the resulting delays.
Owing to an overhead power supply issue, some services will have alternate calling patterns, short notice alterations and cancellation. It's going to be a bit of a rough morning, I think.
And one station is being affected more than most.
I've just got to get to Slough. That is stressful for me because I need to get somewhere on time. I've got a taxi waiting to pick me up.
Slough will be the hub station for the royal wedding. But the morning's overhead line failure means trains are not stopping there.
I'm going to Slough, but they've all been cancelled at the very last minute. It's really frustrating. And it's just been delayed. I've been here since 6:45.
It doesn't bear thinking about if this was to happen on the wedding day. But for the moment at least, route control has got the overhead lines working again.
We've restored train service now, but obviously there's going to be a lot of late running.
They still don't know what caused the 25,000-volt wires to trip, but a theory is beginning to emerge.
We think we found a suspect. We think it's a train which has gone into an unpowered section at Didcot. Until I'm absolutely 100% sure, I won't be able to rest easy at the moment.
This is the suspected culprit. One of the new all-electric Class 387 Electrostar commuter trains. It suddenly lost power as it was shunting into Didcot and is now stranded on the track outside the station.
Right, OK, follow me.
Mobile operations managers Mark Beanie and Simon Welch are at the scene. And Simon reckons he knows what happened to the overhead line, or OLE.
So this is 5 Papa 06. Basically, this part of the OLE from up there, the electrification stopped, so it's not live. And he's come past, pantograph's gone bang, and the train is now stranded.
Because the train overshot into a non-electrified section, it caused a power surge.
So nobody's reported any damage to the OLE, though, itself, not that we know of. So we've got a rescue train coming up from Reading, so that's going to come down here and then hopefully pull this one back.
But rescuing the train will take time. And it's not the only issue out on the tracks this morning. In Bristol, British Transport Police Officer David Richardson Aitken is responding to a report of people on the line.
So we've got a call for some trespassers between Keynsham and St Anne's tunnels in Bristol.
It's the site of ongoing railway works, and it's not the first time it's had visitors.
We had a job there a couple of weeks ago where during the day there were some trespassers, and at the same location later that evening there were attempt theft of 2 generators. We got obviously very fast trains, so it causes delays to the trains, and it's obviously a huge danger to themselves. Great caller.
Hi, can I help?
Yeah, possibly. We've just had a report of some trespassers.
Yeah, I actually, on the railway line?
Yeah.
I heard a train honking wildly about 20-30 minutes ago.
Okay, no one's come down.
I've been in the gym. We have had people trespassing on the site in the last few weeks.
Yeah,
we've been coming through a gap at the fence.
Okay, do you mind if we have a wander through?
The trespassers are taking a huge risk.
The entrance to the tunnel is just up here, and that's really the location that these lads were seen in. Network Rail have had a train through and there's been nothing seen. The sergeant's just going to check that there's no equipment left line side that might have been left by the team working up here at the moment. Whether they are just trespassing or whether they're doing something else, I don't know. But the fact that they're line side is enough of a worry for us at the moment.
The suspected thieves seem to have got away. But before they've caught their breath, David and Special Constable George Marlin receive another emergency call.
We've got another 2 trespassers who are on the lines in a place called Whippy Road in Bristol. I'm not sure at the moment where the reports come from, but they're both got their tops off and they're both drinking from a tin or something.
Whatever they're up to, David needs to get there ASAP.
Quite often it seems to be when the weather's fine, they go out and other thing. I'm not entirely sure I know where the thrillers are being trackside.
The location is by Avon Bridge, 2 miles from the city centre. The officers have reached railway sidings next to the busy main line and are well trained to deal with incidents around live rails. At first, they find nothing. Then,
there they are.
3 youths are on the other side of the main line, near the live tracks, and they're making a run for it.
Yeah, I've got eyes on the mail. I need to stop on the line of it. No, they're going to walk down. You can get it somewhere near RF, Foxtrot Romeo Powell. They're climbing down the embankment there.
There's no time to wait for the line block.
Main line, OK?
But they do need to get across to the other side.
Come here. Get out. George, grab him.
George has cornered 2 of the youths, but the other one has managed to escape.
Yeah, we got 2 stops over.
They're young teenage boys.
Right, gents, there was no need for that, was there? Stand by for 2 seconds, please.
The boys were larking about and reached the main line by climbing up a cast iron beam on the old railway bridge. But they're not giving too much away.
Who's the other one? Who's your pal down there?
I don't know, one of my mates meets he's climbing.
Right. Yeah. Suddenly don't know his name. Funny, right? Stand by. Yeah, we're on a main line over. Can you hold him there, George, for a minute for me? Stand there, fella.
Getting to the boys is one thing, escorting them back safely over the line is another.
Yeah, my only way of getting back with these 2 people is to go across the main line and back to where the vehicle's parked over.
Yeah, no.
Back at the stranded train, there's a welcome sight in the distance. The cavalry has arrived.
He's going to attach this train to that train, and then hopefully he's going to pull it out.
And the Class 57 2,500 horsepower rescue locomotive needs to couple up fast.
This is, yeah, the big moment, I should think.
Once connected, it'll be towed to the depot in Reading, 16 miles away, to see if it's been damaged.
Once they couple up the brakes and the electrics, and hopefully get them on the move.
Due to late running and awaiting member of train crew, we're great to advise that the 821 Hereford service will no longer be calling at Slough. So at the minute, we've got a queue of trains all coming up behind each other. All the local ones, which were held up, are now having to run semi-fast or fast into London. The problem is they're all falling over each other. You can't. It's not like a motorway where you can overtake stuff, so.
With services running late, it's Slough that's still at the centre of the disruption.
Gosh, what a nightmare. Hiya. No longer Slough. You can take the, hello? You can take platform 14, next one to Slough. No, it's not going. The next one to Slough will be 8:55 on platform 14. Can you stand back, please?
Finally, things are looking up for Slough-bound passengers.
My usual train's at 20 past, but didn't happen. That was the first one that was cancelled. I need to go because I'm getting on this one now, hopefully. Thank you.
At Didcot, the rescue locomotive can now pull the stranded train to Reading for an overhaul.
Oh yeah, that's 5 Papa 06 is on its way. All right, cheers, bye. Bye.
And at Paddington, with one challenge over,
Hello, Paddington, control room pad.
there's another one developing.
Right, okay, so nothing's leaving. Right, okay, Jesus. Okay, all right, mate. I'll let you go, mate, because you've got things going off in the background. All right, cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Nothing but leaving or arriving or leaving. They've got electrics fouling junctions at Acton West, so that's it. All shut. It's gone properly tits up.
Does that thing to be dispatched?
No, because it can't get out. So you can't get nothing in either. Gone badly wrong.
Electric lines have gone down again between Paddington and Maidenhead, this time due to a problem at one of the feeder stations.
It's one of the downsides of having dual tractions. Now we've got electric trains that have got no power, they're now blocking the diesel, so you can't get around them. Effectively, that's just closed the railway.
Route Control Manager Neil Latham is also feeling the effects.
It's just don't stop. It's like it's been relentless since we've been coming in.
Currently, no trains are being displayed on the customer information screens unless they are confirmed as actually being able to run at present.
They're all permanently suspended, the whole of the service. I don't know for how long, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you that. But there's currently no destination to anywhere.
This is well, Philip.
You just need to wait, I'm sorry.
Hello, Route Control Manager. Well, I've spoken to you more today than I've spoken to my wife, so yeah, you have. How's it going, fella?
Neil now has some news about the power failure.
You found the cause. Yeah, it's all right. All right, then. Cheers, mate. Yes, bye-bye.
It appears an engineer has flicked the wrong switch.
It was a staff error. They replaced a relay, which they didn't think was going to cause an issue, but they didn't protect the relay. They didn't protect the relay itself. So when they pulled the relay out, it just basically stopped all the power going to the overhead lines.
Fortunately, it's all been fixed quickly.
Just heard the news that it's all open through Acton now. Over.
This is a special announcement for all passengers.
How long do we don't know. You don't know. Oh, here we are. Done.
Happy morning, sorry, well done.
Well, thank you very much.
Right, okay, so we've now got everything back up and running, so we're now going to just try and rebuild the service again. It has to be the second time we've tried to do that today.
With the timetable now returning to normal, Neil takes time to reflect.
Well, I decided this morning when I woke up that I don't have enough experience with dealing with problems with the OHLE, with the overhead line stuff. So as luck would have it, within a minute of me booking on, we lost all the power. And then we managed to put that right. Within 10 minutes, we lost all the overhead traction again. It's certainly keeping me awake anyway.
In Bristol, the BTP have been waiting nearly an hour for the go-ahead to safely escort the trespassing boys across the tracks.
One outstanding OSU are down there.
Thames Valley Signalling Centre confirms with the officers that they now have a safe window to cross the main line. They're busy tracks, and they have to be quick and safe. And as the boys have never been in trouble with the police, they're being taken home to be cautioned in front of their parents.
What we really want to do and try and achieve is just to educate them about the enormous dangers of playing on the railway line. The fact that people do get hit and killed or injured by trains, and they're not fun and they're not there to be played with. And if we can get that point across, then I think half the battle's really been won, and we've just got to keep them off the lines.
A 100 miles away in Windsor, royal wedding fever is starting to build. And some royal fans have already made the train journey to avoid the crush on the big day.
I'm staying on the street now until the wedding. I would never have missed this for the world. I've been waiting for a long time for little Harry to tie the knot with somebody that he loves. Prince Harry, I'm still available. Last chance.
From Paddington, Windsor-bound passengers will change at Slough, where station manager Alison Hanscom is making plans for her customers.
We'll have that at the front of our station, some nice bunting, the flags that we can hand out to people, 60,000 chocolates in all of these boxes here. They've been made, obviously, special for Saturday. So, Royal Wedding 2018, and then, obviously, on the back, GWR. And they've all been in my office, which has been really tempting.
No stone has been left unturned.
We have sun cream just in case it's hot. We've got ponchos in case it rains. We've got sunglasses. We've got the chocolate, as long as it doesn't melt.
And nothing is being left to chance.
We have a spare train, we have a travelling fitter on the train, so if something happens to the set, he can hopefully get it fixed straight away.
Even the local wildlife has been taken into consideration.
We even have swan people. It's been known that in the past we've had swans on the line at Windsor, and obviously a swan, you're a little bit stuck because they belong to the Queen.
"20 miles away in Reading, the rescued train has been pulled into the maintenance depot. It's a new facility for the electrification programme. A learning curve for everyone, particularly for trainee engineer Christopher Tigwell.
When you're dealing with 25,000 volts, you don't really know what will happen, especially with the overhead lines.
On electric trains, engineers now often find themselves working above the train rather than below.
Have you done much? Yeah, I think it's almost arced and then just continued across at that level.
Carbon strips on the pantograph used as contact to the electric wires appear to be scorched.
On this side, there's actually damage to this side of the carbon. There's a pit in it. If the wire gets caught in that pit, then it'll pull the wire off and, of course, damage the OLE. We are using the calipers there to check the level of the carbon strips on the top of the pantograph that contact the rail or the overhead line. Just check that's still within tolerance.
Thankfully, the damage is minimal and the carbon is still reliable.
Gone up all right. Perfectly successful inspection. This pantograph is fine.
It's now 24 hours before Prince Harry and Meghan Markle get hitched. And at Windsor, wedding fever is almost at its peak. Mobile operations manager Jane Colgan can join in the fun, but she's here on serious business. Because on the big day, around 10,000 people will pass through Windsor and Eton Central, the small single-platform station built 170 years ago for Queen Victoria's visits to the castle.
It's going to be absolutely rammed here on Saturday, isn't it?
It might only be a tiny station, but it needs full-on security checks.
So all of these gates are all secure. Mind you, can't really have passengers walking along here because they'll fall over the edge of that, won't they?
Meet Robbie.
We use them alongside a search team so that we have different layers of reassurance. So we've got the old Mark 1 human eye combined with the detection capabilities of the dog. And technically, the Queen's my boss, so we've got to make sure it goes right. Fingers crossed everything will go fine.
Here it is. And the station is also getting a makeover for the big day.
This is going to test my length, my height, I think. A few air bubbles to sort out, but I think we're there.
The big day has arrived, and it's not just the royal couple with pre-wedding butterflies.
Very excited. I was very excited from last night. I was already celebrating last night.
Customer ambassador Kaz Dobre is helping to pump up the atmosphere.
These are nice. These are my glasses for the day. It's definitely the calm before the storm.
The first wedding train is the 518, and some passengers have travelled a very long way to be on it.
I'm so excited. I actually came here from Washington, D.C. just to support Meghan and Harry. Texas!
But on this first wedding train, there's a last-minute hitch.
Yeah, all right,
The driver can't initiate the system that opens the doors.
If you'd like to head over to platform 10, please, 525. It's just about to board. That will be the first train out for you. Okay.
Passengers can get on other trains, but a delay to the 518 will have a knock-on effect.
The 518 departure, which is for Great Malvern, first stop Slough, where you change for Windsor, has a bit of a train fault. It's an onboard computer fault.
But moments later, it looks like there's another change of plan.
The 525 is going to be the first one out of here, but the driver's just opened the doors on platform 2. Which one's going first?
And after a short but anxious wait, there's good news about the 518.
Right, are we ready to go?
Yeah, it's ready to go.
And he's got his head ready?
We've got everything is ready to go. Yeah, start boarding. Thank you.
Now, they just need to get everyone on board.
But it doesn't have a coach B on here. Does it matter?
Just get in any seat that's not reserved.
Thank you. We were up at 3:30 in the morning, so we could catch the tube and then come here. Crazy.
Crazy busy.
It's already crazy at the train station, so I can just imagine.
It's 5 minutes late, but the first wedding train is on its way.
Quite a few more to come. Thankfully, the weather forecast says it's going to be a lovely day, so yeah, hope everybody has fun.
But moments later, there's news about another early morning wedding train.
Basically, I'll tell you the situation right now, Joe. We have a 550 and a 554. The train that makes the 554 left Reading 52 minutes late with a train fault. On that train is the driver for the 550. So that's the issue.
We love Meghan.
Special announcement for passengers here at Paddington Station, especially those attending the royal wedding at Slough. Windsor, sorry, to go to Slough to Windsor. I do apologise, it's not going to happen at Slough, that'd be terrible. Passengers for the 550 to Oxford. It will call at Slough, change at Slough for Windsor for the royal wedding.
With passengers now on their way from Paddington, the pressure moves down the line to the hub station for the wedding at Slough.
Get ready for Windsor, out the front this way, please.
Slough is going to have to deal with 4 times more passengers than it would normally expect at the weekend.
California. We love you, Meghan.
Use all available space. I can see plenty of space right in front of me. Use all available space, please. There's plenty of space down the front of the train.
Move right down. Stop.
And every part of the station, including the car park, has been commandeered to help out.
Anyone for suit today's flags here?
I've seen I've seen a lady in a wedding dress, full-on wedding dress. I have to say, it was rather nice. We've seen Union Jack suits and crowns, and some people have really made the effort with the old wedding hats and everything. And then you got your jeans and your t-shirt. I am happy so far. I still feel like I'm, I don't know, an expectant mother, or still, you know, the bride-to-be. Good morning. If you'd like to carry on walking right down the platform. I'm running on adrenaline at the moment, so it's working well. Let's just hope that lasts.
And from Slough, it's a short 6-minute train ride to Windsor and Eton Central, which has been rechristened for the big day.
Thank you. Let's keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
The station has a single track in and out and one very small platform.
Thank you.
On a normal day at peak, up to 600 people pass through every hour.
San Diego, California. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Today, they'll be dealing with more than that every 20 minutes for the whole day.
2 trains have been full and standing, so I don't think we could have got any more people on than they did at Slough. So I think now that is going to be how it's going to be now for the rest of the morning until Windsor reach capacity and we can no longer bring anyone in. So hopefully that won't happen and everyone who's waiting at Slough will be able to get in.
But getting the trains into the station and passengers out of it is only half the battle.
Please keep moving. Keep moving. Thank you. Keep moving.
It's getting them back out on time that will be the issue, and getting everyone off and out of the station quick enough that we can then send it back to Slough and get it loaded up again.
They've got 4 minutes to turn the train around, and it's a constant struggle.
That was good. They only went out 1 minute late. So the one before that went out 4 minutes late, so we picked up 3 minutes on that, which is quite good. So we managed to get everyone off quick enough to get it back out and down to Slough and hopefully give them enough time to fill it up again and send it back down, but they are getting really busy now.
Keeping an eye over the network is route control, and Head of Train Service Delivery Andrew Dickinson is concerned about anything that might interrupt the flow of passengers on and off trains.
We've got certainly got Sky News on in here, so reporters that we know are out and about. We definitely know there's one at Slough. He's very helpfully talking to people whilst they're trying to board a train, so that's really helpful.
So, as ever, anything can happen on the railway, and we're just making sure we've got everything in place ready to respond.
But this morning, it's not just the royal wedding that's causing a headache.
Yeah, 7 o'clock in the morning, we've got a trespasser at Dinkett Parkway.
Last report was he's somewhere in the avoider lines in the Dinkett area.
BTP Inspector Paul Martin is liaising with officers on the ground, and trains have been cautioned to run at reduced speed.
Any updates?
Windsor Controller Swindon. Good morning. Any news on our trespasser at Dinkett East? Okay. Yeah, no problem. Cheers, mate.
All right, I'll get them to go to the office, to the station staff.
Yeah, it was the office that reported it to the signaller, but they've lost track of him and where he is. No problem.
The trespasser problem seems to have gone away, for now at least. Up at Paddington, though, with the wedding deadline getting closer, the crowds are just arriving. And according to station manager Dean Haynes, they're cutting it fine.
The queuing system now is about an hour's queue now at Slough. The good thing what we've got at Slough is we've got a big screen, so if people do leave it last minute to get to Windsor, at least they can watch it at the big screen.
On Platform 1, Paddington Control Assistant Graham Parker is helping with the dispatch of the 922.
I would predict this train to be one of the last busy trains for Slough, changing up from Slough for Windsor.
But it might not yet get to Slough.
So all the people are going to panic here in a little bit because the train has been boarded before the doors are open. The driver's not here yet. True story, the driver's not on the platform yet. That's why the doors aren't open. They will be very soon.
I can drive the train.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We need some more. Get on there. Let's go. Base to Oscar radios. Where possible, please send people to the 912 or the 927. We're very busy on platform 1. As you can see, we're in the middle of a field of what are very positive people. This is amazing. But they're still waiting for the driver to show up.
And before that positivity is tested...
Is that a driver we have now on the front of the train?
It looks like it. Let me just go for both.
That's all good, that's all good.
The driver's ready.
The doors will be open in the next minute or so the driver's here now, which is good. Base to Oscar radios. Doors are open now on platform 1, so all is good on platform 1.
But it's not quite as good as Graham would hope.
Base to all Oscar radios, we are really full on this train. Anyone to go to 14, please. Because it does call at Slough, everybody's on the train to go to the royal wedding. But there are a lot of passengers that now can't get on the train that are going to Worcester, that are going to Oxford. And obviously that's not so good. It's air conditioned, but it's still going to be horrible.
At route control, there's a new lead on the trespasser they thought had gone away.
Thames Valley officers have found a small patch of blood on one of the platforms. A member of staff seen this person go off onto the tracks, but there's no trace of him on any of the tracks. The helicopter's going to go over, and obviously they can do a sweep, and they can use a thermal camera to see if anybody's trying to hide in a bush. So don't look like he's been hit by a train, but yeah, they're doing a track walk with the mom.
Yeah, the tanker side.
Yeah, and they found a blood trail, so I'll just give them that.
Back in Windsor, it's just 2 hours until the wedding, and staff are struggling to get passengers off the trains and out of the station.
Let's keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
The station's temporary makeover is causing unexpected bottlenecks on the platform.
Then we need more air assist down there.
I've got a couple of people taking pictures in front of the running
So
in
they
board.
need to control the people taking
As well.
pictures.
Staff need to keep the passengers back from the platform edge so they can safely dispatch trains on time. It's a one-platform station and turnarounds are tight. And while passengers are getting their photo opportunities, staff are feeling the pressure.
Help me, there's no one here. Sorry, no, that side, please. That side, please. That side, please. Please, that way, please, so I can send the train, please. Yeah.
And the wedding deadline is getting ever closer.
You can hear the church bells as well, so we must be getting close.
We've got quite a few people still in the queue. There's roughly about 120-minute wait time at the moment. So unfortunately, as it's 10:39 now, there's going to be a few people that might miss it.
If I was them, I'd stay here and throw confetti.
However, at Paddington,
Walk along, up the escalators.
some die-hard wedding fans are still determined to join the crowds, including a Harry lookalike.
With the wedding 31 minutes away before it starts, and we still have people who are running down to Windsor. For Windsor, are you going to the wedding? Yeah. Okay, so it will be the Twyford train on platform 14, and it's boarding now. 14. Just go round, madam, and then follow the signs for platform 14. Okay, you're welcome, madam. They are definitely not going to go anywhere near to that wedding. I feel sorry for them. Yes, madam.
Over on platform 9,
Come here. It's big step. Come here.
That's all right.
Bye.
it appears someone has already toasted the happy couple
Am I in any trouble?
Just trying to help you.
several times.
Yeah, she just seems a little bit confused, tired. I think she's had one or too many drinks.
She ended up in Paddington. You know that? Ah, you didn't know that. You were well out of it.
It sounds like she's come in on a train and maybe missed her stop.
Slough? Possibly?
So should I get you up and get you walking about a bit? You're going to be sick, are you? Yeah? Come on then. Up you up. Come on, we're going to do it for free, yeah? Come on, okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
The trespasser has been found. He's in the undergrowth at the Heritage Centre. So attempting suicide, he's cut his wrists.
At route control, there's an update about the trespasser at Didcot. And it's turned out to be a worrying incident.
Is that the mom, was it?
Yeah.
It's just told you they found him, yeah?
Yeah.
He's in the undergrowth near the Heritage Centre.
He's in the Steam Railway Yard.
So.
Paramedics have been requested.
Yeah, they're en route.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the man is safe and will soon be in the expert hands of the emergency services. It's the moment that everyone has been waiting for.
That's Megan. Megan.
Oh, wow. She looks
Stunning. Oh, that dress is so white.
She looks stunning.
and the sunshine.
Just perfect. White dress, full veil, very simple, very elegant.
It's a lovely dress.
One, two, three, yay!
Now, they've just got to get everybody back home again.
Keep walking, Dan. Keep walking. Keep walking.
It's a bit of a squeeze. But finally, everyone and their eye-catching wedding outfits are on board. On the platform, it's the final touches.
Please stand back, the train is to leave now, please.
Network rail emergency.
Back at route control.
Do we know whereabouts in Bristol? Because I've got a number of railway lines in the area.
There's another trespass incident near the tracks.
And the initial report was a man dressed in boxer shorts only, with a belt around his neck.
The wedding might be over, but life on the railway never stops.
A semi-naked male somewhere in the Westerly Road area. Semi-naked man, boxer shorts and a belt round his neck.